every day bia ebeboa no be ma ne honam na e twontom no ana se ne nim Accra100.5FM abetumi I fine but I'm also Bobie a why kese we bi opesa ne sote ti wutie me na why kese pa na opesa we reduce weight kakra se na be ya ho be hen ha ho a gidi se watermelon meboa bibiri ti obi tie yen na se onu no mendura se de be ya ne so beti na se onya resource for nature watermelon every day be an 1 full glass of watermelon for the next 30 days na check weight share we say also at come and say dey open enya number no offer online taxis Libya destination in village health clinic village health clinic or do about directly obi glaucoma when you problem or cataract or problem when you want the open best about clinic be mo ha ba ma papa abakwa kono no when be come ma wa glaucoma ni point am na ni cut off let's just say bra why be breed ye reverse why also they are very reverse and to be say many na ye or prostate, ulcer, or diabetes, or by more herbs, BP was sort of do. Obama, you bet you more BP number from naturally. TNE pa, best I know what BP brands VIG, but the percentage just only BP do for 10, 15, 20 years. Who are Jai, who do pay Jai, essence, who say BP no Obama, some air conformity. What Jai, or would Jai show every cool and more. Village of Nemo about man of BP, I forgot checking no from there.
No from cra. Well, BP say the doc, Mofano, Obi 2030. Yes, you will.
Junk food,
you done
high sodium food. And I send here. Never bronze on our secondary hypertension.
Yeah.
You are no kidney problem, not the hypertension number, when you have not the hypertension number.
Wow.
Fine. Don't hesitate, you just come.
My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver. And we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. By thanking all of you for honoring us with your presence at this first dialogue on illegal mining. We know that the issues of illegal mining are dear to your hearts and to the hearts of every Ghanaian. And that's why we decided that from time to time we'll hold this dialogue. This is not going to be the last. We'll hold this dialogue to update you on the progress that we're making in the fight against illegal mining. Mining in Ghana has been historical. And when the first Portuguese arrived in Elmina, one of the first things we sold to them was gold. And that's why they built the fort in Elmina. Our grandfathers were involved in mining. The problem with the difference between then and now is that they use rudimentary tools to undertake the mining. And so the capacity to create destruction to the environment was very limited. The whole equation changed when the small-scale mining sector started deploying heavy earth-moving equipment. Before, it was only the big-scale mining sector that was involved in using excavators and bulldozers and huge dump trucks. At a point in time, the small-scale mining sector, which is a legal sector of our mining, it was passed in PNDC time to allow, because we realized that the big mining companies were owned by foreign companies, and Ghanaian small-scale companies that had the capacity to mine were prevented from doing so. And so the mining code was revised to add for small-scale miners. And as I said, there's a difference between small-scale mining and artisanal mining. Artisanal mining was what existed before, using pickaxes and shovels and so on and so forth. But when the new licenses for small-scale mining started, and they could afford to bring in excavators and bulldozers and others, it meant that their ability to destroy the environment was expanded. And that is where we currently have our problem. I want to assure you that we are determined to win this fight. And your contributions, your criticisms, your pressure, putting fire under our feet does not have any problem. We don't have any problem with that. You must continue to do your advocacy, to urge us on, to encourage us to win the fight. As I said in the last media encounter, I said that I had no illusions that within 7 months I was going to win the fight against Galamsey. And I said that it wasn't going to be an event, it was going to be a process. Mistakes have been made. In the first effort we made, we go into a forest reserve. We mapped out the forest reserves that had been that had incursions of illegal miners, and we deployed the first wave of our security services. They scored a lot of successes. In a short time, they had cleared some of the major forest reserves that were called no-go areas. Unfortunately, after we cleared the illegal miners from there, the security services withdrew and handed over the forest reserve to the Forestry Commission. And so they put their forest guards there. The forest guards don't have the capacity to defend the reserves against the illegal miners. And so lessons learned were that in the next wave, with the formation of NIMOS, that we must deploy It comes with a cost, because if you send troops and station them permanently to guard the forest reserves, we must feed them, we must provide them with fuel, we must give them vehicles and all the logistics they need to be able to do that. And so that links up with Franklin's question about budget. We need a substantially bigger budget than we have currently to be able to win this war. Happily, budget hearings have started. The budget for next year is going to be presented to Parliament. And my expectation is that the Minister of Finance will give a much bigger allocation to this fight against Galamsey. We also need enough troops. Our troops are stretched. We have so many chieftaincy disputes all over the country, land disputes. And so you go to Sampa, we have troops there. You go to Gonjaland, Savannah, there are troops there. You go to Boko, there are troops there. You go to Nkwanta, our troops are there. And then our troops are also on the border to protect us from terrorism. And so they are spread thin. If we take another batch of them and go and put them in the forest, it means that we are committing most of our troops to other things other than crime prevention and keeping us safe. And so that's why NIMOS is a combination of the police and the army. So all of them contribute troops. And then we also have national security also contributing, and all the other agencies. But happily, we have some additional troops coming with the winding down of some of the peacekeeping theaters. And so when they come, as many of them as possible, we'll add them to the force so that we're able to dominate all the anti-Galamsey sites and be able to win the battle. As he said, we have targeted 7 major zones in the regions, and the Army have come up with a proper strategy. NIMOS has come up with a proper strategy for engaging the illegal miners and making sure that we clear them from especially the forest reserves and the water bodies. One of the important successes is the change in the whole issue of excavators. Excavators came in huge quantities, and I remember that at a point under the previous administration, they asked that permits be gotten before excavators are imported. Meanwhile, the law did not say you should get a permit after, but that was what we came to meet, that you bring the excavator, then you go to the Ministry of Transport and ask for a permit. But the law actually says that you must get a permit before you import the excavator. And so now we are enforcing that law. And so you can't bring an excavator in, you can't put it on a ship, and we're telling the shipping agencies, if you bring an excavator for which there's no permit, we shall penalize you, the shipping agency, for carrying that excavator here to Ghana. In the meantime, we came to meet a huge quantity of excavators in the port. And that is what the Lands Minister was explaining to you, that we had to decongest the ports because there was no more space for anything. And so we've moved them to the military space at the Shire Hills and other locations, and we've corralled them there. One of the successes too is the registration of excavators. Even though the law requires excavators to be registered, nobody was registering their excavator. And so if you look at the DVLA records, there was no registration of excavators. And so anybody could bring in an excavator and take it straight into the forest. Today, we are requiring that every excavator must be registered with the owner of the excavator known. And once that is done, like he said, we started putting trackers on the excavator so that we know exactly where they are going to. It's not only illegal miners who use excavators, contractors working on our roads, quarries, and others all use excavators. And so it's impossible to just put a complete ban on excavators, but we must know where that excavator is being used for construction purposes. And so we now can hold the owners of excavators responsible if we find the excavator in a forest reserve or engaged in illegal mining. And so that's one of the advances that we have made. We've started a geofencing policy where it makes it possible for us to know where every excavator is, so that if the excavator moves after where it was geofenced, then we can go and find out where did this excavator go and what is it doing where it has gone. And so that would help us. With regards to turbidity of the water, as the scientist said, it's just about, you can see physically with your eyes, you know, what the turbidity of the water is. The thicker brown it is, the more coffee-like it is, the more polluted it is. The less it is, the less polluted it is. And so, like he said, we are scoring a few successes, especially on the Ankobra. I believe the minister chose the Ankobra to start because it flows through his constituency. And so there are some successes, but like he said, we still have the Pra, we have the Densu, we have the Birim, you know, we have the Ofin and all of them. But that means that we must get more manpower. The Blue Water Guards have started work, and a lot of them are deployed on the Ankobra River. So far, we've recruited 1,000 of them. We pay them an allowance of, if you take away deductions and other taxes, of about 1,500 cedis a month. And so if we have 1,000 of them, and we pay about 1,500 a month, it means for a year, you're talking about roughly 18 million cedis. And that's for 1,000 of them. And so if we scale up, then it means that we need more money to employ more of them. But I endorse it because it gives them an alternative source of income. Because as they are fighting the pollution of our water bodies, they are also earning an income as a kind of alternative livelihood. And so that is something that we'll have to scale up. And so the Minister of Finance in doing the budget must make extra provision. We also have to start reclamation. because it's not enough to just stop them and drive them away and leave the land scarred the way it is. And so there are a few companies that have worked with the United Nations, and they have come up with some trees that help to regenerate the soil and can also take out toxins from the soil. If you've heard about the green Sahelian wall that the United Nations was sponsoring, some of the companies involved there have also come and tried those crops in areas that we want to reclaim. And they say that the tests are positive and they can work with us. But of course, we need to use these bulldozers and things we have recovered to level out the land before these vegetative, organisms are put in the land to be able to reclaim the land. So reclamation is one of the areas that we must look to. Happily, we should be able to get some support from a lot of these green funds.
Ghana born into and shut down, but Yabaya Yenchia Commander Boham Kwabena Bobie Ansah baby Obia. And across all the social media platforms, Accra100.5FM on Facebook, YouTube, Accra100.5. That's right. Let's go. Midin de Nana Otu Dako Ghana my customer phone in here. I am the voice for the voiceless. I am the gatekeeper of the nation. Watch my PSC in here. We no mind this year, Matinan Konya Bunus Maya Kradumaswai, maybe some Ghana. You ever heard to me and I cannot crash on, but and then specifically, I'll speak to the position of Lord. In Sweden, I don't understand. In fact, me, my imagination coming, can't be, but come on, I'll speak to it this afternoon. Ibenya nanano mahimfu bin so free akuapima kropon na yebiso monante se na yedin komo enahwie so ably produced by NS Kwame Kwache Okunawia is here. Emmanuel I see you na ene ima the second send a what gene spectacle I mean Nana BJ is here. Na hunu ne sofo was BJ ne blood of Jesus. Wo free sorry pe yes na BJ ne den no akira se foforo. Awrade hunu mobo. But of course emphasis that PSC Emma Ghana anyum tufo nyina wofa. Gospel anyum tufo nyina wofa. News editor Accra100.5FM of Ansah. Thank you so much. Emphasis the PSC Emma Village Herbs Clinic, up-to-date estate construction, as you say. And you better the luckiest who I don't say actually Samson and Marcot Surgicals. So. Mebacho bronya bay near Yenina Yedibe di bronya Ginny Rice. And more trout to me say Enya Sunfaso, Ginny Rice Haneko. Certainly Tontina 74 measure. Na yemfas da PSN so Emma Bills micro credit wamwa ana Emma Besia enye susutuo bia no ana Ghana card ne akoyanim MTN so se menkamfo ma ho mesro kosoa na momonu yusu enche skaba begu accountum just dial *550 hash ne akoyanim oi ajoy so Manyoba. Aha! That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, my enkajagum yenin komonewie. And Nanka sada me buy because Nanka me demo call a year Asante Achim North District. Na menemo edin komo kakra ewo ho. Over Facebook and not was share mine. But me share senia no etie because by 3, 3:30 you can see a sorry so now sports team no so take you over. And then him say Ghana versus Central African Republic. My prediction there 3-1. I mean certainly. I be some 3-1. We say you done deal sir, but I mean we have qualities of players now. I mean me map. We better submit my prediction on Facebook live on Accra100.5FM 3-1. And then you be no short. Now your mass sports phone are taking over. Enti nan ka me do call Asante Achem North District. Now it is alleged that there is a DC there, and maybe I'll do that tomorrow. UAD encrophobia. One more year illegal mining. For now, I want to put them under the bracket of allegations. For now, I want to put that under the bracket of allegations. And I've said, whichever DC you are, you could even be a minister, I don't care. Will be anyone more, we will allow you to destroy our river bodies again. It is a President Mahama. I appoint him. Now abayin bi na woso. And you say abayin no 2 galamsey. In fact, and yes say we 2 galamsey. Say yensu the turbidity level was destroyed. Anka say if we 1 to 500 NTU and we suffering between 5,000 and 12,000 NTU. Your water plant be on by you're shutting it down as a country. Sabi nananamu timenimuntia. Timin kasi nim nyansentia. Mankasa menyenyan minim nyan. Yachimi deduya. Nananamu hadi timin kasa. Inti expunged from the records mbuse manwa kasansem. But the point is that it doesn't make sense. If there's a change of government, nasa by fofro aba. It was saying Ansah chere would DC ni say. And ye ma ban dada na nyene you correct it. Ghana ye idea. It doesn't matter the political coloration at force. But the most important thing is say, wa ye di swa ye di jaw. Na wa ye di jaw no ye di aswa. Eti wa penny no a etwa say, "Oh yes, Edgeman, and I'll be pulling documents tomorrow." Some document be omode kwa dada na nanu ahemfo say. Ya mom to me krata so mbetu galam say, "Look, aban way back power for 9 or 10 months. Yan sign even one license mo bia so onkonkoye mining." Me bisa honorable Amakofibua personally, and the minister told me so too. Men sign even one mining lease mobia so onko kwayem anase onko nsuo ho ana onko ya sase bi so enkonko galamsey ana onkonko mining, whether legal or illegal. Certainly he will not sign illegal. Eti yentra on mo man fofo na ne enquire, and we'll make sure say enyema bia enkoso ye no we'll point out, because at least we have a president. Why not gonna say Ghana? We need to help him. Because on himself no one term. Eti niaka ne say obeja mudie bi kwan ato ho. Niaka President Mahama ne say obeja anyonyam bi ato ho. Obi bia wo mwa ma Ghana yentuma epago no. Yemfre ne yi no. I'll sit here metra say konya iso and I'll tell you, I'll point you out. And make sure say me medikia you wedi e wo radio so Ansah na President Mahama Africa Listos executive secretary to the president some for pensi people so, and I am telling you nobody should dare me, because you come here home. For the infant say ya galam say ya $2 million, and when have a stand there to, because you're going to have babies that are born with deformities. Come on. Omwe tu asase ne so krampo de me said anyhow. Omwe tu nsuom, they are my problem. Omwe tu nsuom no. Na yetimi ye mra say 100 meters from river. Utimi ekotuga, etimi kotuma en. Na bio, na enyansafo na esamra no. 100 meters. Na bio na utu god na anwa no ensan kogu 100 meters. Meter mako ha. No. Eso ahemfu ya behame. Mintimi nkensemi. I put you any money in can be brave. Dabi, and Yansah na yes, Samarano. And Yansah Yansani Piano, not dwene ye adwuma whether we a president, we a minister, we a software or a journalist. Our back what baby I can say 100 meters from a riverside to go onim nyansa. I'm sorry. Me jina Bible so enye na nanoma kwan so. It doesn't make sense. Timi pass LI 2462 say afekra do timi kwakwayem. Dabio na kwaye bretu no fi nananom pensu bes no bi kwaye de kwaye da kwaye no. Mendi nanama hemfo kase di nkomo. Oh ha yes obi de krata aba. Fancy was here yamani tumi krata. Bo wo hen so hu tumi krata wa kana no atu. Enu pe de nanam krenti bi ndwom hu frim. We are all complicit in this ill effort. So I'll do that tomorrow. Now, ma pull the document. Date ni a prospecting license. Prospecting license, I want to be too good. In fact, you take the recognizance license, you come to the prospecting license, and secretly remember mining lease. The prospecting license, Sabi, quadrat den krasi for. Mananano unu sakra tana june say, ya mom to me krat. And look, who did fat sign baby in Swonka. If it is true that this thing is involved, I have tried that a lot of times, and I'm a Ghana penny for it. It is so that is it. The Ude Mammy Fanumon teaser. Namin Kawi and San Mabefi. It on my banner in so like Sabi Tafrache, Sabin penny for them. We am being sarcastic because Sabi, don't so about, but what my Akoko don't so cry. Like, what kind of a country is this? Why? And Ghana and penny phone nim say, your baby one my sit down as in so ye nim. It's ye nim say baby one my ya blocking waterways. Yes, ye nim. And then I meet Accra100.5FM. Prem to Brekasiano. Yes, young executive school baby, young boy be 12 years. Walk of any new school. Anna in Susan and Nam soon as some say a funny call. Just say, and your minister be back. Sabi, and your president be back. And your penny be back. Into and some your canabasani, your jagum, and consider bang. Now, me mind the Ansah. Until when? Until when? Yenim say, drainage systems will be one more esusa. Dabio, Sikaramudia, Ghana for a sika. Move them yemwe. Do we have to beg? Fite bramisa na Ghana enso manyini still enso yiri wa Ghana. We have president upon president, we have ministers upon ministers, still enso gusu yiri wa Ghana. Why? The major roles akese na enso yiri na faso na sense enkrofo cars. Na politicians ni mokroma na say ye be kan brofo ni twi ni Hausa ni agbani nkran akese. Then we go sleep because it's a yearly ritual. 1 year later the same problem I told you, it doesn't get I don't know. That's not to What kind of a people are you? What kind of a people are you? Very well. Maminyano, Oko, what's not a message, man? Huh? What's not a message, man? What's not a message, man? Okay. Ma yen nkomo yi. Some follow news ye na Kwabena. Na say me producers eyi masutiri me nso betimanya story ya. De ensentrefo ensen bi atudwa na mekan kakra. Na as a journalist me did action kire me say abandada no awatwam no. And we are saying this devoid of politics. Efa eshenkrofo bi achi fa kuntuna say esia hene bi. Aha a media house. It's yenchia yaso eniasam. But we are there for everybody. And we are not here to take position. Certainly no. But sana yinyina yete no as at that time because yete huruya e man hono so a ne ibi other afano so entiasia. Na yinye nim say one of the festivals krampo anke mo ehie mo ede ayeti me ko kaya mamre na nananom agunsa bompa ma yudra. Enke me akwa ese emso himpon bi wu krampo a yen shedam pen kura bre yinti no na che se odwura no kura na hwe kura no a na che se ema so na ahima ensem no okuchire bi producer mama men kan kakra na fe mi introduce mpanyimfo a etimanim na ne amunim no se yenso yesal free akropon san brom me fie na minim ba minim se hode free eti we no me fie asem even beyond my job as a journalist I should take keen interest in this. Because we binim dache. Oko, ube kom kura na uhwe mu kura nketi me bome ohinka krebu baby. Very well. Press release by Bachomenye dini ya namudi acheme. Okuman impenyin of Akropong in the presence of Queen Mother of Akwiapem. Nanefua inketia obu autosu mienu. In relation to selection and nomination of the new Okwiapehene to replace the late Osia Diayo Ado Dankwa III, who passed on in July 2015. Dear esteemed members of the press, we have invited you here today to officially inform you that the process of the selection and nomination of an Okwiapehene to replace the late Osia Diayo Ado Dankwa III has been initiated as per instruction of the Judicial Committee of the National House of Chiefs, ruling dated 29th September 2022, affirming the judgment of the Eastern Region House of Chiefs, dated 30th April 2020. The following has taken place. A consultative process involving 1. Sechibia Adeshifi Aberewetia, a Miam Penyinfo ne Abusuya Penyin, that's female elders of Sechibia Royal House, plus their male head of family. 2. Asuna Hene of Akwiapem. 3. Okwiapehema Nana Efua Inketia Obu Autosuminu, the certain Queen Mother. This has led to the selection and nomination of a candidate for the position of Okwiapehene, making him the 26th Okwiapehene. This candidate selected to replace the late Osia Diayo Ado Dankwa III goes by the name Odeshi Kwesi Ekufu. Interesting. In coming to this place, we have been privileged to have received further clarification from 1. Supreme Court of Ghana, judgment of February 20th, 2024. 2. That upheld a ruling of the High Court of Koforidua, dated 17th March 2021. As per our Akan custom and matrilineal Abusian system, our women folk play a key role in decision making. On behalf of the Okwiapehema, a selected number of us, senior traditional leaders within Akropong, including myself, Nana Achamehene, who hold certain key customary functions, will now take the process of the installation of the new Okwiapehene forward to its logical conclusion. Kindly note that in our customary role, we do not perform the same traditional rites for the same person twice, and many of our traditional processes are not public facing. Okay, we look forward to completing our work in the shortest possible time in a climate of peace and security. Kindly direct your questions to me and I shall select suitable leader. So that is it. And this is Okuman Impenyin. Okuman Impenyin for. So 2 things. 1. May introduce Impenyin for, but Nyashishe Masoka Krane say Edin Odeshe Kwesi Ekufu. Eye miura ono so say imprint or your ohene ewe Akropong. And I'm speaking as a journalist based on the information I have, but you can clarify for me. And here, number 1. Enti minim the other nominee and the fact say also will bear the same name, and I mean dichotomy between these 2 people. Anything penny for idea meteo nti penny for ya team animu say wo mugira so nyina eye emra eka nti me wo court order dated 20th 2nd 2024 in the Superior Court of Judicature. The Supreme Court Civil Division, sitting in Accra on Tuesday, 20th day of February. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that is here. Amadou, okay, he Kolundi Aka Yinsu, they presided. The Republic versus the High Court, Kofodia, ex-party, blah, blah, blah. And when you forward here, on bet mu amayen, na yedi and komara. Nana kwao, kutruku, a otosunu. Eye, Frankahini. You fact check me, Frankahini. Yo, yes. And that is a miracle coupe. And so we need baby amity. Frankahini. Na side room hene Kwabena traditional area mira ewa nana adi akufu concerned member ana fei mira kwesi agye enso ye concerned youth wonyina free Kwabena ahobrase kwanso mpanyifo mema mo akwaba ohene de obekasa akire panyifo se panyin dwade wia ne nsuasa nti mesha se nemu wadi nkomo na sempo ehu hia ohene bitimi etu yefo kwan mu enye saade anke di nkomo no a obone tofa na yetu apo krakra but when edi kan yakasa
concern name say mekasa
me pachi you nti wohwa eye press statement na ma release no a na tse assembly end ye afi utie nkomo no a there's a new nominee miwa sabi mpanyifo anim ye wo hena ono so friend who say me use sa words no because I don't want to meddle myself in that affairs. Ono so friend who say ono ye ohene. Ubetimi akyerɛkyerɛ mu. Ehi fa na ade free ba na ye ntine masane yakwe.
Me da say. Opanyini me da say ene michia watiefo nyina sabri wotie ni titiro ni akropɔnfo ana Kwabemfo a wotie Accra FM. Nia etene say Brian another dankwa we send our ball wa man edi kan say 2015 ana ofim eye ekropon amane o ne say wo abusua biesa o nkati abusua siatia bia abusua ena amoja abusua won wotumi froforo agwa meye wotumi di Kwabena ma yan hihye mu no yaye eli nti efifi mu a na ekose afim efise afim a na ekose afim enu nti ekodu setia bia fi won na say na wo produce candidate de ma ohemea no na ohemea no pronounce din no senia amara ne amane kire wo akamam nti ohemea fi dwumadi na ase ne nyina ye mrante a ye concern members a ye wo kurodua no mu a ye ani tuai wo fi ase eye tobe nkakra no mu a ahensi bia no atinye ba ho nti ne ye nim say a good cause na ogusu eho na ohemea no bepawe anase mia benfo na ewo setia bia busua no mu wo bepawe benum ko afase wo pe kwasi akufu ana kwasi meka kwasi akufu na kwasi akufu candidate ba ko a ohemea na ya amane offer process ya audition kwasi akufu
ona ne din wakrata mu
you
okay
ono de oye ne to ade kwasi akufu no say oye great nana kwasi akufu a great grandson a watcham ko e kwasi akufu watcham ne grandson okay enti odo to ne nana direct enti ono ni din kwasi akufu by near okremu imposter na wo na okremu no mo say
imposter
yes
the
second guy na owoso ya na osusu no
na nana kufuado kosi no
okosi no
na nana kufuado wonim se nyo no ye ohene no kosi no
tese anka ye keka bai wo behu baby ko ya ye ba be pem ansa le kufuado na gasa abem
very well
ebusu ya hia wo apa wo nipa ni wo pa wo nipa ni wie no nipa wo ya amane mo bi be yo Kwabena e jasefo ne ankobiafo ne okoma mpanyin nyinara was present wo ye fa na ewu da wo ye kura na former first lady wo nyina wo titim enti wo ye bribia tutoye ma odi ne hene akase no su ya kire Kwabena eho ana lili ma me bia owo fi ni mu a ono so sa abre no ya abre watia oyo de chi wo fi o oye abre watia lili tama sam no call original house of chiefs wo call original house of chiefs na original house of chiefs say one say wo ba ni nyaka bo wo say one say wo mra no wo meye ne foforo anyo him ya nso de no de call National House of Chiefs ana national say wo mra no be no fufu eho sabre ne wo covid mu aye 2019 a wo abound Niura first May 2020 yeah aye wo covid serious na asorkra wo me yankobi Muslim fo enye bribia traditionally is afashe bribia was banned by Akufo-Addo nya courage per soldier fo police fo armor cars no wori be sisi eye ekropon be say wonso say we na ne atini say ne how yen concern members nkura say wo pese wo say yen tradition yen obi biara wo Ansah na wo be fro oforo agua no wo be ya amane a obesua untumi nsua wo dem untumi sha patakari ti say na me sha patakari a meti e da bi akanfra mamrem sabi aduasa
we friend to
we friend to ntomatuntum wasabaw na anu ya me hwe otumfo de 1999 wasabaw ne ntama ogina wa okura afon yen ye wo pompon so enene afon ya wusom na utumi de sua eyi nyinara wanya bi na so Akufo-Addo yire na ho sabra me kasa no na bara champon na ne nkurafo so sata no security capo
national security minister
no,
the president at the presidency.
At the presidency.
No, the minister at the presidency.
Yes.
No,
a minister security in charge of no, obe ready ahimfo obe bubu ahimfo obe say
I say in your no.
Only Victor no. We one ben.
One man no why.
Let your video.
Yeah,
you saw him in the act?
Yes.
Oh yes.
What feel on Sabre na the late
I'm saying say no. Honorable Brian Champion.
But what can one lead one why?
Because issue we buy ma or no be can say onim ho hwe.
Oh, to make us.
Okay.
Na say nipa no asora hini wo ha ene wo ne nko respect ni bi sa. Ono ne ka sai.
Oh, okay.
Enti Sabre no na the late George Dako. Oyo hini ba no ye to for hini of ayo command to for hini.
Ojumtuni
George Dako. Wanya baby ko metu me de me esime bo so say
okay
eno so nenam na George enya hoodin biu no ko ne krechi no kwara asem na American esa ne say wo ba and was asesa won go pick up mo wo hwe opanya wa bo ne bra say me no kasa no woni fi na esa say adesesem no yo hene banti na dwumadi so to so otena hemfi no bo ho ban eno ntina na otewo no buy no ready ne nro onom nyina was kept at the room na security for aman kwan aman ko say nro be point
no mo make ne say sabi ne di kan na Akufo-Addo no oni ho right so yes number 2 omasi ohina enyo no na kunya ne fatal is that the point
what on necessary ya no ka say in the press conference na say am concern for you tie bi
okay
Fina o claim say eyesa na obo no asafo hene say ono no yo kura pen fina o film no ina aberwati a wo fie o abe declare bo fa no Georgina oye Georgina yeboa Akufu wo be declare ina actually we are seeing nyina say Kwadwo Kasim ya abanoma o kan awu kura o pressman wa around o bisa wa obenya we am enya me ameka wo video abusuan mu ni nyina ne aba wo ya ama ne wo abusuan nim atwa ogwan.
Okay, it's a no ye ni waka. Name mu masem ne say no kure say oyabanoma na. Because it's a word against Unikono's word. And we need to play on factual accuracy. No kure say near Abruwa kan, that is the real position.
Chief, no kwara say am na say.
Okay.
So popotiti finzu ase be ka so den tema we a.
Panyifo say enye na chi.
Panyin so wonye na chi ni. One wonim wo ma anything na kanfo o se me dan se me ma me awon
no ye minia
na o ye minia it wo won a wo hu won won se won wo nim sa asem ekopre obra wadi regional house of chiefs wadi asem no ekopre wo ho esa ne se sa abre na lili afa nkabia efadate se ne lawyer
okay
enti nkabia cross examination no bi sa Kwesi Akufo de se Kwesi Akufo ne se eye de rare Kwesi Akufo no se Lily teko yene dan no so yene aunt no so obabarima yene dan no so obabarima dia oyeme wofa na momoni babarima e wona nkrabia bisa Lily si enti obeso aka se Kwadwo Kasi enye Lily ba na ana lili ni se keko na gasa no to no mra no o meyi ano wodu ono yeso osu eho na judges no eye pandas na eye nananom na wodi asem wa dani case no
okay
enti ade a na aba a wonim say ofifie until say obi betwa gwan na sebsebi wa fra sora fra fam aka je so won kan won nya wo moja ana ahinsam so de wodi ni moja sam eye lie and a constitution no kura kan ho asam say Ansah no obi bedi ohene it is all your brad liar of your any lie yes you maternal lie
Ntaka for it
yes ana o ma me no so enya ne banka sa na it we then what about
it no I'm sure say as you it must be established that is from journalistic point of view no until that is established no it makes it difficult to move forward say no kure say free fee. So when that is established, then it make your case even easier. But now that is not established, whether with the DNA,
why are they?
Okay.
Edi chamuko be bosumini.
Okay.
Wakachile osi sebi which way? One say kroponga ufi sa abrum. Wo ma ho de ba o mama kan achire.
Yes.
Yes. O papa aka achire o say mufi sa abrum. Mo ye kropon fo ono no wan fo am anya fom so. Se won.
Ya kra ma ba hoda na me ni fie.
Enti wona wa aka achire o say wo fifie o won ka won wo afre so e ba media social media then ono so aka fa ho.
Say we ba prove.
Yes, as all be prove che wi ase nyina. And finance wo fi mo ne ma dia dance say baby obi a finish asamba won kwoboro won or the talks.
Okay. My memory me round kwesi AJ na me ono so fa kakra encounter. Why I'm even taking keen interest is that there's over maybe to say Sampa, maybe to say Boko, there are other areas I say Puye, sorry. But maybe take keen interest because asumdie no ababoy kese pa. Na because me growing up one of the maybe asumdie wo kese pa ekuapeman. And you know empese ebe escalate na nyina ebe nyanti ase na asumdie mu no ibe ede mpa na besi emira asumdie betimi aba akropon ahensi ensemo
ewu bedawase na mechia na nefu akati obu okuapehia ene ne nkoma mpehini nyina na mehu ni se na odi kankan ekuapemfu ye nipa bi a won pe gidigidi won pe basabasa waye won bibia amane kwaso na mra kwanso ahensemu yi starte 2017 besine niam bebre asisi batade a na nafu ankati obu da bi o kan se obia na obia nkoko gidigidi bia ma na o meke so no ne nkrofo na akoyesa yeti ekropo nkromo no kofa langard fo bai se won bebro ohemia achidifo ekropo ho na ewo na bamuhine ne boys bowura okuapehim bia fi ama okuapehim bia ne na ba ko wo ho wo bone na mutuo ma ne wo atwa ne nan nsem bebre asisi me bra pehine ka owo ahemfi ohene nana owo ahemfi national security fo ko bron ma wa fa mawu nti ene yete ane yakasa yese bia yete ya se yempa asumdwei ne ma koso ma ode ko Ghana police service police fo behwe ohembia wo hye ne ka wo hye ne dan na no Bobie atiemu na se ya wo se ne ka wa ahemfi anim ho ne nyina akọ police station enkosi hwe obi ashutu obi won atwa ne nan. Now
there's a new regime, so maybe you back with baby.
So what you concern you for how you say
all these things you are saying, you know, were happening in the past administration. But under this new president, I think
it concern you for no. Ona me kropon a awo ho abem langard for nam ho bi.
Okay.
Day in day out langard for nam ho. Day no way. Langards wa himfi wo. Me no ka say.
Akuapem.
Okuapem hina himfi. Langards wo ho. Langards.
Omo ye no.
One ko for once one bra no one be bro yen. Na yen so yen pento kwa mpe basabasa enti. Wo hu na ya wo ba be bro yen.
Mu wetwo dwura.
Okuapem bia sa afi odwura no bia ye na amane woni fi.
Okuapem ma so ntwa.
Debi.
Na menso menyante ye. Me producers tia me na so say eye me can't my careful because of afanunti. But me would our horse see or sit where you're in. Because me person Mrs. Sudia because of the position you're also coming from. Until Mr. Moore, after most of more the other side, no, you forgive me, but that is how I can address him for now, respectfully. Say, Kratebi, Akko, Yabombura, Hose, and we invite no for drama, most much no Kratebi, say, Asumji, the Honomunti, but emu and some to say, because then if Okapi him, I say, Unchedra, I'm so he be one.
Just say, a man, a consul, say, Hinapong, a your mahinwea. So where your Omahina be dinadia, where ye kesse, where ye kesse, we are sent away to make you.
Yes.
Saturday no course, ya, who see then out to you.
A kesse in course.
And course, ye. Or said the other Danko 2015. 10 years money. It is a way you could pay him once you are. So by so by a kesse. So we are not the if your crowns. And send away to my children, no what's in upper came. Now, yes, I do. We are. You home. Yes, it's a you drown out. Can't I turn our bay? Now, say, in painful, I would Germanity or Ghana hand. On to be found as any man in coho. Now say, I sent to him here, car baby away ye. And what Oko now call you who sell your hina. National so choose a one know when you move away him from one way.
Yes,
what to one could be? Because the Hoko won't you to. It's ye new Okia Pahinity and Ujrani
on National House of Chiefs.
There be.
Eastern Regional House of Chiefs and so
on. Fake.
And what to say no on Kobe. Now no Koshia or for the Pahinifi and the new Eastern Regional Minister Okoshia or Jose Eastern Regional House of Chiefs for but Eastern Regional House of Chiefs meeting the what baby away any meeting Okofodia.
Meaning say or Chehene and Kwabena. So Chehene what fasten a Kwabena. Kuba. To be them say one more sa bond no pa. Diana or no so from that. Say ana no mun due mu hu senya me bisa say bia okọ Eastern Regional
eno no kware ye baako esan say na kufu ado no mu support eye kwadu kese na wo pese wodi ni de hinenti e ma ono so saline wo photo saline say
okay
won hwe na nka bo ani ni ade da wo ye nka bom ni asem wo kan na woni adanse ya wo fa asem bi ya dance ni enti e kese o tenye kan obi ni say da wo ye nka bom we kropon o da bi
send in Kabum.
In Kabum, obi anko ye. Obi no obi anya hwe.
Pepa chewo, wo betuma ye Kabum wo okuape mema, okuape hemi anka ho bi.
O da bi.
Iti na wo ye na Kabum papa.
Ye to nsa friend na wama, ana se yam frɛ okuape hema.
Sa anka mpahina ba, o chehene ba bi, na so obekasa. Obetuma kɔ se okuape hemia bra. Na me ne me ba. Yenshia na yenka asem ewo ho saa de na ntuma anko
na meche se hwehwe aso kakra se ochehene beba na yensoma asem koma okuapehema se saa na ko edia
no kwa de ba ko be o
okay
ochehene oni akufo ado na ebom na wosi saa boy
mira mpacho kasa gu mic
oni ochehene wo bom wosi obi a wa ko fa ni fi America onye okropo no okuapeni on your part of one subject of France, because yes, but Japadia, yes, a scheme in connection with Japadia was then our better way to extend call it locus of control. So, also, I can say.
That's a crouton for the action for the same. The same people.
We are not the same people for us. So sorry. Now, Kwabena is very different from.
No, not Kwabena. Accra100.
Accra100 is not part of Achem.
No, it's not part. But
historically,
Achem for now.
Mamika Sim Jordan. So office I bro. Accra100. Apart from Achem for now,
okay.
You work Kwamufu.
Okay.
Akwamufu be play sign broom. We can't tell you historically if you are
Kwamufu.
Why Akwamufu? What do I say?
Okay.
This is a new Accra100 per se.
Okay, very well. Well, Mira, you fano and na me pay kakra. Enti me pacho. Would the one see na kamera me rasana on finalize na ye hunu the way forward. Na.
Enti se sia no Kwabena ye wo hoi emunyo because of Langard sem. Eye Langard wo behwa asase so. We dey ahensam ti. Enti yesre ya bon rese oyo pehene ofa na ntum na anka okuapema asemi onhwe no nkama yen na asomdwe ye den embra na debia asomdwe beba no obetuma ba abesere okuapema because 2014 otumfo say tutu the second oba okuapema mu na yen odwira but otumi buy ma wo bogwa money okuapehene a sabro no wo so side adedankwa bedi nkomo owie okọ no chikrom eye fefefe nti ebesere ya bonwura ene ahemfo mpanyimfo e wo Ghana se wonfa wo anu to asemu imu na se na woka no akanwa mu no de ohemia na esi hene na so ohemia esi wo hene ya ye nye wuntum se wo ye ohene
eno de enye mebu hokrampa ye nyi ho achi hema na esi hene I mean here iwiase books ana be kire san na no aye no nti no se nye hema na esi ye de nyam na meka o bi en ho beti na
se na de ohemia na ka sa to na no mutu wo kan o se wa kan press
ana me che se ohema ana esi hene nti intimi nchia mamre afi ma memra miwura so na kwa koturku otosunu franka hene Kwapem traditional area sounds a sign broom na ti se miwura prekope ti me pacho papa pasase bi ma me na se sia me nim kura efia mfrim na wo de me mbo me sesen kakra na ba papa we de me mani ma hobi okon awia obeba na oba besra me no sanko ni fi baba ni esi nyina se ohwese ne a ye nana adi akufu echirechire mu sene akwesi agye enso de bi eka ho a na kyerese womu wo onyina so from their point of view why ohini wodi ediwa ben ana ehwe wodi anu ben ana eka sense mu se ne be ya the right person whether your teso ana na ahema aka no ho asemi will be installed na asumdwie at the end asumdwie emra okuapema
okay nie di kan be de mi chia Ghana fu nyina na manfu nyina se mama yen sa mo amatu so kwani akasa na chiroma na me se me ye one correction ye obi ante so okuape mi ampa obi ye
nti ohene ni ho
nti ohene man imposter se bi ta fa je ku fa do no de obi abese gen strong by force anu na yesi ye mpene se bi do ye no onim se otumi nkoye sa wo chebi
okay
na otumi se nkoye bibi sa wa asantemam otumi nkoye bibi sa wo north ba fa ni se akuapefo se bi Jamaica oba be ye
ahobrase no doso
nti no obeye no ba ye pese ye kan sisu se bi ta frache e kopon wonyo sa o na emumu no ye nkwima da no e na wa ya wusu munye no bobi nkopra mu da se mu den ade and they've taken advantage of that and na wa ye no what the se bi ta frache me come me say me banira nkrofo frame me fi America aye ekropon fu yenkrom fu frame me America
okay
boy ya wodne o se wodna be yokwapin
okay
o criminal records me wa America me na me ka kire o me say o mede chim bia oniama wa ye fraud wa perpetuate wa America
and se for na evidence ni ho nti no ono so ni henti o hene
ye o nti me wo records ni wa na kwa what send me na ne e me ya o mu say Sanya men will ye as it to me now from the beginning. A proponfo work America, ye as it to be brave from the beginning. And now when Fado Muyo argument said, be good or bad, you were going to force that boy or not.
Oh, anyway, the fact be on Kamestre because we cannot produce the evidence until you know a frame.
I'm a lawyer
because Okasi be
a lawyer, Ntina, mind you, as a legal practitioner, I also don't have
very well.
What do you say? Into American.
It's right, Papa. When you're in position,
you are your position.
And station position.
Maybe position. Something that I know. Then I make us in real for our friend. How they what trying to what they are trying to with them got documents.
Okay.
And baby, a boy, you are okay. How can you bring such a person to come impose on us as Okuapin? I'm saying it because winning. Article 2, the supreme law of this country is the 1992 Constitution. And Article 275 states clearly akrofo ntumi ni hene
oh enu po de enya article Ghana ma akamamre mu po de akamamre mu po de papa
obi a wo sa
na tie de akamamre mu kura no ntimi
oba krum a se bi ta fa de one mark no wote se odencham
papa such a say
tattoo our friend there
oh tattoo
oba krum a wo record so what ko share na first a wo no na one mark no nipa wo kwa pon for bi e wo nya ni basa se wo ko fu obi sa se wo de ne be hye yankon no him ya no mo ti wa ye sa nya ma nyina wie akiri wo de ne ko ti wo ko mi se wo so de ko sata ko ti wo ko pepa ni ade
no hene ahyase no na ohima tiase ana dru baabi ose da bi ana ohima ntiase fiti ahyase esan se vinim se hima se busua nominate obi a ohima na gitum sana ya besi ade no nti ade na fisa amre santene no
ma akra ma memu a ohine kakra wa
okay
ne yetene se boy no ohime akra anim ne direct se wote yi na meti yi
ohime anim no
o nsia ne da obehia na wo hia wo court
dabi na wo ye den se hene abro ohima na o se hene ni
boy ya your friends ko jokasi opa ma wo producer and friend what telephone so say when was the last time we share the queen of the traditional area a traditional area
wow
ohimia ni nim no ana wo ohimia no kra agbo wudin no wo nya ohine ye ma me kira de kakra wa
me ba je
okra mamun answer no bi be yo 5
minutes
yo okra mamun answer no bi be di ohine no ba yo kra penhene wo processor of them of 19 process 19 process and of them sa process so ohimia kra agbo wudin awie no o go through sa processing enu obi anya bi man ye
okay
nipa bi na akwa form gang na form we in touch of Ekufuado eno no
what is ade no nyane say
na
president na Ekufuado
yes
oh okay monesh okay
yo pepe say me chere bibi kakra ene say Eastern Regional Sub Chiefs Judicial Committee ruling over the buy no na what case one start bibia when bibia foforo
omunye dem foforo
ahinsi no na okuapehemia bo ni din a wode ne ye na no Bobie atiemu wode hyekwasi akufu wode na fa 18 processes mu aka ba kope na wayo okuapehemia
so hold on nti ya shase din komo bebre ba me santi be foforo so the point you making is say and I'm making is say na miwura odishi akufu no kwasi akufu no na ahima owo ho sisi ano I did not for all the 18 process amanaka one
which is so obe
na ya confirm no so he na waso afonam asai achirukuape man no ya he prekope enti ano no si Ansah na yesan befa obufufuro
Ansah na wo I don't see in was one akoko
okay
enti wo court no
and yeso mo san me ye no fufuro
emi ampanyimfo be so nkohia yi enu si wo pode hyekwasi akufu ene wo bo ni din wode ne ma wode ne ma ohembia na ohembia de ne kwa wode ne si ohene ma wo ye processes ni na ka one na wo wie court no wo judicial committee we Eastern Regional Chiefs na wo si won ko start bibia na the chain which is 1st May 2020
okay
ena nipa bi ko share obabi se won asi kwadwo kase ohene wo wie na ohembia so si da bi enye sa na court ne kan to ko Kofodua High Court ma Justice Doris Elku Dabanka
okay
ma ruling say okwara wo fa aso say won asi kwadwo kase na nye sa na judicial committee ni kan
okay
he cited kwadwo kase ni Abrewatian for contempt no finding 5,000 cedis each
okay
but wutai mo wa be ex-convict
okay
a punitive charge say one for one to custodian no one fine no ex-convict wo wie no na court share ni say onye no ho so ohene
okay
ama wo ye letter ni ade call Ekuapem Traditional Council Eastern Regional Sub Chiefs National Sub Chiefs won hwe no wan ye gazette man because contempt won so say onye ne ho so ohene eyi na achi wantie na nipa bi ko shia say ono de ono no obeje na tum say ohene ni ruling na wo ma wo Kofodua High Court no also until say what call appeals court free case ni ba ko and what call Supreme Court no wakwa no 5 judges panel no 5-0 anonymous decision say ruling na Kofodua High Court Justice Doris Dabanka mine no any kwan maning wan kodi ahensem na emum o enforce na ruling na ifi judicial committee by no wanti ase kwajukase wanti wo sanko review of Supreme Court review no na one lawyer obabema final verdict no okọ withdraw no application
okay
NEC nti se si ana wako Supreme Court awia abuatia won obey dem biem untumi ye ohene
enti sana asamnati
sana asamni nyinate
Supreme Court akasa
na ni
5-0 anonymous decision mo call review
say if that is the case say we in case
nti na ye wo ohene ana ye ni oku apehene
me de me ni mu nsemunum but based on deduction as a journalist if indeed assuming without admitting because me hunu krata but if indeed that is the position say Supreme Court akasa
high court ruling in the world
where high court when is Supreme Court
no high court no cited contempt
yes but I'm talking about the biggest court of the land
yes.
So Supreme Court kasa asa there's no case again so if indeed I'm choosing my words carefully that is the position of the Supreme Court then it's quashed
by the past government's by the past government's machinations and funny tricks behind who play.
Okay.
They were bribing me now hide it your hobby and what they your friend there who follow survive from the Bobie 62 sheep in about 6 or so pickups and 62 cartons of grass. So what the broker are paying him here now also muna or approve for advocacy.
President former President Akufo-Addo.
It was actually I was in the
na buama de edaso
I just got so any
na satibe dia tu
and
and the buy say come dey be convince on him
on state on so on no be the brother champion and
wow Matthias Mati
don't watch them
enti papa you give us the final word enti the crack say what is the position
we are now ohimia behind you call a press house
tonight my way
okay on the position is
okay
because there's a change of government and they know the magnanimity with which the current president acts we are appealing to him and then police couples in a what can say one issue was some sanity is restored.
Have you petitioned the president with the Supreme Court verdict?
You were going to do that.
Yes, because if the Supreme Court am a verdictor, you just have to petition the president.
We are going to do that.
And you petition the National House of Chiefs.
Now what Ohimia is saying is as we are speaking now, the talks and the people that I'm gas there. I'm gas I don't know. They are still occupied over Kuma Palace.
Okay.
Until Ohimia says she wants them out because some beautiful fight young I think Ohimia they don't know.
Ohimia the man soon in so. So Ohimia man should be in so.
No man.
Very well.
She wants them out so that she will revisit the process and conclude it.
Ipacho you. Yes, yeah, that's to say, Maba, Monsomo de side of the story. Abba, I may hunu. Obika said, Juma, the Sena Mekano, when you were in Chiasu, in Yasem. Dear Tia for not your mate for Ankasa Ebua. But me Janaka say, if the position is a Supreme Court, Akasa, the Ghana for one judge, Yamna Mekan Bibi. Because we have only one highest court of the land, and that's the Supreme Court at Ubia, the Buma. And to be clear, and simple case. Because President won't know him say, Ghana hana we have Sampa, we have Boko, we have Bolly. We show so better than so passive for us and chat here. And you know, cases go harmonious the same Puma president. Just petition the president, petition the National House of Chiefs, give media copy, and baby ano credano. Menim send anano, mema no creno ada. Ada senya minister. Nana kwao kuturuku out also anymore. Franka hene, a pim traditional area, Sambrum hene, yedana say bro. Na MSS me di ahim for China. Because send me free a crew pompa Sambrum na minim baby Debbie joy nana adi ekufu a consent member me pacho near Otro, you know, the handwriting, you think to me,
town, Quasan,
Papa Hansen was by the town. Say natural town. Hey, producer, who we are becoming right. And I could say, concern you to fuck your pep. It's also me boy, my fat town anchor. Because when quite the doctor for be handwriting everything. So that is it. Yeah, the penny for us say mobile, but Ghana Black Stars. Some catch him say 3-1. Oh, say you have started 4, but you may take over.
My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not
ourselves. Let us therefore examine our position seriously and objectively to see how well we have managed so far and evaluate our points of weakness and the necessary remedies. Let us determine what modifications are needed to adjust our strategy to counter the movements of the enemy and overcome him. This requires some plain speaking. And for the sake of Africa, let us speak plainly. As I see it, our greatest danger stems from disunity and the inability to see that the realization of our hopes and aspirations, the realization of our objective of total African independence, and of our future progress and prosperity is inextricably bound up with the necessity to unify our policy and actions in connection with the continued struggle for independence and the greater task of economic and social reconstruction beyond it. We must therefore face the issue of African unity now, for only unity will make the artificial boundaries and regional demarcations imposed by colonialism obsolete and superfluous. African unity will thus provide an effective remedy for border disputes and internecine troubles. In a united Africa, there could be no frontier claims between Ethiopia and Somalia, or between Zanzibar and Kenya,
and let us
Guinea or Liberia, or between Ghana, Togoland and the Ivory Coast.
Will be the lives
because we would regard ourselves as one great continental family of nations. Some of the leaders, it must be confessed, do not see the struggle of their brother Africans as part of their own struggle. Even if they did, they would not be free to express their solidarity. These rifts are consciously created by the imperialists between the Africans, where they can sit back and watch with sly satisfaction, as well as contempt for those who fail to see how they are being used against Africa's best interests. Regrettably, those states include some who were among the freedom fighters of yesterday and who haven't won their independence, are willing to drop it for some token aid, and thereby deny to those still struggling for freedom even their moral support. Here is a phenomenon against which all African freedom fighters must be on their guard and resist to the utmost.
Bia we are with me Kefri no. I salute. Mwa join ye on ye Facebook page. Ye da mo ase na wie. Asem we da bia meka. Sir utia sika ede ato eye data. Na odi activate you Facebook just to follow the Citizen Show. Ayana enya better. Anti ayana safo no very dear to my heart, and the reason why me acknowledge you omo. So John Geza is here. Thank you, John. Ni Dodu. I join here Remi Aluku. And so I join. And now to Dako. My soldier. Okay, Rasa Kotoko and Happy Bever Danso. Jamilatu Muhammad is here. Says you are loud and clear inside my office. Thank you, Jamilatu. Kwajo Fiagbe also is here. My soldier, another strong man, another strong supporter. Yeda omunyina say my friend who are joining my main fan say various companies are omo any a juma and oti first two companies omo ebe omo adverts and yoma enka ye ni baby Situ, thank you. Hey, my Jeffua, Oceana, Oyana, Waba, Joe Topman. All right, and you Kofi as Sabre says that I'm here. Yeah, I know. I can see you. Erika Mankwa, yeah, that's it. Okay, my main father say my production crew and Kwame Kwache fit one day call minister we are na say nkoma paiteni your social media handler yeah da omunyina say and every ohima amasika says will be I don't land yo ayi what the honto ayi ne bae yo. Okay, so medina say my production crew no my finance so ma LM Belle for Momoti and Count West End FM same time no Benya FM yedoma say Benya FM yedoma say ewo Elmina Kalamala say Pen Dream TV so yo how hey Kalamala oko fa say mabo chale at that time hey yes, ma kwa kan yupu. Na se akwa me kwachi de ne suhufuo ebi ni wiase. Na ye nyina na ye de ko police station. Kwachi
Drew a die a better report to you. I say, yeah, Commander, catch him to me, mama. That was why am I ever? Best name you go say, so slow, say you're quite a bell lock here. Oh, slow, say. Oh, Rani Yakubo. Na case ba ku bia be dream so. Yeah, me dey kwa me kokotra. Kwa me si do America so get you wa. Oh, Rani. Kwa me si do America jere control so get you. Anyway, so Sama, that's me. Ibrahim Musa, that's me. Ghana for na ye name bedin komo bi. Na nkomo no hear me. But before that, Kwame, I think we should do with a Cadman Mills. A quick one. But Mami Musa will say so far a year school placement, to say. But Pacho Fremi said, "Dear Mami, Fremi said, dear Mami, because Omona a year reports. I don't know. Omona more grounds. So school placements. What is happening? I've heard. Is it better than previous or there are challenges?
She say unti de won bebre. Nipa ne bebre no a omo anya placement no. According to Suleiman, omo deputy coordinator no. Omo a direct will be a say onko a friend say not home. Okonzo so a omo set up center. Ye nipa on my bed direct you. Say wo obi ho no mo na evan se bia offer achimota.
Yeah.
Wanya grade bear 10 and wanya grade 6 or 7. But of her science. Science for no so mo fa achimota no so ye bebre. So in that case they will look at the raw score.
Okay.
And you won't say a beer no be far home economics. No, ya be a 17. You have an achimota. But who know when you are 6 and 7 no. Ya far home because of our science in tea. Omo check a raw score no, omo raw score no. Aye better than would it will say the when you are 17 of our home economics and general as an visual as an yafano. When you have direct placement.
I see.
Now when
I see. All right. Okay. Me wa juma bia me yen sisia anti mame nye se juma na embra yeah. Anyway, so ma men koya juma kakra bi en awie many ora Cadman Atanos Onuya Edema, the former president John Evans Atanos Chief Akwaba. Hello. Pacho Timenka. Okay. Chairman Akwaba.
Oh, you remember.
Uncle Cadman, you per se dim komo kakra and say for the past 2 months or so, and koma what Ghana pa galamsey issues. Then what raise some few points. But baby and na kakra baby raise say the NDC government and yes so serious to fight galamsey. Crofon adwene kakra or say ubetumi breakdown why, what are the indicators? Say the NDC government is not serious in fighting galamsey.
Medase, there be some dumb questioning. Now, in fact, Galamsey Salmon is about to abano ma yetum na yakawasa. First, in the last 2 months, and could say na started there. Yerika Galamsey Assam Mampo. Me started America Galamsey Assam Archer. First. Now, unfortunately, me show long articles about it. Me started social media. Galamsey, I started all your problem with Ghana. Archer, my brother time. Na Galamsey wo. Before time na Galamsey wo, but at least at a very low level. My brother time na Galamsey started papa. Akufado time we issue license bebre was a man Crawford one for your exploration. For the longest time Galamsey no your problem. Let's not deny it. Name no crying there wait the time we reach critical level. Maba, minimum age, but my from Mabanam, the menu Africa.
And a crack.
Baby, ye budu a Ghana. In ye time, I ebage na on the Yakade. 1 and a fourth, another 1 and a fourth. In Bafraba Warrow one were Galamsey zones. Many of them were deformed. There's a big problem with developmental retardation on them there. Were heavy metals, the one bodies, Name in America, near Mancots in America. Studies are in Ochradam. Here, water bodies. Why is so totally polluted? There, in Tumkra in bottled water or bottled wa Ghana on them there. You have that in oil wa Ghana. Name that in oil more on them there oil silent killer. Studies are being in what's the Contumbria Wodia were a Galamsey zones, another Mankini, another a cassava, Nina, or your poisoned. Mutuaba ma NDC, no campaign ma NDC. On them there, let me feel there. Government are ordering MPP government and take Galamsey seriously. NDC, no party, or promise say there's an Oba LI 2642 Oropo. They will declare state of emergency. They will make sure that Galamsey will get. Last time I might say, no. What's the LI 2642 or about modifying? That time in saying there will be declared state of emergency. There or they even there say Ejay Galamsey here receipts are Yenya were foreign exchange on golden. Na president in Ansah the nanum pokain or Nina do Galamsey. Baya Azar or the sacrifice. Now, Mr. No. Obviously, you the seriousness of this thing. Yes, you Zagwer. Monkade NDC for no, we are responsible solely or even more than anybody else. But there will be no pre-verification. There will be no hesitation. They will do what they have to do. And they will do it ruthlessly because it's lives involved. It's the future generations which are being affected. And it's not just people in the gold producing area or galamsey producing area. It's all of us. We may not see it. And there is, Sikebia in Yazima, or you're worth a problem.
Uncle Cadman, me pacho, Obama ma kwenya kakra na mebusa bibia.
Onyam pacho.
Niema mienu. Ba ko ye obo ensem bi so about state of emergency. Eya na ose president anu yie no. Na ebia na akoye misinformation. Yesua de wadaroma. Na president say say ebia state of emergency ne be affect other legally licensed companies, mining companies. Na ehɔ no so mfaso agana nya free hɔ no emu so kakra. Meti se na kase ose galamsey ebia na yeso ne antini yi. Yen intine nkom so omohwe ekwaye ombefa so na omo adane state of emergency mu na ankwa affect other legally licensed for no. Now say yede no kase
minye yanu odamde oyaza
Pocho.
In fact, me catch there, me start the work about Gala saying there. As a cramohuni on your there, in fact, the Orpodo here mining sector in there. In Crofupi, when you're not part of it, in paying Funibi. Now, are you very recent? What passes LI 2642 in an Ostate? What port Minerals Commission? No, okay, license. License now, okay. Or your license for exploration. Almost all the in fact, small scale miners, no to do say, license a working time or your exploration license. Now, exploration license or try it to me prospect. You dig a hakaka, and there gold deposits with one. Now, even gold deposits are. More than there, it conducts geological tests. Now, if you're there, deposits not our one, or sufficient quantities to be worth it there by exploiter. Near there, my main gold chain was doing see. Now, other dig baby are there if you gold. Other studies, soil samples, Nazinina. Now, it determined the golden or sufficient quantities are now or economic quantities. Demiria. No, or a prepare plan of development. Now, is submit for evaluation by the licensing company, licensing authority in Ghana. In a prepare plan of development. Or try the gold that may ne sizing. Now, me exploiter, obey in economic quantities. It will be worth it. Now, if we are back at the method I may use, I extract me. If we are academic, I suspect that or affect impact environment in this way and that way. Now, measures may use, now limit another may reduce environmental impact. Another to reduce and so may correct environmental damage on it. Ansah na wa mining license. Ubianye biana. Small scale miners was the exploration contracts, no, it's mining. In yet mining licenses. Now, exploration, mining, mining. Illegal, they be use exploration contract is mining. In Crawford, work at the way legal miners in England. Illegal miners. What exploration license in principle? No man can know. Where singing the dam no rokodo. In Crawford peak it a license on any day. What finance galam say? Make just say. Steve na catch them okay, what may use my mining. Moko mining commission, mine exploration contract. Na my order a friend excavator. Na my order water pumps, na chan farm or whatever they call it in Nyama. Na mzama problem worry. You lost or insist there, and be a mining or the geologist, the scientist, war. Biani we use fake names if you know that. No, behind check. It is that what can they? Even now, work it a license and what Kagalam say from her oil before. The Ghana, he is so lax. He tried that you be use every, you violate every rule. Check in 1 hour of a forest reserve. Where a galam say 1 year water bodies. Obiani mining license. On them there is no mining authority in Ghana. Obutu mama on license the one mining on our water bodies. Because they would have had to do an environmental impact assessment.
Uncle, sir, who are buying na Oshe, yes, said your kind of galamsey a free baby neighbor. But said your wow so side G2 say Yerua Akufuado said was JJ near Memu Basano. So you can appreciate the 8 years damage. Then another government can, unfortunately for us Ghana no abambi aba or the approach neighbor yen said that lay down processes say e bia we approach galamsey. So the current government in 9 months in office say okay yente water guard okay you moving now almost say omatumi CZ about forest bay 9 forest zones na enkrofokum ekotu galamsey. Now they are moving to water areas. Minshebia in Suensua and Ketua Ewa Omo Etum. Looking at all these measures, don't you think the current administration will hear encouragement rather than say you
No, Pacha. Zamri Ewa. Onumumna me feel there. Or your encouragement. First, inye ehun ode ehun de galamsey says ya in Crawford were very powerful. What was that? Question. But try to obey Bibia to stop it. Say, Mahama, President Mahama, or send IGP Nunkro for Uncle Forest to Uncle stop one hour. No, we use one political power. Now we'll stop Mahama from doing it. Mahama only the support of every Ghanaian. Mahama only the voice of every Ghanaian. The Damoko says some Yoroko di Yenti. On the Oku Mahama Nankutsi on two on your Bibiara. Mahama only political support. In fact, Mitrawi was traitor. Say, only the of son of Ghana for no Kebisa on mandate. The Obiaran supporting because he on yet a simple issue. In Crawford P. One economic future or depend on Galamsey. In Crawford P. Why invest? We're friendly then excavators, nadam. Don't worry, wait, Adrian, we're better now. No, we fold one answer. Share all some time. Even presidents need the support of the people. They need the anger of the people to get up and to say, no, we are behind you, Mr. President. Do whatever it takes to save our lives. And it's not criticism. Or yet criticism. Like I don't know. Mr. President, as in region, or your problem. It's again to me and drag him feet. Na yin tun so na ya mancroft in quadro. Na no oya me yo ni there. Oh yes. Abrafubaka symptomatic were him problem for Ghana. For the longest time in Maka the Galamsey problem or a problem or conflict between the collective, we the people in Ghana as a nation, not private interests. Or a conflict, and I'm there, our Galamsey. In yet we yam could say na obado. Iya Galamsey or affect him. Emia me Galamsey. It say what about the Wawukruma or affect him. Emia more coast star region Amia Galamsey. Water pollution would take place for the Galamsey zones in central region. There's a conflict. Conflicting between personal interest, personal profit, and the collective profit, the collective well-being. In Ghana, for the longest time, and it's not just simply Galamsey, there's always the pursuit of the personal interest to the detriment of the collective interest. It could be annual. To move forward. So obia or selfish interest. Now the collective can go hang. It's not possible. I'm so passionate about this because this is what is happening in Ghana.
So Uncle, at this point, and you find out what are we missing in fighting the Galamsey?
What are we missing?
Yes.
First, or they admit that this is a national problem, this is a national emergency. We'll be any time. Obakada one fault, another one or yedam, another one or yedam. What's the word in Jidagun and We have to move, and have to move with determination. And it needs the support of every Ghanaian. Yente, ma ubiaren. That's number one. Number two, Odebisa, how did we get here? How did we get here? O Sudan, na Ghana, ye du babia, ifize, in Kaya politics, only to advance their personal interests. Abanisika was on Sabo. Irie Abanisika. Nkrafu praise nyaoza. Sometimes railway lines in the crowd will go to Tundas and one nan. What's the BBO? I was any other country. So in where Abanis Ghana or in Ngwase, we find antisocial behavior. Punishment and are very, very, very high. Say, Nukuya Obinu Ghana, there was better. The back of the consume. Mr. Kuya Abanisika, Abanu Kabano Zutonza. Now, antisocial behavior, go China. They won't tolerate corruption. They will not tolerate anything that puts the risk of 35 million people at risk. It's nonsense. But how do we get here? Well, here I am paying for. Damzame Yajon Papa. Yacha Troopy. Standard line. Or the young constitution. And you change it. First thing, many bia nyenyim pakor no decide the bibia. There are different sources of responsibility and power. Ye were parliament. No, Oshe, me representative, no, or can be bam. Now you were executive, president. Oh no, now yes, Ansah. The on your policies now, Obama Amana. Now you were judiciary. Yeah, what order here constitutional where there is clear separation of powers, so that not one instance near parliament could say, near president could say, near judiciary could say no decide the BB. We have to change our constitution to ensure separation of powers, so that we can make sure that no one individual. But what do you have in Ghana? Hey, we are president. We all go. Hey, Supreme Court judge now are appointed. You can appoint as many as you want. Parliament, ministers, Kafan Parliament. It's when Accra100.5FM, club. Hey, Mr. Ejuma were a president of a company, gentlemen. No, I say we have an imperial presidency. So you're changing it. I say, most years started Fourth Republic.
Yeah.
On them, you were military leader. Now you're Japed or Dadan.
Yeah.
Hawk civilian government. In the Constitution, 1992 Constitution, I started. All my president power, papa. Don't put your but when you're such a when you try now, what's the here? Power. Why? Oh, we have to really make sure that we have a constitution where there is separation of powers and where there is checks and balances.
But Uncle.
That's number one.
We was at least we have parliament ono oye na adwuma executive ye na adwuma judiciary ni so check wo bi na kakra ikura ye we ikura no se yentimi ncheki e ho na se galamse ntokwa abaye problem amaye ya until when you be separate adane constitution musa enkosi aga because adene attitude more than maybe law
menyo yadwen attitude we way out as so attitude say imam dampawe na catch them mean change my attitude it waste your time attitude is important make sure say me right attitude na me wrong thing about my punishment. Yes. No, I mean, God, I'm saying mom on pot shop. It has to be stopped. Full stop. I mean, there's no debate. And we have to do anything necessary. And I'm there, our lives depend on it. Mahama, if he wants to, can make a public appeal, go back to the people for a mandate. But this one there, there's no play around. Look, I'm selfish. But Ghana, listen, start my problem.
Yeah.
It's just from drinking the water. Now why are you in there? No. I mean, no other country will say that. No amount of money is worth it. No. I mean, we don't even discuss it. It's not discussed, But from then on, then we have to, and it's a slow process. See where we got. And, we really have to, as a nation, think where we are going. And I am there. Say, Eka Asama only the same as Wopatia. Now, what's it? You are criticizing them. It's not necessarily a critique. It's offering a different point of view. Baby Ayidi Wagana is a kade NDC position. Maybe so that one NDC no positioning it then. In a political party, there's always constant, debate and constant exchange of opinion. In fact, Rollins in Rollins in a party in Oko. In fact, Atamils in your home, see Atamils is also bad. Oko, Mahama, he is leaving. He has to leave after 3 years. You see what is happening and what should be happening in the NDC. It's a serious debate as to the direction of NDC in the future. What do we stand for? And nobody has a monopoly on that. And it's not by doing keep fits and by, going on thank you to us. That you define NDC. And as an NDC member, I have every right to say where NDC should be going in the future. And it's not a critique.
It's an opinion.
It's an opinion. And it's an attempt to directly appeal to the public that a Hana in Ghana for or the Yako. It is a Kafa president over deliver on that point. So don't call it critique. Every political party has tendencies.
Agagadman, Kofi Kinata or Frita Kradina or Oyonyum Tuni. Ninyum be our boy say, Kofi Menko, Sobetana Kofi Woho. Baby, Eric Kakon. I don't say, I can't one.
And from until the end is 80 years older.
80?
Maka, am I?
If you're okay.
Maka.
But who's a waka?
Zaka do a gun, I'm a young canoe.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm young creating him instead of the able going in you.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Medasi.
Medasi.
For Manka there, me criticize NDC government. No. Me pay them contribute to the future of NDC.
Great.
But much more importantly, me pay them contribute to the future of Ghana.
We agree.
I mean say that Obia debate seriously. Baby are order as Ghanaians or as a country. Ghana, what potentialities. You can't believe it.
Yeah.
In fact, 2 years ago, Tsunami Baby na from Wasado was set up a think tank be a friend Solidaire Ghana. Now pede me a chairman na yedren the future of Ghana. Oh na a members of the panel were very impressive. University professors and this Raymond Atuguba. So this is really fantastic. Are the young future of Ghana? That it try the new Obiabaka about the future of Ghana. First thing because it's about supporting Makaya president.
So, Anga Cadman, about Bordeaux, no more. No,
it's not about who's going to be president. It's about where we are going as a nation.
But
Uncle Potter, you're president or number one.
You may say Ogwe market. Thank you so much. I can't remember that's me, bro.
That's I'm a big
all right, thank you so much. Live at Accra100.5 Citizen Show. Yeah. This country is on the road. I'm on fire, show. I'm on for. You just I'm on for no. Say, Jawa. From Osu, thank you, Priscilla. Okay, innocent. Maria Adams says MPP gave over 2,005 licenses and allowed them to mine in the forest only for them to turn around and to blame a 9-month-old government. I don't blame them, but blame the government for playing around with the Gala issue. Okay. Innocent says Bobie this afternoon there it'll be like Terminator. Oh Charlie. Nielante, Mr. Mills, if you know very well that President JDM needs the support of all Ghanaians, then why do you accuse him? Your unnecessary utterances have exposed you, okay? So he claims it's not accusation or criticism. Maria Adams says since the lands minister has described the Galamseyers as terrorists, they should be dealt with as such, name and shame all the kingpins doing gala. All licenses should be withdrawn or revoked, and the forest and lands minister should go to the sites of these. Okay, so let's move on. And the Mullah says, so those doing gala, no, why? Ghana for Kamuno Omonte, would Eduji says the Galamsey is a genocide waiting to explode. Sana Kosa says Nana Baumia and Wuntumi destroyed our waters in 8 years. MPP Satan Company. All right, so Francis Osei says Chema Wuntumi alone had more than 400 excavators in the country. David Agbanyaga says greetings from USA. Massachusetts, okay, thank you. Bruce Kwabena Messiah, PhD, says Bobie, the government do not need encouragement, but requires constructive criticisms and solutions. That is what we are looking for. All right, so thank you. Mame Ketwa says MPP Egu. John Nanado says NDC has shown great commitment to the Galamsey fight and they will win. David Agbanyaga says, Bobie, tomorrow is my birthday. Okay, so happy one for you in advance. Prince Ofosuware says, Commander, why don't you want him to flow? Please, no katasu mumu. Men kata bibiasu mumu bibiasu. Yeah, na interview no. Na producer mama signal say, Olman say obeko we binti. Anambwa. Okaso okobe binti that time na so. Would that do Jesus? Women, mamma, the born bit see one. Women is happening. Wisdom says, Bobie, nice graphics. I like the changes you are bringing to the show. All right, thank you. Would that do Jesus? Facts are facts. The truth hurts. He's saying it as it is. You can take it or leave it. Abdullah Ghani Al Hassan. Tiyawuma, please, that man does not, he's not providing any solutions to the fight against Gala. Okay, so Nia Ayemo says, good job, Commander One. And the Mullahs is here, Galamsey fighting with, okay, so Maria Adams and other testers. Okay, thank you so much. Now, let's come back to this placement. You know, maybe just 10 minutes. So let's talk to Amount for Mefa callers just 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Mefa callers just 10 minutes. Okay, no, 6 minutes. So yeah, time on me. So tell me, tell me about a year and BC placement Abano. To say, is it better than the previous, or is it worse than the previous? Your observations, titru mama, akwenya. So 0302208090. We are talking about school placement. Please don't come and talk about BBBR. 0302208090 and net placement and the previous and then no better and now things are getting worse. Hello.
Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
Yes, sir.
Where your original Santa now?
Oh, Pacho Young original.
Commander,
sir. I mean,
aya mumbi mayena yenemu na ye adwuma no ene wa ya de. Commander, placement no de eye me de a me offer ono ne de eye nti onye school. Na the American say education minister ene ye Papa John Dramani Mahama omo ye adwumaden e de ama oman Ghana. Emre bi atwam akwala bi a menim no nya 99 oko school. Commander, 99.
Original 99. I suggest no ankata no. Grades no yesay.
Commander, no.
Se ni nyina wonya FF crampo a okay kabuma edu 99. Ya mo ya de bu an mo amabonsam kra ho.
Commander, me tia do asama dem ya mi try.
Mate omojo so all right, so I mean for another caller. Hello. All right, so I lost my second caller. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Boko Minia. Pacho, position who ye kakra mame. Too bad. Let's move on. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fine afternoon, that is it.
Nyami Adumboko.
I'm afraid as soon as my
Okay, as a man for whom you uncle.
And I will be refreshment in the first the Anocolado.
I see. Edia na man your chair first, dear no.
So first no born ma. Obet me and your to say be 35, 40, 45 or so. I know to me.
I see. All right. Me da say mame ko fa another caller. Hello.
Hello, me brother Bobie ba ku pe.
Hello, mami.
Yes.
Boko.
Good.
Pacha yanko.
Yo, me na me a particular woman. Particular woman.
I hear Pacha yanko.
It's money in our na me so Ghana to on we pese interest. Your mama is na pa ye the nyama bi be ye Ghana for ya kwan wa ye be ji o ma ti mu bi enye ye ta selection no ogusi ye no okwa na misre ko mpa iboma no say Solomon Ansah no on fandu mo because ma hu say ma pa obeye musumu be bua mi e ja enye no e ya mo yesu ye fra na ye fa wo mu no mu pega mu ku akonya be ta bi ba ko ani tro mu say o mo ma ti say no balance for no ye tro mo mu titi bingum na ye hu say tuma no o ma ru ni na bye bye.
All right, bye-bye. I still have like 2 minutes on the issues about school placement. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Pacha, all right. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Pacho, even your friend saying a woman say, yeah, but still, you're young improvement. Said the other which no being the cassette. A friend is saying, still, more your boss, your friends, young bitch, and your friends, still, Mountain, I said the bear next time, will be uncle, young, because we don't call it after
no, but what is the difficulty I will observe?
Oh, maybe we fear when you're school, but
But you say, come again.
Me see, Obi will me see animal. But when you're school, when you're 26.
When you're 26.
But you
But when you're
or for yourself, listening.
But say 20, which means schools now will choose here no, and the 26 meet school criteria.
But still, said yes, you free. I will be happy for them. Into a friend, your munchen on young people. Said
na say schools no or more criteria na.
I met you, but said yeah, a first no, now will be not 30, 6 crown, not 35 crown to me, Remuno. Said the bear friends
and you know, Opa said, and this in Piangum.
Oh, there be not a woman, but there will be a friend when you're 26, no friends. Oh, yeah, not over, yeah,
and I said, the school now or choose you, and you're buying a choose man on one choose you.
On one choose you, dear, but your motion will not young.
Okay, all right, okay, all right, okay, thank you. I think I may pick my last caller. Hello,
Commander.
Yes, sir.
Calling in the PMO, I'm only
Pacha Yanko.
Papa. I'm say a very good year or the actual about now, Commander. It makes learning here. No say, I buy way. Yeah, dear, a BC Ghana Bacosemuda. It's in a waka school placement. Say, yeah, and yes, we are this. And see, and yakura a year. You best papa, me say, challenges being over, make cousin be a premier. Aqualani ya grade 10. Na mestre a wo fo no wo say grade A schools no do na person mo ko ho wo ye ne sa enye ye
ebi ti sɛ akyimɔta kɔne kɔhwɛ amanfo a ebu a Bobie eleni na nsana me wɔ teachers wɔ ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa.
I see.
Obi a pɛsɛ ne ba kɔ grade school grade A schools no woyɛ ne saa yeye akɔla no ekura me hu obi deɛ me ka de okura 10 obi deɛ so kura 9 akyimɔta na mfa no ɛno kyerɛ sɛ school sɛ ɛyɛ grade A rekɔ na ɛyɛ akyimɔta ani sada ne ne keka ho ɛwɔ hɔ bebree ɛso no wodi wani wodi yɛ sɛtroni asema me kan we eba be towo proni ti me sɛ nua no sɛ kadeɛ ne ba na sɛ nya wo yɛ ndisi ni a ka sɛ enye enti no mo wo enim front line enye president Mahama na ni kosua wo ehu bebia enti na wafa amanfo sisi bebi kanabule fo no so wom kanabule fo no dodo na wɔ hɔ abobie ɔmo gye back door sika de show mo botom what you see
I see
no kwa na me ka kyerɛ wo no enti aso we de yɛn bɔ kola na ba so ɔmo yade dodo na yade metima kasa about 80% pass very good well we check say abai papa aba yakopon shira me da.
All right, thank you. And mem pesemefa ofrefobia bio so few messages aba and next Taifa. Okay, so hey Kontonji Kafro say was sending me okay, Kwabena Galam say issue must be dealt without partisan position. Ernest, all right, yes, I agree with you, my brother. I agree with you. Baby, I didn't kick no. ANCMP. Anya cra. Listen to Honorable Cadman. When can I come to the studio for us to have conversations about the fortunate attitude of NDC? I beg you. Fortunate? Okay. All right. We am say a more of a private text message, so I will just leave it here. Mame enkai oman for say Galamsey issues no. Yes, we'll keep on talking about it. Na yenyina yenim say baby aye dru no say amfa ya no antumu bia ochina bi asem bi beba. Aman for send me messages bebre about Uncle Cadman. Say mama no ankasa and man for mama private messages and all that. Let me say this. For now, as I sit here, me Bobie Ansah, I don't have any interest in who succeed John Mahama or NDC. My interest and say and come on no John Mahama suma yema ye could ditire Ghana for any ekromu for no. At least ubetumi ayo. Na wanya a good legacy edia kofie na anu onyam ni bia ka NDC ni bia ka me Bobie Ansah. Right? Me pamcho muntie mi ye. Enti enkomo ni bi wo ho a as I sit here I don't have any interest. Me ni any interest efa who becomes what in NDC. In fact, I can't determine the direction of NDC. It's me besuja ma me hwenkwam. Pamcho mwatma se. Aha, me besuja ma me hwenkwam. Nti nkomoni bi wo wa mi frantu magunti no mi nimpri pragro pamcho. And reasons why na menye interested in no anya se menye interested, but I think for now the John Mahama administration ehia asumdwie ya ndibebu oman no. And yema say for the past 8 years. And yema akoso for the past 8 years. Senka a military regime and take you over from Akufo-Addo no mo a kombe ji wo ho gina papa pa. And when you walk on the street, you hear people talking about it. Say, and menye ene your friend say research bia, but you can feel it. Say Ghana for do noa. So she Ghana ni no catch us wa military regime. And now people don't even care. Okay, chance share. Unim de C79 ya. No abuza se de na C79. Se nipa ni bi kai. 79 Ghana anhye. Nipa ni bi kai. Enti omo mbekọ no mokọ, omo mbetra no matna. We can't encourage that. Ba ye wo kroma ye core grounds. Ekọ ye adwuma ne de ye tin komo, ye tin sem. So you need any alternative to make sure that yebeboa ora John Mahama and the NDC to succeed. Beyond that, I don't have any interest. I don't have any interest. NDC sorry one day normal so saying ye person ya se me hwe na enemy principles. Because apart from me believing in the NDC principles, which is probity and accountability, beyond that, anything a obi interest principles and me principle. Inti ada me da sorry na say NDC say na person ya ade. Me Bobie so me me principles. I just put the two and see if I can marry the two. If I can't marry the two, I walk away quietly. And my kopem baby atna. So, but for now, for these 4 years, mama yemfa ya hoden eni bibia and nobody should take interest in who wants to become a successor for JM. Mama ye caught that tangent pe yenya problem. Yenru okra. And the grassroots must deal with anybody who try to bring up this conversation. And the me talk credit ama grassroots no me chamo credit across the country. Sheni pakunwa franopa ekopuma nyumre mon horo no mon tete no mon fa kasha chini motum china ham chini baby. Because we don't want any confusion right now. Yanko baby, yanto branches, yanto a constituency, yanto a regional, yanto national. Then you are talking NDC Sabita Frache. How many Jimmy for to say a MPP Jimmy for you? Say a bottom top, it's a top bottom approach. Adaya. Why we lose tantan say 87, 38%. Oko by election now that form chikra. She's a party no free a form. What's it there be? My friends in chance in so MPP form kwa na AC Danya omo ebo and chance so ansa no abetu foundation na wato na wato we flow no the ababe drew lentil na chance ne hangesoro e MPP kwa na this agro no and this in tesa. So let us allow the system to flow. Ebi kura no yanto branches ne your friend say coming in yanto nwe no enru national level no bi adenani abie no bi ahu direction no bi aircraft, then we take it from there. That's all. They are carrying their wunya. All right, so me kwaba me ba enkomo bebre ho live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. You be din komo bebre.
Koforidua Market.
Yeah, I remember.
It is fan of that. So, as I said, you know, na that I'm Kwabena upon them into Omofa.
Oh, Pastor say.
Say, also be far red now. Also, you carry over. Sanya must no. We saw be na carry over to me kasa bad. And I consider it part of those speeches now.
And more show.
They say free no more on kasa.
So now Mwaji Bako or Ablekuma. Mwaji Bako or Akwetia. Diakano.
Oh, yeah, and they say Diana Quafai. Edia, and the economy is going to find smooth span.
But say money MPP court issues about seats no at work.
Court issues is a process, and the process in a cost. What do say? Nyankanya say Akwetia de any ba say ya. We still have been in court, perhaps.
So it says more saying our court
and say Fantia North.
Still our court.
Still
money the actually na mumpe.
Say Elko.
Really?
Elko.
And I dey
and also some case no so wa we say in this direct and a court case cost no but then also our court say rule in a court terms of say nyama cost na nko yi
this woman must that's what court and Fantia kwa that's what court two it means friends so fuck Wasidi no might not be pushed again. Okay.
Fine one. So Rebecca say we mo and work with but
then this time around, what is the trick?
Oh, the trick, you know, a way back issue. The issue is that the MPP have always rigged elections.
I see.
MPP rigging. And once you're able to block those rigging, when MPP and the MPP in personal elections, so we will know that we will continue doing that with them. We call noise, then they enjoy it.
Almost strength.
Almost strength. Almost strength your noise. Until when you play that game with them, by the time you realize the number of feature for Nyamanko. Until once we have understood that and working towards it, that is why right from the beginning, if I have issues, we made it clear. Say once a air and they will pick the seats. It doesn't matter how many polling stations. It doesn't matter what result was in the first one, but we'll pick the seats. Yes, and you see, they did everything, including the Electoral Commission, but for me, I always say, I've mentioned it several times. Say, Ablekuma is something that has broken the trust of Electoral Commission, credibility.
Ablekuma but right now, more winning and say. Easy credibility. Almost some people for us they are talking about the easy credibility.
Because Ablekuma, we argue, in fact, documented after the day in the out share moi. It's almost a one collation be. They argue and argue. I'm what they call parliament. Bossman call parliament say on one collation call 3 police stations. My can say boy. I intro. When we push them to the wall, it's almost due to me say sana they be amoni circulations no amaye. We went back to the center to win the elections. Now, anybody who stood on that ground say my quality result, then later admits them in quality Commander, are you sure said in the next elections? So see what quality result to be from Ashanti, will you believe?
No.
So be so our manager election when it trust or so. Can you go into that election peaceful?
So let me ask you this question, though it is not part of your discussion, but in the baby NDC back calling for overhauling of the EC Electoral Commission.
Oh, every elections, every electoral cycle, there always be reforms. The reforms.
We're talking of human resource.
There be reforms but who can manage the reforms?
Okay.
Very important.
Okay.
So say car honor every journey be obey no a service. Service in the way to can be. So the reform will come. In fact, they tried to do certain things in 2024 elections. We blocked it because timing was wrong timing. Because OBS had affecting that. That is changing the time of elections. At the time now, almost just about 11 months to elections. And see, reforms they be human reforms, policies na CIs na ebe ho adwuma abo man Ghana na elections na yeko. Because I don't think say we'll see somebody who can say my quality result, I want quality result. But he continue arguing say a police ni NDC and man me and declare result for Blekumanov. Finally come to agree say that be me and try to make sure but with we could do the young to me no ma then elections. And that was been our stand. It has been our stand right from beginning on the issues, you know. Again, over Akwetia so electoral commission no na post that stage way. Because collect results at the constituency. That is a result of the bank now. I'm a police depot. Who the free one region and another region to come and collect results. We mentioned say IGP that time, the IGP no and yet IGP gave them that space that time. Circulation no. Like I said, you're right. Now of course I have back to the field no. Baby every issues the like I say used to Tobo yes sir. The friend said, you check this area no. Now 11 polling station and now see them are winning of the elections again.
I see.
The same 11 polling station. Commander, 21 electoral area in Akwetia. There were 119 polling station. Now 9 polling stations people. It MPP 5,000 votes.
9 polling stations.
11 polling stations about 5,000 votes.
And you think it's not possible?
That means it's not. In fact, of all the things on about 5,000 no. Over presidential only 82 votes pen a difference. Of all the things on amount for 2 amount be no. Over presidential the same area no 22 votes pen a woman. Over parliamentary no because the candidate then was coming from the same community from that community no. Only about 4,000 vote difference. In the ground in echo. Into a MPP campaign, no more cause and a Munshell. They didn't say anything. It's like I said, been 2 million.
But would you say Mubetinga strengthen Mutim going forward with the absence of the late Dr. Manebwama?
Oh, God willing, NDC will do it. NDC will do it.
Because I want for GD say the late Dr. Manebwama was holding the magic.
It's all about trust. Election management is about trust. Election management is about trust. Once the trust is there, you are good to go. And we'll get there. Then this will do it. So, in fact, we are not saying when you are here, but at least we're able to hold in Akwetia. In fact, when you say our history so as a party in elections management, say you call elections for the first time in the history of Ghana. Say young Twaba but a MP.
Mamemba uni akwaba honorable divine and chroma aja akwaba
minia
boko de
na me adun bia boko na watintim we ni mu ye
se no ye se ni bre soja na me pese obi abere se mani asoja na ni bre ndi aba ene listo we se wuhia no a ne de no se tie ni odi akata na ni no de dam kra bonten so se ne ya na odi bibia akata so because ni bre ni brim so yani brim so pa na from to say chrome to say
oh mami share for and I for na member one production team abaso na minchia menu asomadi e chrome de unam chrome bibia eboko na and then me ba no se me de me phone chira osisi a unse me post flyer no there's one lady bia o tie ye near sure owo teshi honum around is it Zango Beach is a Sango way.
I see.
Now, all Bano Kajem say President John Dramani Mahama o delay around mano. Like ultimate say form hono. Unse every day be a yatin sembio. Now, wait a minute say encounter semono. No, I'm interested. Share. I'm interested. What do you say? Mama mo dim komo afa niam mo tini okrom. Well, I don't know, maybe because we have national executive member here. Oh, say, you better train out to form. Dear, everybody say, "Oko for more expectations near high," and I always say, if oral fails, a democracy of this country, a failure. Now it's a GD amount for a benya ewo abatu mu ne faso a ye show mu na asa. Who's a me ban? The time this as we ban here because not nipaniti. We don't know about military. And na o chire musenia. Emebunu no te 1979, 81 na almost no be say. Ade say nipani nyina ngulu. We are getting to the point that if the last hope na the last resort na wo ora mu because what is them ni bia yam hyew no a na ka say ora feli ni ehun se no esi ade agigon hwe me no kasa esi say one expose na efa national lotteries ho and they are me mau the actor ye dey establish the National Lotteries Act na Act 722 no there's a portion which is the train no okay or see there shall be conducted
but enka my background to the expose then
me kind we are okay we kind we are obehu me person me kind act the establish lotteries national lotteries ni wie ye no baby amedeko
let's go
or patch they say sika bi sa national lottery dey set ya nyina no there's a portion na say ye dey ma ehiafo ne emobrowo omo no mo ye focus na mra no dey hyehyɛ no sa na tifi to come nkruma pen so say sika ni bi apart from say we are playing to also help you know say bi so ba amount for no
yeah
no see there shall be conducted as part of the operations of the National Lotto a lottery with the objects of providing care and protection for the physically and mentally afflicted, the needy, and the aged, and orphans and destitute children. Now, just say, you see, cannot put in be one more. South on there say, yeah, they kobo machido. Ayamra. Na samra na ma kwan no na samia uku ehye ho no no samra na ma no call to me approve so ma approve seska we kwa am me be chiro scan say no this best here the no NLA good courses disbursement so the NLA good courses disbursement mo scan be echo one institution Africa Prosperity Network AW chira kodia when my amount no man 250,000 Ghana cedis as part of sponsorship only sponsorship the man no sponsorship for Kwewu Business Summit 2023 and a sponsorship for African Prosperity Events and Dialogue 2024 oko anymore the same NLA no good courses a year there CFM here for no or this best say 570,000 Titiscano 5.7 billion and the Office of Attorney General any Ministry of Justice and there are also the conferences any seminars and no a good courses in be also this be say 350,000 and the Mamami Frima Office of the Chief of Staff on fire there also Independence Day celebration on fire senia or the best
mabro Afrima
mabro Afrima ho chirem into Independence Day of come match wo ho Osansu Masamoja MB National Good Courses
Ohiani Asamoja
Ohiani Imobro Destitute Asamoja Enu ne o see the memoir Tio, the memoir project of former Black Stars, Asamoah Gyan. Ono so ohiani Asamoah Gyan. Ono so ne share no. Another ohiani ba ko benefit here. D Black. CEO of Black Avenue Music. Ono so man 80,000. Asamoah Gyan do nya 50,000. Ena D Black nya 80,000. So ono so no sponsorship for Tropical Fiesta event. Ohiani ba ko so enu de wa unia. Kokoido. Ha!
Ejankama bro
Kokoido also. Also atamus jaro no. Wanya de hwe. Mama command de sa. It also ye hwe mu ayese Ejankama bro Kokoido. Also ba 50,000. Ono so ye say 10 years atamus we no fan paper nanim. And ono so ye man 50,000. Ana dan kwa institute so. GB. Mo bro wa Richard Ahiagba.
Sure.
Ono so yese no chire no ono so ye ma no 40,000. Say and also sponsorship for Dankwa Institute Advocacy Chat Room Program. There's some here Zoom conference, Zoom meeting, no.
Onfato data.
Also Fato data. And you see, sa assembly any at home. Act na establish yourself ama mobro for no. Inclofo ya Bobie sociality me bobo sini go fa me bo wudi ya ka che me mu wan no say or destitute why no so and some mental problem.
But the point is Samuel Ku go scot free
adan
say na buy na ba
we Madi oil cost oil.
Hey, sorry, hey, I refrain what me so refi. Mama kadi yanka.
Hey, can you?
The unim o kan you na me ka so o ka and this national executive view. Sabi o grand people na okay.
Anu na me,
sorry, me refi me ho.
Oh, na me yanka NLA previous government.
Madri ni wala.
Oh no, Kasayi.
Me yare depression.
Commander.
Sir, oh yeah, me ready female. Me ready female.
Oh, that be check. Iti, Usha. When we are just one part two,
I withdraw and I retract.
When we are just one part two of how our NLA lottery are establishing the motor charts.
Yeah. Me see ene adia Samuel kwaye NL no ho bia we ne ma
say na make catch us say we no hear the audits we no say we no dey tia so nza me betra say na me bobo so sa no na say e backing wo ho e dey abosiri ka we no hear certified results dey ama wa isuo nka obi antumi challenge oba bia figure fact and figures audits and ho na usu wo kokuru esika na Attorney General seminars ben oye on nko here 570,000 570,000 so the year seminars conferences in the Attorney General's department omo ya NGO as the so omo here support as corporate social responsibility from NLA and now me know ka say Bobie ye were lesser known sports they are underfunded like almost need support system back to say almost church agencies grab for support me and me work Ghana Table Tennis Association when I can tell you how we struggle fast and mad the same way oko badminton yamu bi long tennis nyabi judo shena sangofo nyina troba mo amunya na wo so sika o da akakoma Richard Ahiagba so on fan koye Zoom meeting. We see when
Sir Kroma obia them due to misappropriation da.
Yes.
Newa.
Say misappropriation. Why misappropriating funds are a year for the needy, the destitute, and mentally very saying omo mental problem no. Omo ni SSS ka we yen fan ko bo omo no. We twi sika no e de afi honum. E na o say o de kwakoboa D Black or the Kokobwa unia Kokoido na onyeni
dia na gabi ochidaku oni 200
gabi ochidaku echire no ma chese o se o onyeni ama na dwin bomu danka bomu ntino se de danka bomu dia see a man 250,000 the cost of
then you
program.
have this Samioku boy no abegyina kurum nkrofo won kire wo mo sometimes yeah na wa hwie no an so akoma mu na obie wa no a because we have kwasiafo we nyina ni party no asia be bie na no o ka kire se nkrofo won kire wo mo meanwhile wanya opportunity ankore be boa mo borofo hwe ye oye no
all fans we unim say persons with disabilities omu wo mu say omu kra so cry for fans a omu nya bi. And I hope say same way I yet in day yenti build that ever abakose mu ha
Ghana
Dabi tio see say ye ba be wie ya ye di nkomo ye na aban fro be kwa aban fro be ba after mahama yi na so this report we be pie Ghana ha ye bet say ye say emobro wa fosika na bia emobro wa fosika wan kra me boniti na dia ama Callistos ala se mo bro sika de se de ama very say Julius Debra Bobie mi kaya no mabatwe se sa asem we bi si e wo mamu ha sei se yesi atam sika sa da koma sa afo no na yesi Dr. Anyini wo hoi onu ye mo bro we ni de sika akakoma no we nkoma we nkoma I'm telling you ye pese beti biu ebi afan fufo bi wo
no, but the only way I antibio is when people are punished today.
Yes,
when people are not punished today, then it will embolden others to do it because in any case, any politician nipa baako. Inti say si ahwemo a yesu ye dibi kwa MPP moba na mosomo akra asem no a.
Because yeah, Osha Samia Uku ni posture any senior onenam kromo a obo ne ho safohini na opeje na peti na. It's because of Sanyama we more no just why any senior no one misappropriate fans all over the place in Intino. He thinks himself like a champion atta. And Obia can say Mobia Bona Chamso. Wouldn't say ora buy some of us are here information ya war and ya me course I want the time when you na de bia buy a can was seven. Yeah, body di. I don't know who can so a party member no.
Me say me mano na form ye.
And the miss one form a party member.
Ah, and you also kesai.
Me so much kesai. Because otherwise see I mean, say some of the people who no more. It's so obvious. Yeah, mbomu dinda. Yeah, come asem da. Obia mbomu. Yes, I don't mean then. Omo ye den enye yitika we odi ne dia. Ska we misappropriate ya. Odi koma Attorney General or koma Gabio Chredako or the koma D Black Ekochiche. And this is just a portion of it too. We here in Accra. If I mention some of the artists omunya eskanibia, mashada na me here no film.
Can you imagine?
I'll share that chair, yeah. And then let's see, I say, Pama Mobro for. And Kofona, this kind of momo be anywhere Mobro any. A womb. Or be anyone more, or say, Najim boom. Or mentally afflicted in Tino. As I say, a man as I support no. Indeed, Bobie, me no Casana, me no, but I can say, Chrome dear. And that's all honum. When you talk to a lot of people, like what I am, feeling a minor Chrome Central for, like, when you renewed hope be say. Like something can change for the better. Like
but things are
because
changing.
Of
maybe except the oral matter.
The oral part, no. I don't know a hand for say no. Like you see a action be, you see a action be. Oh, I say be because so a honey thing. And now what to crum otherwise the never in the dark when I met me a catch or say and go for GD or by the say or bet me execute. Me say I look at say a commission me say me nation white Toby. Okay. For my political party rounds within Yamanyama, maybe shall but me start here, me here exploratory exercise. I mean, go for din common. What was a human by a ding? Why? Me to say first, no.
Why?
As a national organizer.
Okay.
Because Grofoni be I my say. Say me kasa no. Say niyama fufuro bi because someone you dey wa ban we mu too much feeling na high. Inti mini omo kasakra to come back. I to say who say after 2016 2017 no your party ni nya challenges bebre.
Yeah.
Ye to me anya active but now your person yen kan si kromo no. Nkofo no bebre no na mo di nkomo I say omo hwe ma di mu side honum. Hwe say no ade na be fa wo ebe say ebe yie say ya ade a ene obi ampre no ho nko ba bia ene be ma adwuma yedin but ede ya metiesim adwuma no so de be akoye wo fom honum ne nkofo so akọ kasa ne ahwe ko ebe fa so a yɛbɛma nneɛma yɛyi but me deɛ nya ɛmfa ho ne aban ɛwɔ so political party ɛwɔ so nipa no ɔyɛ adeɛ no yɛyi a wobɛma ne fans.
Good, I'll come back to you but Honorable Madi, so said the enemy and can feed the Ben Amunya as national executives grounds there near Koso because movie feedback by Amunya towards more government that this is the feedback.
Commander, facts say one of our major campaign message. In fact, Ghanaians voted based more of the votes based on that, and all of us as a party in him say if it fails, and democracy and didn't say you can go out to talk about anything for Ghanaians to believe in you. So yes, it's quiet this time around. Among for person who say among for a court in Yama. But one thing that is clear, I can say because of the break now, you were legal vacation no. Enti among for timako friends say tramadol demonstration. Ometimako dikai akokan same way. So you find the people. In fact, if you hear them, they say almost say yabo krono yabo. But umbeche a monrule a friend say red carpet in my yanante sombra. Umbeche. That's what they are telling us. Because if you hear yes, if you heard Salama or see a man banajo, it means from Namumbra, which means Oma Bokrono. Oma did 2 pounds a bokrono. But send a chiomona ego monima sintieva, young red carpet, no more nam some fambra, suit, that is what they are asking for. But say, and she they agree, say, and the omonim. And like what is happening today, offer report now from the lotteries in there. It tells you why you see many people fronting the Tramodo way campaign or more demonstration draw. I know we'll get to this point. I know we'll get to this point of the lotteries. But it's the guidance principle they say David Divine Canon. It shouldn't repeat and it will not repeat. But say a beja will be said because somebody knows him there, commander. Trust me, it will not happen. And the men doubt to say, oh we Bibia because Divine Canon say NDC and boss me Okudinda. Yes, I know. But what was it here? Say Naba. Oh, Abba. In fact, they buy so no serious. People will come once them, and we deal with those issues. Once they are out for us, say we INC, nobody is going to go scot free. In fact, that is why one of the issues are gonna for me who come from out here. This
so they tell you guys.
Well, I'm not for said that be way someone you find messages on your be. So how issue with you. In fact, people don't even believe it. Say Kwabo say you were this legal vacation. No, I'm for say bia ya dey no be bia so. But we also know say no a major thing na Ghanaians will ask of. But all other things I can once people knows that we are performing on that one. But the kind of resources, kind of sika amount for in someone we told Ghanaians say amount for we sika now we deal with them no. In fact, then people even challenge us. Say anytime you come to government, you will be MPP because I know you can't care but you. But this time around, we trust me, aura will be dealt. People will be dealt with, and don't take it for granted. And say, oh, be we're untouchable. There be anybody who will follow him say, oh, me minipa, oh, bebre, or give me a
really?
I'm telling you, you see, work 2028 elections, I start you, and it is the party that will go for elections in 2028. When the party is going to the elections, you need to tell a story. Sorry, Ben Obeka. Now, all runs I want to be already then Obeka. Say me to me away, cathedral me say. Lotteries issue by no me dealing in see. One to me, yes, then nobody will trust you again.
Madi, mincha unim detia assembly I canano. Unim say last week Wednesday was exactly 3 months Kenofureta eye surgery ni wie the letter no try no so say after 3 months no obenu available unim say then that way yen kan Kenofureta sem odi enfa no say legal vacation kra ho ha
diva woni member
obi kan kashin na yo Kenofureta surgery hwe ya na ya na se de sakawa boys yi ni boys yi ya transfers ni yi na de ya exchange bi anim ene eja Kenofureta yen kan asem.
I agree with you, but you see, that's why I've never believed say critical issues go through OSP.
Critical issues.
He won't say wait issue of Kenofureta. Nanka, it's going through Attorney General. That's the story will not be the same.
Why?
I'm telling you, not be the same. It will not have been the same. Say Attorney General if final yes have prosecution chase away no, it will not be the same. I mean, right from the beginning, me as OSP issue started on Kenofureta issue. I mentioned say these things will have these challenges. So me anytime your issue be and I pray it shouldn't go into the hands of the OSP, so that it can be dealt with the way it must be dealt with. Let's have an issue that Attorney General be dealing with the issue with Kenofureta, whether he can be there to tell these stories. What you say? Whether he can be there to tell these stories. He can be there to tell these stories. But right games, for me, I see OSP issues most at times. For me, an issue I ever give for stories. But issues are about Attorney General. Say national health, national service issues we divine. I'm for them.
Metiasio, Bama de Bibisao. O kan OSP na OSP no is an arm of government to so yen ejuma. See ya waji case or the na mo nchenche ya go over the bar ya yet hey. Ghanaians are interested because personality na ye can one send Kenofureta no. Onye brodia amuga ze brodia ehojwo said onye ordinary person case ni so ordinary issue. A big issue. It no say anything say enja a honey man near for that one.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Say at issues that say Attorney General be pick from the same person now, angle no be different. Angle no be different. In fact, anytime so say once you are going to go into that OSP issues, okay, also on any issues are different. No. So for me, let's see after the vacation. Then Ghanaians will see say promise na about Ghana for say we'll fight these corruption issues. So oral issues we'll deal with it. But what many Ghanaians will ask say if I can say Obi what we got a scar say maybe TB. So we are no there no. But that's what Ghanaians are now looking at it. But I believe that once we have taken this, as I said, we never fighting all the cases now you're raising from cathedral issues. We know that Ghanaians will hold us on that one. I will not come and tell a story, a different story. Say, oh, you're quite in a case we not be anymore. I trust my friends, Attorney General, because the promise or the man say I will not rush to court so that I will fail on issues. I will not. So issues are raising in we know by next year. The campaign, the system, it will be say 1 year because that's what MPP will start doing next year.
Yeah,
that's what they will start doing. That's why they now want to have their candidate early enough so that they will start telling you say 1 year. Then now people that you are chasing them, they will now looking for taking positions or party. When they start looking at position or party, no question say party until now we see, and that is why. Politically, our government shouldn't fail us from next month. October, you start saying vacation.
Because we want to be a national chairman.
Well, before I want to give, I'm from next 2026. By that time, the main can say we mean say ruling but by that time they miss over the job. Over the job. Commander, me say I want for them. And that's what is our message. In fact, 2028 message in there. A bet matches a radio where I told them that's
because one is for
me, that is why we have been in government before 2016. You say we say, oh, Ghanaians say, who adwuma ye born sama ye. But we went and lost the election by 800,000 votes.
Yes.
So see, it is what Ghanaians want. And I say, mom.
It's not about what you want.
So roads, you don't say roads. I'm say be schools, I'm say be. But say obi for osika, what did you or chroma or jino no? And no, Commander, that is what is going to happen from October. And I'm telling you to work. It will work and work well.
You be a national executive, you mudi won komo.
No, yeah, dear, you say, the MI vote, ora. Now, once it not give you votes, you need to work for it.
Because your general secretary received complaints during the Ghana bar, NDC lawyers legal whatever or resist our concerns. And yet collective concerns from the national executives, and I say Fifi Kwete just said something.
You see, concern say we are friends. We are friends in the other side, but party government is bigger than the friendship. So say we still share will be over, and I say we be who say Commander, once I wouldn't define issue which my kuno. Now you do that one. Remember people who have died on the streets. Oh yeah, because that's
no, but national executives would discuss that issue.
I'm saying that those are the things that we know. Say yantimia yeni that to fight that the issue.
So which means you know some of NDC before almost negotiating on behalf of
be negotiating.
No, but Fifi Kwete said that with time, the national executives will start mentioning names.
You know when it happens and somebody is since a while, nobody will shade you on this one. That one.
But Fifi says it's an ongoing action.
You know, it's a process that you can say among for say things people are not speaking in their institution. People are feeling on that one say obia to be on cut this institution story. And I'm saying to say things are ongoing. In fact, recently we now obia ni say na Quebec Maslock issue until recently a friend say Maslock CEO Rebecca untimi issues any for issues. Things are now coming. NLA issue say by it could not tell you say the person who is now there now got to a grip of the issues, so these things can come out now. So it is a gradual. Yes, the expectation is higher. Expectation we agree say higher based on even amount for pay or amount for what you have to deliver. The expectation is higher. But we are managing that expectation, but we are promising say yeah failing people on based on expectation amount for also. That one the expectation the great that is why even our opponent etimi use 8 years compare 9 months na 8 months na no. So say performance no we supposed to do more than what we are doing. Commander, because we need say expectation are higher. But you also have to manage it and get it right.
Sure.
When you pray now, they say because you information, you say no prayer, you fail, you get it wrong. Especially a country where obit music constitution can say you everywhere, but still the person go to every ECOWAS and because you say ECOWAS, church must say a dear kind of constitution no, yes and no. A country where lawyers always will find a loopholes in your case. Anytime, that's a problem in this country. Anytime we will be our. In fact, I did hear about any. We went to watch trouble. I say, I bet trouble. 4 more guys say, "We no clap on no." I couldn't say. I tell you, now no chief in the country is because of the India. I want to room. I want my friends say GMPC. In the other minute, say if I now, we not talk court chief. I love you, Jesus.
I retract it.
Because the enemy who says, but you see, I think that I agree with anybody who call it for say we should do something radical in fighting corruption because it's the only way able to me I'm a democracy now. In fact, people calling before this time what brought in revolution is because of 50,000 bill 50,000 5,000 so that's getting way and amount for people were hung on the firing squad to be shot down. They let the blood flow. In my say, so our neighboring countries, militaries are taking over because of those promises we are not able to fulfill. Aura is a key issue. We believe and we work on it. After Aura, we work on it.
My memory back to Divine, but Divine, as much as you say, Aura NDC are buying a bayer who Jumano. Now the opposition has started with street games, where now they are telling people say, "Me this can cry so me." In the affair they say and they talked about a freedom of speech. It's after the omuni de kasa because Kufuado never arrested anybody. Ewo ekroma say, but the air course for the last 9 months Edding. Nenka me we beka ona honorable Madi. So even with some of us here, monye birthday party kakra. Na mumfa flowers kakra. Na some se bi kra mo benya a limousine bia. Na so de be family me kromfo free fie kwa. Enye bad. Would me do police station wa maybe omonsisa police station nke bia Kempiski. Na ya jibe bia ma ona wada. Come on. Esani ebu oman. Na omo time no mo chinipa sa ya mo de no ko omanfo na nko Novotel and de no ko Kempinski Chicken Republic. Na one year do omo tena omo ntiase se omo no adai why? So this is the reality. When you said these actions from the opposition can push the NDC to recoil.
What say politics no strategies wo and obia so play game be. On say the kind no sa demonstrations and agitations ya omo yewe nyina no. It's part of their game. Say when tintim no anya kokodra. You might think say omo case and omo Kenya assembly. And the reason why are necessary for them as a political party to embark on these demonstrations and agitations is say person whip up excitement, the interest no base ho.
Yeah, to ginger the base.
To ginger the base because they see no only say almost parking and sparking. Almost call and call it. The little opportunity benya no. Almost per se, almost find bibi na microphone say party no. But so share Endra, or the ocean go for interview or more. So muye demonstration no. Ordinarily, on a normal day, you won't consider them say omuye party people. And even if they are proper, like omuye party stalwarts are. That's one the caliber of people you want to use to organize demonstrations. She so be demonstration by or see no or no more bisa so mo come so mo mbra omo kwan o me do no more e dey ada show mo nsa so mo ndi e kire omo nim di ntia. Another guy so by a or say trama boy ide trama do boy ide do nti no or ba be di e kire because you see ombra andra and this MPP4 youth yes so called I always they say I'm used to so called MPP youth demonstration because it is not MPP youth. A youth for Bawumia demonstration and a komokoye no.
I see.
A Bawumia youth for no and no more mano. Up the upper conduct research see you observe say other camps for no. Belong to Ken, Brian, any Educhum need a no. None of them care about demonstration. Me and then I'm angel. Paul Grave. The topic in 205 different topics. Grab a planasha insensible from
pension.
No, we see the time cry. It's a papa or no. It's when we see the time, and I'm more of no because the cracks now so wide, name wide tight, and also no. Only said demonstration they didn't involve any ex and now Obia or yeah, like considered anti-Bawumia camp.
How?
Odiopa, Obia ni one more. only Baumia or supporting Baumia, you're inviting now you're involving. No.
Really?
Oh, Bobie, someone himself in 2 random match this year.
So you want to mean that Nana B, FM Miracles, Salam.
Oh, they are all Baumia boys.
They are all
Baumia boys. It's almost because demonstration and some and meeting no muko and Baumia office the fear no more first meeting about yenti obia yen ehunehuna yensure no e ho no muko first meeting no it's Dr. Mahmoud Baumia so the sponsor ono a chief sponsor.
Oh, I see.
Because I'm feeling say ono be the biggest beneficiary of such things because dole no only nipa on better na chi say ombra talk us. Hwe Bobie me come anim asasem we on demonstrations ni niama bebre a omo ye no me say me ye pipini ana me ye consultant na me to omo fa enka me catch am say some of the things won mo a omo hold it on na omo fix it omo internal issues no bebre o no mo no mo address core issues or party ni mo. Because some of the things are advocating in some of you can clearly tell say these are not group of honest people you want to have as leaders of this country. See, they are disingenuous, dishonest, and like corrupt as individuals. And now come boom. Because some of the arguments they have no shame. Say the most difficult person to ever deal with, and I said the most wicked person to ever deal with is somebody or your bonia only no who and I say only shame. Say what do bonia we na only no who no asan so ba sani pano dangerous chain will be and sana MPP for we mama kwakoye. Odi ebisa ho say team be no mo de to demonstration no mo koye ne so.
Yensuru ehunehuna.
Adentia yesi President John Dramani Mahama person on cancro for Kasabwa and fan show mu yem on pese omo be kasa freedom of speech you know or on pese be adwuma. Bobie, since when now mo coming to that realization say obi pese on track to obi fa ho die so then pa na sia enu hunti obodo omo bi da yesi since 1992 President John Dramani Mahama Baweyaba oye bibie kakai ehunu na nkrofo. Bobie unim say Bawe ba na me check him record na me hu say unim say all the demonstrations are omaye against government bia emu bia ni wono mo aban ayusu attorney general through even the police service to try to injunct demonstration bia. None. There was one police service acquire attorney general acquire no corridor. Yes. This should tell you the kind of mindset abayano ekita say opese o allow. Unim say ye see a demonstration. Your competition the office of the president. You catch say
for the time.
You for the time. You catch say honomu ye security zone. They didn't allow us to get close to even TV3. TV3 oh yeah a veterans association for office on no immigration chi on e ho na last stop di esi no ko bia be share anje petition ya kaso bia gage ya kasa freedom of speech oh udim say ndra demonstration o me nyina so mutimi ko office of the president obi aba no ye ba ni aba beje obo petition ye beje omo nkrata omo wasem nso kra omo obi a omo ka
wa muduru a wonima asem nwa omuduru a no maka kire omo so omo nsuo no.
Imagine
eka biane no omo ansere omo so omo ntimi bra
we mu nyina ye wa ha na sansem we nyum na akokoko so a mo still la mo be ka kire yen say obi person ka Kasabwa show ye unim say ye interview the national officers for nyina about in some specific commenter some of their members no eno hunti no ye chichi omutu mu say do they stand by those commentaries omu nyina none of them etumi nyina ni say oside with abronye ana say even say Baumia AD.
Oh really?
None. Omu nyina say Onim said there was one gentleman who boy bisa and say iti asam na abronye no ekaye no oni ni adwea na osi da bi osi can you mention in some of cause I can't repeat. They agree say esam ni bi wonu mu a enye sem papa ti o onim say of freedom of speech bi ametumi aka cho say Bobie wa ukupata career wo she nde idie enye me fe wani mu kura enye me fe eno no de waka wadwen no wa kire yamom but to me incriminating wa anum se CA but to say Bobie upon show ya me man ndu fie eno no sa freedom of speech dey to me guarantee after the show to me kasa be say nsem hunu bia keke no afa hu adi to the sense say obi say obechi President John Dramani Mahama no ache ne yere owi a odiomu ofun be hye Ghana must go mu na such a person commenting we are what you mean ti na okwa ehun demonstration say SSS hani pa akro janu no nante demonstration omu here it was a useless demonstration sabi previous how wonya sapa unwe si energy enkodi sa demonstration we yachi because how Bobie me won afofo me won principles me no ti Bobie so me ti wasem wo ba bia Bonia at worst I can do to you is my silence. So mean to me defend no I mean counsel. But sabi ko din sem hunu so a me na ko je sem a etimi bo maya me di wachi sorry to say Bobie madam for me no na namunti no sabi asem akwakwaa no bo maya na ma sorry asem di na chi e na cha na makopa sem onyansa me fa chi mum na kopa chew me mbegina ani mutintiri nye say sabi o Bobie asem no kan no jimi krapa so nyasasem da bi
but what you say in all sincerity no dey yes ade no and say okay so let's see if the benya re-election and answer chale you have your nsem bi no mo ba da chi ya base no asori ayi dede I mean
ni nyina aka ho do kan nyina unyi ba ko film one base two omo ankasa mo di protect omo ankasa mo ho na agenda na omo pese omo pese omo shaky grounds no but ni nyina no emfa isi a oni Ghana for ne kasa omo atwe na ba beda ho no to be play game way it told him say many of the questions are back to the fore na here discuss this year no and the politicians they raise you and your ordinary Ghanaians and they raising some no see I know I me kodi gobe e wa slam down na mete ho di unim say omo demonstration no there was one lady young girl o chuchibo mo no gobe no ono hurubo ni mo no bi de bae no see so say before office be her side no no bi de bae no see na mahama kra no o ha dwen na okoy bibi kakra bia me see senia lady no chuchibo mu o no tete man no wo no mu no e shock me say lady no kra bo wudin o si Bobie ono nya obi ba akra no o si Bobie no onye obi ba den no ye a eche ya bro nya dia ono etumi chi ni koto mu a ono no obi akọ demonstration ono po no ka che me say ayi abranti o ayi XYZ ohineba ya ko chi ni tu mu obi anka na sam utie bombo ideas a o se e be chi ni 12 am no omo bro no posa na hwewa odi bebe mko ja no to last minute nipa oti la pass wo kwan wo say fa so tum ye ko ja ni si Shy Hills kwan so ahomache ene ko ja ni si ho no
na modern day Ghana on ka de kanda pa ma omo de shops shock na hwa
yes all these things have happened in this country see obi akotwe obi akohye tai obi akoye hwe na mo di boni say amu kan krofo kasa bua show mu yam mu pese obi be kasa bi see unim na more of time share mama one example Dr. Indum tama banking crisis started say be unim say at every point bia obe so your person on your press conference bia na say on your official statement be to state the position of the bank any am akoso no aban we ba be mia ne to hwa ka chen so onye din every time it told him they use the state institutions against him.
I see
it. If you remember between 2021 2022 ending none of us was speaking on radio. Yes, because
I remember.
My boss had to give instructions say opaye chew yentwa kasa no so na enye sa akra da na nado mekunu kra. That's the extent they went.
But in that situation, yeah, no, a day no more.
Aha. So let me also tell you, the come for so many now. One set you businesses are you operating CCA, you know, operating under regulatory agencies. So the day over that, they imagine say, normally angel papa no. Imagine say we are a draw and now we are the annual juma. Who on one near you su ebia FDA. Na the FDA no about so say FDA aba ransaki ho no be fa samples. Na no suspect BBT o. Almost suspect BB. Omo we no the statement about so statement you come for being post one but sa scenario no mo aye keke no
gu adwuma no.
Now call us you ba on your TBB it's the call honum asa it well finish you
ogu adwuma
who honum wa ebia wo pensions company who honum ani akakofa National Commission for aba yes you they want to meet you because they will meet you on Bobie
meet
committee ya honum wa na issue statement say hold on they say I'm license crown holding on for some time so yeah consider yeah finish you. And that is what they try to do. Seeking for court yes men kasa because say the fair judgment between say in all the cases between the bank owners government at the owners but in the case of Hindu say government never took him, he rather took government. That's what people don't know. Or no they are buying coin. But
for them the
I buy na dia
okay, but with Indium.
Onu na dia buy koye. Because I buy any basis on the who say fair judgment die beba. Ya be ko 2020 elections ako 2024 November and a judgment SSA ba and I buy and attorney general e ko try say fa de no embra ADR. Yeah, what is so be so you fast mumbra ADR. What you say na say it means that the mama management mumbra ni ko. The next moment e beti bi o na 3 years after any e ko dis an common bi o. Judgment ne ba and if judgment no utimu say who read it on I can clearly tell me person how kwai ho. I can mention 2 people am firms trust that you know. It was it was written in the bread papa ne say obo hwemu no mo nkan. All these things have happened. I are gagging for freedom. I see men kasa nyina. Yet your mem has say yen kasa na e beta ye beda be sorry a. Momo salam. Any say nana bi mu ese mwanya vim samo mo bakroom because momo treaty yen say asro abofo mo ye ba mo hono mu a mo ye te say very saying we treat yen to say yeah special people it muso say e mamu the same medicine na mo de ma ye ni bi enso mo treatment am de man crofo o mamu ha say we remember obi to me kasa hey me to me say ni ese no me please stop please stop because at the end of the day no one kasa and as o kasa ebro so a yeah the impact no call another angle yen kasa ene yeti o memu ha sei na wo mo sorry amusi ene o de me mo kan kire ya de amahama pa waye
when him say Ansah Thompson arrest no it was just a simple instructions from Nana B on his Facebook page.
Imagine.
Yes. Nana B.
Imagine you.
We issue just a simple instruction to Gampare say by a number 4. And so I'm picking Ansah Thompson. I'm par 4:30. And then we call so my picking Ansah Thompson. I'm going to call no. And I'm going to call South Police Station. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Contourment.
Debbie. Last area police station people ewo me kai omu enti female cells no no yi man free one no de no koto
female cells
men say to the other female cells
Ibi also oba.
All right, thank you. But Honorable Madi, say no matter action. Are you guys anticipating say rough game say ya no more bebo, and are you guys prepared?
But before then, I mean, Bisa was the commander.
Yes, sir.
On bet you or no? How did they treat you? On buy no. On the friends say limousine buy.
Bravo. Me person may repeat you.
What him say Kwabena the Kasaba Kope and Amoche no okay.
Yes.
In fact, the reason why Kwabena do is when team in Kasama in DC is because of that arrest.
Yeah.
Kwabena do arrest na Amoche no. Omo kana assumption mu say basa. Untimi nka bibia bi o man Kasama in DC bi o. That cause unim.
Yeah.
That cause Kwabena do when they want team in Kasa. The be the secretary of the party o. What kasem mo de ne buy ye show phone ye call fee ye omo ye bibia ama say no won timi ye bibia bi o and ama ending of say on go di lottery calculate say we bobro
ebia say ti omo define you say oh you mentally afflicted also oh yeah the person with disability
open the commander says na down for no
there be some person category ni maybe any to job to
you choose back
it's that what you choose say destitute
ebia che no amu ni ko ya bia amu say bia
but if I'm the request na juma say international links
it amu walo commander game we yeni mubo sa game ye di demonstration no yatra in fact say na nka o demonstration papa ask anybody first you do community engagement we be engage people to get to buy the idea ODA but then people knew say omu ni case be so the first meeting omu here divine anchor and they say omu ko share get to phone say a pay demonstration attitude tramo do prices the above form anyway.
Really?
Yes. That is why you see the more of them came out to demonstrate.
Something happened. I see. Me person me body bi. Ba won say iyoko ho no no. Salam ebeshia any nkrofo by shatter arrest no no. E ho na all the you know. Ho no be share that year proper you know.
Me say I agreement to tell them say chale ebetete so. The boys no interview mu ya ebia no entity tramadol so.
Oh.
Salam agenda.
Oh.
Salam agenda.
Oh.
Say mumbra we demonstration. And I'm here dey me say your boy your friend say MPP Njoma Ansah. Ndongo fe chata wale Njoma na embo.
Njoma mo
check here. Inti guys no so mu boy no a ebisa o mo say you see MPP time no ye nchi omo. We say they would show you a chill. That's what some of them
yes.
Because almost promise almost say Munko use because they cannot tell them say you're Sika, you're the TNT moment them say, I
know about Bobie videos like for interview or Mamuko demonstration. None of them just like apart from leaders, you know. Followers a dear change.
No, leaders no na kai say you so say the abronya kai.
For me, say you have no opportunity for the first. In fact, all Casa will be one presidency acquire demonstration. Now before I know, the other group no more Mudiano. Fix the country. I'm last 2 days. This tells you say a buying way no open up. And just say we don't need people and I say yeah harmful. But because we want everybody to speak out and do whatever you want to do. But do it right way. There was 16 MPP regional chairman. Bobie, yachi yomwena.
Baby.
Say nti obia. There was a mistake na yachi no. But adi amu ya no Bobie, it will not stop any of us say we born say ebechi no. There be no stop we. We say Musa bandi ma warning so mba kweti ebe chi omo so man ti mba kweti ya. Okay.
Yeah.
Say, why you sika bi oba kweti ebe chi no. Omo nti mba. It tells you say omo di boni papa.
Omo ma ayo mu jai ichema
buga no so ba no a. O say omo ba ya no na MPP sekanti omo de omo dan ma yes say omo ko pe boys na munye scan for bro party no. Ntomo ba.
On ton prêt. Oh. Obiante. Oh yes yo.
Buga kemando say mattress ko da bonte na mosquito you know. Bobie the MPP will do, we know they will do more than what they are doing. So that is why I think they will rush to the public. Say someone will say, I see. Because Ukai between Azoka and Buga. Because Buga was voted for as a vice chairman of MPP just because of so much must stop Azoka. Oh, the campaign no. Until she had to be on their way hard, but and Azoka Shiano. And I just also know when I said, most of you also call police station say. Before so no more call say more complaint issue so no police has already taken action on Azoka. In the selective arrest now more kasi here no free. It probably for me say omo demonstration be kaya she say ye nchi obi and David. I feel the investor say be chi omo. Because elections be the day nim na ye nyem bi akwetia ne we ayi party now will act on them. Party machine will ejuma. But they have also decided some be the this is what the party has the way. Go for a demonstration no we John Kesini free more which are 85% 15% in the leaders of the MPP. John Kes and money buy. For the first time I call demonstration John Kes spend buy. This is the first time. Man so mo ko fa ba e so friends young girls no go fa no salam ka tira salam pa ka tira mo o ni klub ka tira mo say we no e be hwe se na e be mamo bibi papa ejuma pa ye kaya yefo banya ejuma e no mo sorry je o mo chi and that is what I saw the God to the car is salam betnase because how did the salam go salam betnase ka tira mo say we o enu mo ge page mama mo nti bombra. There's no mood, you say, Debbie, yes, I'll lose now. Also, we buy a covenant, I lose now, Bob, and okay, Salah now said it. You don't buy some page, Mamma. Oh, he's second. Throw scammers, when you're scammers. Open your scammer, and I'm not sure you know. Second one, if I don't compare you, Mamma, or throw. Okay, say na samo ko dina na ka che okada for say obama bi VW no. Okay. Second ha. Into nim corners na uko hu guys na o twa be di oji. So ye di amu ye no ye mi say be say ye na be si. Stop bia na obia say chi e be chi omo. Say chi be chi so anaju ye mo bi red carpet. Ye mvani unko be bia say few na ya nyawo no pa betu enyimre so far as a friend say japa won kwande anaju ebeche because amon de fie anapa amon da fie.
How did you know?
Oh, that's why we get them in the night. It took a long time to get even Akpalu. It took a long time to get Akpalu.
Really?
But because no one need John Kese brain until one thing can be brain until one control from no.
I don't know all dodgy.
Master Dodges, oh, my Dodges no more. Dodges no more. Omo drive car mon park, they say Solomon drive not an Uber. Yeah, any moment now.
Really?
Yes. Omo ndefie. It require be fast to achieve biano. None of us giving that money, he bet you more. If they will continue doing the demonstration, continue the demonstration. You bet. Now, it's coming close to Omo demonstration and Casson. I'm leading no. And so I could that will be so ukati tramador so now want to say anyone. This is party issues. They don't deal with our party issues, you know. Because I say videos now by any. There's a picture video now. Oshi we only say Nanado Tanaka.
Well,
Yes. But Salam to be my movies and one shit no munjina want to enter video. I'm a brokers non nature by say it me we just to attempt it. But a chidi a bet you. Say freedom speech commander obi etimi ka je obeka but o ka try bet you. O ka try bet you. But say some for kasa. People are speaking but who can not try bet you. You can't sit here and threat anybody because you see 2028 elections a party na elections so a party no gentle be yeah say opposition no elections na dey enim asam for dey aje dey enya some for aje but me say no ba ko get to say aje but say na we say elections dey enim no party will deal with the MPP.
But no, almost they have a strategy to frustrate.
Omuni bibia. Because if we were constituency, 34 constituency in Greater Accra, we executive has almost 15 executive per constituency. One team raising for 450 MPM demonstration, the war party.
So how many seats?
Accra, me Yes, sir. I also the old guy and I say, Accra, yes, sir. Maybe a home back home, I mean, Kayamo. Trubo, Anya, wager. I mean, so. Yes, sir. MBB, yes, sir. I got it. Carry. Oh, means. So, Costa, don't need to go Costa, no.
Voter nil.
Yeah, because coastal area said that. I mean, no coast area.
Area no. Okay.
Ubani say.
And now they receive almost 4 seats.
I know the. I say if the man from one. So now menya.
But Ninya is 34. Hey. Actually, I didn't know.
Because if you call demonstration, now one of your aspirant, almost even Sabo, or say also boys pa. Now want to be on Gadan Crawford close to Alajo. Want to be on Gadan Crawford circle there. Then party na go. Until when to be intimidated will be. Yeah, demonstration. Commander Huye. Yeah, demonstration of my 16 regions. One day. Actually, among 40, almost every region. Yeah, this demonstration maybe. When you have the right then send the right message, you know, Beko. We want them to tell people say yeah, but I'm happy. So I must say yeah, but buy a red carpet. That is what they are saying. In fact, me Salamundra or say kwanya ye chi omo issues now. Abonya ka mo say money problem o. On say abonya ka no, but ye konifia na do 12 o'clock e ko che na ha mo.
Come on, Kwabena no.
That be from my be salam time be my timetable e be che. The salam timetable ni na bi tale time be na say be che mo. But as for say omo boy who say omo ye say then we cannot act
no,
on them.
No, but I'm not for believe say people in the day. And
I'm going to tell MPP MP and say you know am I confused? Am I confused? Am I confused? And I will call all but also go fire a friend say I sent an go to BBC friend say and I be then so obo
also go to
so say chebindra and say only they say we do no so Charlie. Also, MPP say I don't know whether they want to now move into the concert group. Say on the concert.
Penny simple as that.
Oh. Now do original. That's the original bank. Moka say on the scene say by who say I be Ghana. Oh, change.
I didn't have say 3 ample wager.
No, 4
wager and yasu tum and trubu. But you know English man from NDC.
It okay phone na. Intermediate to me say I had the over coaster there near ye free o dey had there. Okay 4. Kankwe Central. Kankwe Central.
Kankwe Central. Okay.
Kankwe Central.
Okay.
Kankwe Central.
Okay. Okay, into 4.
And so
Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Okay, so Greater Accra, I'll say Accra 4 pe. Greater Accra, Accra 4 pe. We have other messages. Tema Central account. Tema Central.
Because of the case, yes.
Ibi Bright. Right. Ibi Bright. That's
yes.
Yeah. Tema Municipal Chief Executive. Okay, so one. But my for Divine. I mean, last one. So Divine, back to you. Yeah. Yes. And then we musa down kwa a new research be or the bar that share a year trend for now. The president ne popularity no because of the oral and say I think another indicator people are not happy with him. That is Musa Dankwa's meaning yeah. So we raise that issue no. Some of them believe that look, after the judiciary no settings no now and ramene a year lawyer Ansah Saridi komo with a year Justice Bafuboni. Do you think Justice Bafuboni can work in such a way that people will not think say, oh, okay, so this is a reason why you use the constitution to kick out Tokonu, to bring in Bafuboni, just to use him to jail your opponent?
Yeah, Bobie, in the first place, Bafuboni, I would like to look at his appointment and as his nomination from a point of competence and aptitude.
Madam, we are sending me a message. Alaji Hadi, also for a party that chased journalists in reference to Menassi into exile, killed Amneswale, and arrested countless others to be organizing a demo about the Wuna. It shows hypocrisy, and it shows MPP are hypocrites.
So,
let's go, Justice
Bafuboni. The competence, no, there, in doubt.
No, but your opponent, no, I won't say your opponent. Okay, so your
Ghana's opponent.
Yes, but also your opponent.
Ghana's opponent.
Do you think, say, a bino opponents ever fan on that plate that yes, based on his competence, or aye, Masa, okay, you boom, any kokan.
Yeah, what can I say?
Said the other saw you into the free, we get to through.
Oh, as some ways, Bobie, you can say. But me araba tokonu de that's some de e fa twere baby answer na e hwe de wo ye ni mu ne nka ho asem because how the ba say because of what people will say bia we huntia and they say ka ye Charlotte say few we say can declare another president by
but then this also complained about Jane that she was brought in for an agenda,
and I'm person me just say even if she was brought in for an agenda, Omu declare results, Yanja, or declare results, Yanje.
Any aging.
Say, declare results. Oh, bro, I don't know, some of the things one of my sentimental, emotional. I don't know the other, no, you know, my Kwahunsa or them new fees. I bet it ends there. But see, I can't really tell some media. It goes beyond just rhetoric, a commodity you. The fact is that, see, sometimes, you know, ungrophobia bria. Obo complaining about Madam get to do kono say basi. Most of MPP for cases be brave. Only omo lawyers from pedi for the din komo a. Eye negotiations on the winning cases no. Enye law. Even the lawyers will tell you say some of the big cases are omo winning no meetings ni kobo koso ansa na omo to me winning. Enye mere law no mo ko koti wo court ho. So if that's the case, they see a year resetting. Na bema o yeni mo bro wani say me madi me on here ni say minima di big man kokota me go kasa ma di national organizer ntino sarasa munye de kura ibedi ama no ne yede emra no beto se ne esese ne fata na ye adwuma pepepe eno ano bia nhwe organ ha say yo ena meti minua MPP ni ba ko bi o kase ono suspect say bafu boni or wo no undermine if any say Mami Getty because of appointments now watching no because no expect to say Mami Getty ebe mistake no about the post sebi obi an ensum obi say asemo nto no but asemo so ba obi nkyere de benefit ni de osu wo mu eden ya bibi besi tu ene besi wo mu obi kɔ no obi so eba obi kɔ no obi enso eba. And you know, the point we are trying to make it, say, at the end of the day, me the minister say, Ora Bafuboni, Mombe yet say, Mami Getty. And there's a certain posture about the NDC right now I like. Unim say, judgment because no be opinion, cry. Omo members, share, ye in demotium, and I am Pamuam, and I say, revoke appointment. So bia to meet the diverse views case bako na obi e che na dwen wo
from NDC side yeah
we say case no e cause the CAO o dia abronye case ba yi judgment ba yi enka obi be assume say enka the main beneficiaries of judgment no ye NDC for and I say pro government people but judgment the be you know and this for na condemn judge and say no basis original so the man second year when say remand no there one can say one chiremu ye based on law no there what deviate what be that e wa bako say mu say na do time ye to me eye niam fichire basabasa ono ne party for to me e bebio ma no kasa
you dare not
who to me and kase who be chire wadwe na obeka bibi never it will never happen. But it happened under even saying another time. Eti me no kase say me ora Bafuboni in some no there. I believe say ejumedie no idea man no ombe no frinchim ombe no send ya expecting results na this friend say gidie na ye hwe judiciary no mu no ebeba eno an ye hwehwe egwa say obi akoko hu obi won chen obi akoko obi because o hwe Madam Gertrude send your ball show war judiciary on moi. Hey, Bobie, me say me call law school here. But only obi all primary ni JSS ni kura some of the cases be and ebe mountain the way on handle no. Ultimately say the woman was just petty. And you ask yourself, say, how did she rise through the ranks? Could do her level or be chief justice, no? Even look at the cases or the court in the baby or board junction, any baby or board diversion taxes in the you can clearly tell that the woman was not up to the task, like or not competent enough to be there. Intermediate, I'm happy say Ura Bafuboni man a chance no. And oh my yeah, Jumano send ye digidie no ebe pama man for say yes. Onunti ne de na ba beto ho no mo ko chacha corners mo dance or one day. For me, wabano mombe to target you bia. Mombe target
that is where the conversation is.
No mombe target you bi. Mombe target you bia say ebia ombe use the opportunity to settle personal scores. And I say on issues be and I say microphobia mo bia manipulating no. And for achieve a certain agenda. It is about the interest of the nation. And because Madam Tokonu dia or tina hono mwa na nado de ball show yi. Sabi you say ko tutu ni ba. Say ke use ni free.
Oh cannot with abebuom. Oh cannot no direct.
Debi ni patche say kasane tia. Say ke use ni free. Because Shanyama Uye, sabi common sense, esa umumpo na kesa utumie advice na nado say, adiwi die ho de men koho. Eho yen koho. Na Bobie, we bitch back catch him say me birth set. Me birth set to me identify me nationality. Na birth set no ye trust I ntro o mother, o father. Ye tro be o movie. O mother no father no. Ye tro akodi ever say you etimi wu in foreigners crampo. Ewo even say Ghana yate ase and to me basis. But on that website no, o mother no father no indicate baby omofi. Yes, also indicate obudin ni nyina also. Omu medi name krampo yes also ehwehwe. O maame. O say still that was not enough. Maame way to me tenase. To me, yes see the case against electoral commission. Na maame way say there be oil panel she what to kwan da obeba no. Who saw the date ni ko share ya? Or the date e share abra ya registration exercise na wie. Okay. No the date no e di aba say afiansa ye be di nkomo e o court ho no. Ne niam ye niam bebre ono mo issues about SAR. Look at how she handled. Look at how she wanted to undermine Parliament. Speaker of Parliament decision. Any the arms of government struggle. Mesi mami we nyamin kwa de fefi na ka bomb bi obeto ato Ghana no. And we are nyamin na say that as say Ghana for decide say omubema the winning party no that overwhelming mandate no. Na ka koye 50-50 ka 49-50-51 na. Omani da so nyina ni get you. Omani da so nyina ni get. Say Jim ebebo show no one side. Jimensa bosho no ya declare unti asia kokot udu onso mami geti su jina on number 5 ball no wa embarrass we utie that Thaddeus nenansa o say mami no o say on 50 time of start go Supreme Court a check more than 15 years okra or start so go Supreme Court on the justices na deal o say for the first time ohun like madam get it to me like undermine no disrespect no gaggle or ma make you comment or ma kasa unya isa we can be no keep quiet let me finish or so finish that it is under ma we nyina no dey ani eti akire ni po enye lawyers enye adwuma or legal fraternity no kra we could clearly see say the woman was not acting professionally eti no ora bafo boni jo aba benya opportunity na we nya no enye Ghana fo nyina na benya enye judges fo na nya. Once I just opportunity we no offer branding your French onya ne kroji sani ete sani sani fata na mbrano on administer no sani e be benefit Ghana for me no ne hear me.
One comment here, no choice is divine. I can assure you the justice for Bafo Boni is the sincerest judge Ghana can get. He is my uncle. And his nickname in the family is Uncle Wasam Nyede. He does not condone wrongdoing even if you are his family member. Okay, so Ibrahim Adam says, and he always think about equality and equality. There are other messages in there, but Minia, do you think your opponents are not going to accuse your party that look, you guys just wanted to forcibly imprison us until my yesa in Sacrayeno?
Commander, someone kasa somewhere. You say in Chomo in Amfanko Hospital in Chomo.
Why?
Oh, it's political statements, but that will not stop the law to work. That will not stop. Wait from next month. These are the things the lawyers it's not we ruling we issue but law on the Bejuma. Say Bafo Beni
but most opposition you raise issues.
I'm saying that no, yes. Raise the issues so no, we prove it. But the electoral commission's issue. She took a time so one parallel idea person of any ebe do be because not minister of minister security can say na dini kono ebe ha yo MPP time minister of minister security can say na mo ye 9909090 no ebe ha yo alibu ya kwa mo fa 2 bi mo mo alibu man ya say 2 bi enko. But you see the issue here also will come to a kind of legal leaders at war. I have a trust in our Minister of Attorney General. Attorney General, on catch say kase oyare. Tell say na bakuni ye no. Say oyare kase oyare na yemfa connection bin from na. Debi. And so far, who say na Chief Justice, former Chief Justice, or court bia no Attorney General court anytime they get the case right. The judge is on the same as in the hall.
Yes.
A kind of leadership now war. And never fight issues way. And I believe say case is be at the court. The judge be better so. But who say case is the buyer no? A case ya will deal with it. So they will talk. Kasa they will kasa. But a better time because I never from. Because
when the person feels say hey, who's see me?
Now okay, they say uti we interview untimi. Utimi kasa ba atibio.
So on the obedi chairman to omu group no.
Dabi what dabi we who ade no who say we ben.
Omu group.
Dabi who say we ben dabi. So onam no onam say onam na who things I want to come to
ne video bi na appear na so dream can was it real or AI?
Dabi me
divine. Say video now want to be no dream because the program you say.
Yeah, real. So let me for person of say Janu.
Emeka no
no. Are you sure? Me through any.
I didn't know baby if I say Abronye Black Maria no at least someone for one the fans will do one obi gate now or come obi and in go. And also be in the call. They o Saturday obey around the Obanya fans obi o wa obe kasa be obe contest elections. Into be you so omo adia kasa danya vote. But say nobody dem dey ombe dem. And I trust in the leadership in fact law court say the court now needs say.
That is where the argument is.
Well, because they very need because you have a chief justice Attorney General court he knows what he's going to say. Chief Justice Attorney General what dina banaba say she anymore one ferry omankachi esi omoni. They can tell you who is he.
Because now no need mawa. And then the chance of person opponent accepting say and then you need.
Me say no. In Yamana Omodi when they cook it and bring and do what they want to do.
And then the chance and then the audience be genuine.
So far. A man for a patch o Yamana idea kon a man for a patch o yanka hospital asemu. A man for a patch o sell man say my interest ko ya bokro no. A man for a kase ya bokro do ba bu fire mama red carpet in faso. And no na say mo ye people these are reality. Enya de obi betimi atena say adini obi nya boni o ba me ye ne say waye boni. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. In 2024 elections, we raised issue on some printing houses. So some printer need capacity no. Among 4 years, one on rigging ballot papers.
At
the end of the day, those the same printing house on the stop say what printing East region, West region, you stop here. Okay, I said that 2 regions, you said ballot papers. Yes. We raise issue, you raise issue. No, I can say those printing houses, you careful, bosso. But that is where they play the bomb game. We stop it. It is the kind of evidence how they call mix the issues. And I can tell you, say we will not go. That's what I say. We will not rush on the issues. Yes, we promise, say, ora, but you will rush on it. You will rush also. Because, Commander, National Health Service issues, so teach them here. I will be surprised. Say this is say
National Service.
Yes, this about say judges power. Want to mean Bokululu also, and Mobi also. Because when you listen to the issues, more. Mr. Udashe, Obi awako yoko ababia no. So far, what interview Akbalu?
There be.
What is a video view?
On so mu grumu no.
Yeah.
Grumu for some. That's why you grumu for some one why din.
But
you grumu
because I say, someone could do one evidence that it's show mono. And yet, dear, Salam Moya demonstration was so. And yet, in fact, I did Moya Crapon, they even help them to go in. I believe they give us hope. Say, I have that trust. Say, Bafoboni, and it just shows that DC believe in the say obi say a year time take it. Yes. Because for no answer mo fa madam Tokunu. Eko fa lo say there be onye wo asemo because wo no e got 2012 elections no we are my one we are my NTM few. That's what the MPP did. Although that time Kwabena for some of the questions he was asking. Yes. Those times, but he said that be me Juma. But he was punished based on that. At least Obaya 1 year, Namia Dobanya 1 year, I the one must also the my contract 1 year ago.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Divine, it has to be here. It's all Johnny. Get the review. All right, but what you say, Nyamia Duma Ochna and Professor Dr. Sir George Reko Bobie, if you can remember. Ochna no more 1 week. Ewo a Kumasi. A more man a mass and a 11. Our Lady of the Holy Rosary Catholic. Ewo Ken University. Nti mo mbet mi akwakoja abusua no. Na ai mo akwakoja omo. Why? Yes, mara.
I only say need for no back on so pinwa.
Why no?
Madam Rebecca Kufado.
Oh yes, can be.
I also need 200,000 for annual first ladies women's. Annual first ladies women's day celebration. That's why party will feel on also need 200,000.
Ndini na samo kuna limo omo.
Ai, omo friend.
Ndi Rebecca so now o ye needy.
O ye needy. And I say other one. Wait me atwi subako.
Me pe needy no ah. So value. Thank you, Divine. Yeah, say. Okay, I got an argument. Good evening. My main car for say flame condoms. Flame condoms. And open condom papa ejo na agbade condoms ni bi wo ha o de sha sa no mo keka o sa no mo keka nyese me Kwabena na me ka sa no mo keka sa condoms ni bi wo ha o de sha etimete ebi wa yesi ye friend in hojo ni ahojo me pa cho enye flame condoms ai na eye smooth pa wudi twia wudi twi ni nyina no na ye no ano eso ahu na stimulate enema na stimulate niema eye kama pa ene de se obe use condom bia eye flame condoms ye na ese wo use ai go tv si men kan kire wo say dial *759# wodem twotum pa na se de the European leagues aba go TV show enti se wuntimi yanum de ya no aju go TV enkoda no be hwe movies efie be ye de efie be ye nika papa afa was me kan tell say Ghana ha over 2 million Ghana cedis is up for grab in the still mensaka promo MTN promo. I was it win daily cash from 100 to 200 cedis, weekly jackpots up to 2,000 cedis, plus yellow is routers. Now, Bosumi Bia prices equal 5,000 cedis. Now, mega draw was it a massive 100,000 Ghana cedis, with more grand wins of 50, 30, and 10 cedis, 10,000 cedis. Not just a wood them. Mensaka promo for Wisham Wate. Mamenka Ghana fo nyina se we imbus heba mesha semen kan kire Ghana fo se anumbi na enya apomden I boost immune system no etia yarewa ahodo na yare ama meka wanto ho yare etimi sell imbus heba mesha was it from 0246 0208 496 Marcot Surgicals adwumako kase a won said ne obi esi dan a ope prime area na Kumasi ope baby a prime pa eye Kumasi atasman so ɛhɔ te say yaka se yesi ufie wasi ufie wo chado ene na che se kyerɛ sɛ wo bema wabobra Marcot Surgicals wasi ope ensase 100 by 100 meters 200 by 200 200 by 100 ni nyina Kumasi atasman so benya bia ma ne bo ne da fom and omo a dank kese Kwame Nkrumah circle omo de emma a rent from 0244 314310. The luckiest, and get yourself involved in the luckiest ubedi deep pocho Mamenka Bills microcredit was it unhia Ghana card so upesika dia bon bra aye adwuma ama odwadi akoso a Bills microcredit enye kofa collateral bra and kofa we bra the uhia a Ghana card from 05969208833 and was it main country a year up to date estate and construction say one wants say e was Hills Mutual a year almost the yi akwai eden kane akọ dadawo and the problem said that anyway problem no day Patapa Jesus problem no day but was it a fibi omo anniversary no hono enne omo ye ya was say asase 30,000 what is about 25,000 I Friday and Saturdays and past 7 a.m. biano omo ko ensahwe e visit sites ubetimi no mako omo pake e wala shibi Shalom Sport omo office no wala shibi Shalom Sport wa e bus stop wa no mo from 0531228238 unsabetimi aka omo after live at Accra100.5 Citizen Show. We have Stones Kofi Amwa maybe no Marble hey na mo chiro ni say hey Marble actually say Kofi oto abo eja kwaba
eja o
eja ni nkomo
yo me da say mama wetie fo ina adwo ene akwaba ede aba Accra100.5 so na sadia ye dwumedie etie no ye bebo Ghana fo enchiremu enkakra na obia nsusu ehu ye modern bo a ye bo ene edwuma pa ye ede eboa oman ti asefo Ghana ene ti ye dwumedie no de owura oba bema aketesia ana abrante a mepaucho wo nsoso wo enusuade hunu na wo botai bi esi we ni so na wo dwumedie bi di na opese wo nso wo bra no Eyimre ewo Accra100.5 so no mema akwaba ede aba Kofi Amwako Marble Stones Selling Production mepacho mebebo nkomo pa yana ye wo ye dream house yana ye wo ye fie ye dan dada a ye pese ye renovate ye pese ye siesie na ye madan ni beauty no ewie pe ye madan no nenum nyam no esan eba na ye ma efie no eye akono na efie no eye enije no mepacho Kofi Amwa Marble Stones Selling Production mepacho ye dwumedie meba be chechiremu ede akyerɛw ma wonsusu wenyemu ahotoso wenyemu gidie se mepacho achia na emuye de a eche akasa bebuo nyina mepacho ende meba be kyerɛw se efie dada no obetimi aye no foforo se wo swimming pool a opese wo ye ana wo school a opese wusi ana wo kitchen ana se wo floor bi a opese wo design on na afi eye fe no mepacho you are welcome to Kofi Amwa Marble Stone Selling Production. Me pacho sa wuti trotro mu ona mo bi feature unya ya nka nkomo obeti akwa kosi adaje na ebrentia me pacho ya dwen ho ya ye nhehye ede ama ya homa bofo a ye didi dwumaje na afe mewi a mechechire mu akyerɛ ma weni age ama wehu nse achia na embu ye ampa me pacho ya homa ye didi dwuma no eye 0244 27 1375 0244 27 13 75 0244 27 13 75 anase 0203 06 206 mefani biem 0203 06 20 06 0203 06 2006 Kofi Amwa Marble Stone Selling Production. Me pacho yaka Kofi Amwa Marble Stone Selling Production. Me pacho shalon so mami niti e wo mu yina ne se ye de abefo kwan so nyansa aninimdie a onyame de amaye ene de entete a yaje ene ye de ye edan ho adwuma. Me pacho edan a yesie wie a me pacho opese edan no enya ahoden soronko edan no eye fe ma obi biara obeduru no obehu se ampala onipa kunu nani abie na enye sika nkwa ne ye de ye bibi na mmom ya adwen aninyansa no Kofi Amwa Marble Stone Selling Production ye betimi aye adwuma wei e de amaw ama na aboa wo esiesie wo dan foforo ama na aye fe edan dada nso so yetimi esiesie ema no aye fe na ye adwumadie yi etese me pacho eye aboa eye obo ade nsa no ena ya papai na ye shape no na ye siesie no me pacho ye wo emu asorto different me pacho ye wo marble stone a me pacho ye de ye kitchen a eno de ye polish ye paint so anasa me kan sa me ka ye paint so a enye paint ne de na mbom ye polish said obi timi polish ne mpabo ama otimi hwe nenim se de sojafo ene police fo de tie no sara ena ye wo sa abo ne bi e wo ho na enije sem ne se abo we ye wo na asorto ye wo ni different mpato ye wo sizes enso so ewo na enije sem esan ewo mu no se me pato ye timi e de to edan ho yetimi ede to o floor eye efom efie ni finfin anasa o bedroom anasa o hall me pacho o kitchen yetimi eto ewo ho me pacho yetimi eto ewo dan ho ye beka ni say swimming pool na wo ye no me pacho Kofi Amwa Marble Stone Selling Production pacho ye betimi abeto swimming pool ni mo ama wa nsuo no enliki na enije sem ne se ye wo enkrofo a o ma agentete na o ma akwadal mu na adwuma won mu nimye na ye adwuma ya ye nsoso esanse ye wo hu yansa ni nimdie ne ntete ye nti me pacho oman ni ntweso ne monte ne bebi biara ye betimi aba ye adwuma wanwaso yi ede amount na adwuma ya ye nsoso me pacho ya to ma wa mesra wo hia paint sister mesi wo hia paint woche o de ache a Ansah ma wo afemu ne de Ansah ma okra no 20 years Ansah ma okra 20 years no afe na ne kala na asha ase den ekofom ne se abo na ase yo na mbom kala no asha ase den ekofom na no so yetimi ehye ne ma edema we unkoto paint ma me pacho se paint na okoto no paint green na enkoye lemon debi Kofi Amwa Marble Stones ena ye kanfo ede amount na enije sem ne se Kofi Amwa Marble Stones ya ye ka ho asem ye nationwide delivery omanyi mu bebi biara wo na dwumekuo yankasa ye wo takwa ena ye wo na ye wo cars articulator sade obro ne beka cars atenten a me pacho misro 24 hours ye adwuma enenti misro de ye hia nyina ya wo befre ya homa bofo se wo pem Marble Stones bi me pacho wo nkrofo mmeto ama wa ye de bebre wo pese ye beto ma wa ye beba beto e de amount na Kofi Amwa Marble Stones ya ye ken me pacho yetimi edi siesie wankasa wa bansoro steps we 229 na me uteti aso no ye tumi eba beto ewo so edema ho said ya misdi kan no swimming pool mu ye to floor form efie no finfini o hall o kitchen ye betimi ato esiesie kama afa ye betimi kra de ya abo no efe obetimi dibi egu ye o flower pot o flower pot wonhwire nkruwa no betimi edibi egum kama ama efie ho omokra ayefe ama efie ho omo ayakonno ama efie ho omo aye nije obi ho te compound house we twie adware ye twie sister bra o use Marble Stones ya hu hia se obekotwi me pacho use wo flower hu hia se obekotwi me pacho etim na wonim se Bible na nkasa mpochire kwankron no ankasa ka abo ho asem chire kwankron no kro ka abo maako dumienu empo osofo Aaron na atare na wɔhyɛ no ɔde yɛ asɔfo dwuma wɔ konkron bia hɔ mo no kra no na na atade Israel ma edin maako abo dumienu na ɛwɔ na akoko opa akoko nkan Exodus chapter 28 verse 17 to 20 wɔ hɔ sara na kro konkron Jerusalem na ɛba asase so no Revelation chapter 21 18 to 20 so ɛkasa abo ho asɛm enti abo so gina hɔ ma ade ɛyɛ fɛ abo so ɛkyerɛ sɛ foundation papa steadfastness so wo say wutim ni a wutim onsesa enti kofi amwa marble stones de me pacho empo embri ensai enye tantantan debi mesrew bra ma yendi dwa ni yenko siesie wo dandada no emfema yenko ye wufie no emmo no emfema me pacho yesi osikeni ena owa ade yefe eni nti kofi amwa marble stones and selling production takwa ena yewo nanso yesi o man ni ntwe so ne mbo nte no so me pacho ehye na wo me mbo kro bi enje bi 16 regions ni na ye supply o pese wo betu wo ye nchempo na okokoton a ye de bema o pese ye bebe ye wadwuma no ema wa ye beba e de ababa ma obi bisa se na kofi colors ben ena mowo kofi amwa marble stones colors de ye den me pacho ya homa no 0244 27 1375 0244 27 1375 anase 0203 06 20 06 0203 06 20 06 Kofi Amwa marble stones selling me pacho colors no ye wo asorto said the americano mpacho ye wo red color what I say ye wo kokko e wo ho abo ye kokko mpacho nye se abo a mesre wo de kwoto ho mo a na wo de koye wadwuma na nansa na ase ye odebi me se anche kra no ne color no kra anche kra ye 20 years afe ye multicolored one so ewo ho colors different and ewo abo ba akoso eno so ewo ho afe ye pure ash nso so ewo ho na chese ye ba beto ma na nka wo studio ha na me kire wo said the adan ahodo said the yesie design no na said the marble so nete said the bi ne sizes ne shapes no etia ebeye nwanwa ebro adwen ene ntiase so nti mama wa atiase se stone abo agina ho ma foundation fa pem papa abo san gina ho ma ade eyefe ena afi abo so gina ho ma ade ensesa ni mudie inti me pacho kofi amwa marble stones mpacho ye wo modern word man koto paint ma paint mfedi man koto paint ma afebe so nche se osan ko paint wo dan foforo age se dware no ye san wa no hu ni nyina esan ye no foforo bebre wo ma dan ho ye green me pacho ye to kofi amwa marble stones e wo dan ho a e dan no ye so abobo etimidi etim me pacho we sika na wo de to chinchinga sika wudi difufu asoto sika no ebi wo ho enwi fa bebi no me nka se ndibi na mbom kofi amwa marble stone said ebi mo keka se marble so de ne board na wontimi ntompacho wo moboa bosirimka bra kofi amwa marble stones na wa obehu se ye bo no ededa fom empo wonni sika kura bra ne yemba kasa yebetimi aboa ama wetimi awie wodan no enti estate developers yana yesisi adan asoto yana yesisi adan ahodo no mepacho bra kofi amwa marble selling stones na ye mwa na wodan no enyefe mepacho wo renovation bi ye wo school ho mo ana unim task no kra sesi ya to wo schools ne ye fenisen social areas no etoda itime payen nanso marble so yi de empowder me pacho mesrew ye wode eso otro ene ebia ne najuma ene ye wode eso ye smooth nso ene ye wode eso ye rough so eho ne ho adidantem so won enti kofi amwa marble stone selling production o manyimo yene ye edikanfo yene ye kire se enibie ewo ho yene ye akofa tete ade ede aba yene ye akofa ade wo twere se mu ede aba enti mesro maame enkosi wodan na enkofa paint bi ma echina paint ye green no mepacho ensan enko nkosai enko ye color foforo bi enko ma different color mesro de bi empe lemon ye pe lemon na anka ye to lemon enti enko painti wo dan green man embe dan lemon ma mesro beji Kofi Amwa marble stones Kofi Amwa marble stone selling production yes here ne yedi mutintimai ye won krofo ye train wa mbetimi aye adwuma no e de ama wo dan ne shape be na ope design be na ope wo ho color be na ope e wo ho bra enhwe baby biara ema obi a endada won se edan na ebi wo ho aye fre tailing tailing no but your nature se dan ni base form no na ye da to wo kama na I wish sanka wo hweme na nka ma church said dia esi eyefe I wish sanka obehu marble so no said dia ti obi okra wo hu bi da obi timi kopie dan bi so no ogira ho no hwe han yese kwa nchen ade eyefe ye disika na eye so what I say nti Kofi Amwa marble stones dia me pacho mesraw oni edi dwa ontu sika engu ye eni nti ma church say omanyi mu baby biara ubetimi afre he ya number no eye 0244 27 13 75 0244 27 13 75 and I say 0203 06 20 06 me fani biem 0203 06 20 06 Kofi Amwa marble stone selling mesraw ye bema wo dan dada no aye dan mono saa na dan mono de ebe te se de awonam heaven abonten so eni ntimi paacho mesraw enhwe benkum enhwe nimfa efen a aba ene yedi na ye wo nimdefo ne nkrofo akodare saa edwuma mu maka kire dada mesi ye wo all sizes ye wo all designs ye wo all shapes eye aboa me pacho ya papai na ye siesie na ya nweno no na ye de tale woda ho mawo ni ye de siesie wo bedroom mawo ye de siesie wo hall mawo ye de siesie wo kitchen mawo ye de siesie wo fie nanim mawo ye de siesie wo school no mawo ye de siesie wo swimming pool no mawo ye de siesie wo walls no ho mawo sister bra wan kasa wo behunu se enyo osikeni na damfo ni priman so what I say enti bra na betobi na fakoye wadwuma me pacho ma kachro me so swimming pool ebetimi asiesie di ama o bedroom o kitchen o hall ana ehe na wope o bathroom ana me pacho enko na ante taso so ma won kote nkohwe Kofi Amwa marble stones selling production ye beto bathroom e di ama ye besiesie o compound house no e di ama me pacho eyesika kitwe bi mese yeden sika kitwe bi na wonim se wonua Kofi Ameche me di ade ho adanse a se wa waste di me terrain no a me mfa ade fon embe adwaman so ade ehia attention ade ehia care ade papa a ebe boa wo na me de maw ene nti Kofi Amwa marble stone selling production ya be adwaman so me se ye wotakwa na mbom oman ne ntwe so ne mbonte no so baby biara wo pe Kofi Amwa marble stones me pacho ye de bebrel Kofi Amwa marble stones ye de bebrel enti ye to nsafra adansifo ye to nsafra estate fo ye to nsafra won ye bridges won ede na wontimi mfa marble sen ye mesra ye abo uhia paint this time ye hia paint ye hia abo ye design no ye hia abo ye na kama ye hia abo ye siesie na wa wo de to wo da ho na wo dem ana so obi bepie wa ohunu se brayi ohunu se sister nani ebie obi ka se bra Kofi enti wo pese wo kire me se enani akine ya mensa betimi aka na ane takwa ana ye wo maka kire odada me se ye wo trucks ebia ni die didi so atekureta ten na ye de abo no aba ya anka se ye de nkrofo bebebe yegu ama na adwuma no pese ye siesie wo dan no mawa ye be ye de ama sa wa so wo nkrofo ambe ya ombe ye be ya ama me pacho swimming pool no ye betimi ato marble stones no wo mu e de ama o ma na ye fe enliki wo wall so no ye wo all colors design ben na ope ye frɛ bi detailing me patro ye de board dynasty e de amount se ho na opa ye be ne kama o step na opa na wo de mu steps ana wa ban soro steps ana outside ana inana Kofi Amwa marble stone selling there Yaba, Yebaya, Yaka, Yebaya, Yebesom, Yebaya, Yebeye Juma, and into Kofi Amwa stone selling production, turning yesterdays to future. So what I say, and no madadano, ye de badachi, Yebeye manaya fe. Yebeye emanaya wanwa yebeye mana bradwen nti ase so enti wankasa fa weni behwe sade abo eye ash sade etie fa weni behwe abo eye multicolored sade etie fa weni behwe abo eye red color bra behwe sade etie shapes ana designs ana sizes ana colors ana hotel ho mo ana ye besiesie no emana ye fe ye be ye renovation no ma wankasa we hunu se ampala ye de ose ayoyo enti enkoto paint enkoto usikengu ema obi enkoto woda no ye no basa Kofi Amwa marble stone selling production 0244 27 13 75 0244 27 13 75 and I say 0203 062 006 0203 06 2006 Kofi Amwa marble stone selling production ye beto wo dan no ye beto swimming pool no ye beto wo hall ho ye betiesie wo kitchen wo flower pot no ebeye fefefe freye na ye mra meye edwuma no emfema midu esi me ada wase ye besan ehia biem
Commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, They want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count.
Masakela, send me now to Mamenani Tuesday afternoon.
I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not.
Ya grow krumha. Na Kwame, endi sa otu ado no. Omo pam no a ede na beba. Ghana be share na Ghana be dey. Huh? Kwame. Otu ado no. Omo pam no a ede pa na besi e wo Ghana. Hey. Now when him there a year me nwanwa was I otu ado no. Hwe charge for a football pitch. A year otimi ka kire yes say charge for a football pitch no enye. Na Ghana dey you pay. And the Accra Sports Stadium pitch we no. Na na ni je ho. Sa kwa no abodam. Hey. There's Enra no. I say we just enjoyed some individual skills anabebwa nti wo ase otumi ya kechekese no ne aboy ensem about but say football coordination and tactical play just it was missing nti eja Kudus ya ni da no so wa no de ne afa ball yisu baako eni otumi butu ball yiso enura de oyade enura sa ball ofa on pass no ama eni enura de Kudus de nyame anim nie enura de enura Kudus what that boy used to say what the body no to ball no so sa na say ahomeka wom Kudus na ahomeka wom ena ayi party so na ahomeka wom papa ahomeka ginger enura na ahomeka ginger ewom na ahomeka wom ena where jikudi aso on the original master on the debia na jikugo ni de malam fogo malam fogo we Alhaji Hadi we special Alhaji Hadi malam fogo pa hey and what in the 19 boy ya na ekobo no kotodwa na se bohin but senanka VAR wo ha enke fa opia akwa no ma akwa no eluzi balance ade eye no nra na enye fe kura na onse malifo no je ball no coordination obi ani bia obi gina odane no ho na malifo akola no omde ne ba last hour no fake colored guy no na ordre ye number 2 ni sa no na yam nwa se na otinchen no oyede oh boy no bobo too much na ye nkola idea ave dia beka 15 minutes no kra there aso mo ba Ansah epum ei masa na mo soka Ghana ye ni afre African samba football na African samba ye o Ghana nenti African samba pa say number 2 baba yaranum ni o se kofinum ani safu jampinum ampia akwasi apia num abra enum pele eni toni ebua num ne say na mo beto wo mo a enti bobo ebe mo akono enkwere ejimila na nyo mo a otuadu ipa de nyamianim ne se ye de no ko World Cup we ya na ma hunu say Ghana ni adwene wo fom na ma hunu say Ghana ankasa ne yen se da nya leadership aso mu nim nyansa bi asa jimi fo mienu na we yem nim nyansa cheo asa because na sa ayi Sulemana Kamara Dinho se hwan no sa boy no mo de ba mu no a ordinity si for mo a aso obo mu mfo ball owo so a na odi akire gri on te whistle one te pass it one te ye obi sha ho one te hwe oya mu mo ntese ne hwe oya mu mo ntese ne hwe wa fa ball obi apia bo ato ho Inaki Williams edan say what da soro ho say quite dem ma say obetumi apia ama Inaki and Inaki was leading ne defender no na attacker no o leading no Inaki osai speed o mrika fa ball o mrika pia ball no to no ho and one is wo so kosa sa ni trinwi Conron why na bomano da do be hwe no ayi nkola video omo sa be fa ntri hu GH4 no se wonim GH4 no omo de se footballers ne ba omo na eje omo aba GH4 no da bro ba ko da bomano ti wagimisa ba ko na hwe omo de ponkonwi FM eboniti no what boss wa and one grig Kalam Kamara din Zulu man so to boy baako so ye bi baako bi so ye the same thing ye no so na inaki atene ho saa enke obetim di ball na ma no na ni manura baby amerɛ ho ye oyi kudus free mu na mhu sa akwa we coach wa bodam enra so mo teka no a me say kasi di besi ahwe no because kudus no musuro no kudus let me holding the pabe 2-3 ebom enti amamali for no ntimi enko oyi ni free mu a no mu se kwai dem because omo maka de ake ne fo yafo ne ye pe mema mo bu afu a no Jordan so abu afu wo se nye krom apa ne nkwasiade ewo krom ha yanka no kra ne nka wo Jordan ayu se beta frache enke de wo bobo Dabi Jordan ayu nti free ni nkola abremu kire me ade kro pa Jordan ayu aya ye very significant. Oh yeah, England was 16 goals. And then goals. Unlike my brother they on a dear kwaji under 21. True or false? And even subsequently, African Cup of Nations, quarterfinals, semi-finals, most of age and so. Now who Jordan you there? A dear pan wayen our Ghana football of Dabumwa enti sabita frache young foundation you free munwa or to tone and san or to tone a betting or to tone na nesi abedi pele on tunefo abedi pele no ano nyo bi otiefo to wi ase no to the banefo abedi pele no bobo sa jimi sa no jimi kire ye sa na ne ba Jordan you no so ebe jimi a kire ye te se de omo na to aduane mu obi di coach a change you or change you wonni bibia aka hweso na kwatrase na papa panimu ya wona wo lead players no na ototon said diatem mu buafu adaya ye yiwa firim na nyo no a so wa hunu se coach ado no ana onye coach enti oba kire ne de wonye se o mo se akia ne aka 2 matches ya no ya damai October mu ya see ya ne a Central African Republic and na ya ne Comoros na se Comoros foi o ma se yeda meboa se o ma se yeda Comoros for no ma se yeda and say ya no o no say 3 points pe and Madagascar na that second 16 and 19 and a Comoros also 15 as I say what's that no a equal stadium give to aware oko mumusa mame dia dun dia am say ya Asia no ya say yire ni jiska no ti ebe hwehwe no event ase na ya jiska no oh boy de enye kra boy de enra na kire say ma pharisee che no so obi ebo no pum wow hey Dwayne players and guys normal after substitution the issue when I catch you say player you free more professional player now the diatem when I catch you say yen say abrochire won a wo wote no yen say Dwayne abrochire na wote won omo yes no they punish them uko yes opa onim say Jordan you e call the abrofo na won timi nya say ya no be yes agu yeso no atwetwe ne nika to ne to ase na obu ne pakọ me say sa your friend say division 2 no awo no say no a championship English championship ya oho no say owo he Leicester ontimi nya sa oho Leicester coach eyi Jordan he didn't say Jordan you coach yi free mu ho a me entoto ne nsa enkyere ne sa da UK England me ba ya kyerɛ yɛ ha sɛ ha de ɔtan so ne so ti obeto to ne nsa akɔ ofakɔ you want to win or good performance na we dey afanyina mu lose ye ferry we say pa ferry we ofakɔ joja players get angry be say ni Leicester hono when was the last time amuhu say yeyi na free mo timi atoto onko yes ho they will punish him yeyi wa free mu na atoto ne nsa na atoto ne nsa na atoto ne nsa kyerɛ yeyi na free mu na ball and normally for no to say especially within 20 minutes to the full time no they were well composed, well connected. Almost passes and go through. I pay. Almost passes and ta. What do you say? And Americano or you could do free one and microphone who say I hold you. Now Kudus cry free ball money boomfu. Kudus or no or free ball more ni boomfu. Now would you then you now bofu. Kudus or no crow free ball money boomfu. Now bofu. See ye me free. Yeah, you have from Tenzo what? Yeah, you have from so what? As a black star no so omo ni wa as a black star na guo yati black star na wo se kura ye ngo no wo se abedi pere ni ye ngo no yati black star ache enkroma time ba pe me ne tu ntimi me bo black star me di dwa nwu ye so abai endra de nipa fere ye pa nyame anim ni na enye fine anyway, so let's move on. Two, me also be sending me. A friend say abronye incident, you know, and I'm stating my position on this matter, and it was very clear. Yes, the arrest no is grounded in law. The arrest is grounded in law. So I agree. Say the arrest is grounded in law, no problem. However, I strongly believe say we should look at me adia yedi yamia eyana meninje hono yedi ye obi a no matter how I disagree with the person, still I'll raise my concerns. I'll raise it. May raise me concerns because said none on me feel say I think we should look at that law. In this one day, one day you be you be our west because I could find the activities are there with you. I could follow and a activities are there with. And I feel the Yasha say use that law. Even when we know say freedom of speech. Under freedom of speech, criminal libel law has been repealed. However, yes, we need to leave some of the chains. About check here. So we need checks and balances. However, the way sa emra we no too vague no obi di bedi bone one day we are here Ghana afede obi ankasa o one day you be obi o ye west ya hwe ya yansesa ne ne sa offensive conduct no and now me read the police for almost say to where I upgraded one, and now they know almost insults on IGP and look, Charlie, if we don't take care, yes, me the reason I make can say, yeah, the yeah me no anya me de say obi so or your first lady no obe wia oman ade me ka Rebecca obefa oman ejapade wo de by force before oman ejapade na se ye video akere ya ma evidence na ya charge for offensive conduct near the wakotum no William Nyako menka say enye lawful me say it's grounded in law but I think we should check it enye say enya abronye we all suffer the same thing but then America say me complaining about my owner. I don't know why today I should yes you bet me about second issue say MPP ni yemfanya no so mo feel the same heat ni bi sabe ya watchna but my problem is that one day ebi ani ewu ko ni enya otimodinfo bi amana baba be so man no mu a ebi anu wa use against me ma. And we must watch it today. Nasa ye be sakram ranuma yen sakramu. Tisa one day e bedru baby no afedi obia ntimi mie na no okro no mo. Yo. Me de so obey yaw mi o onye yaw mi o. I don't kadam emfa me ho. Asem no na maka no. You may disagree with me but trust me one day. And a gold board program because about for be bien cause me the 5 minutes me the 5 minutes and my brother could be Fiagbe says Kwabena, I agree with you. Yes, me ya de ya me na anya me de abronya nyo obi a me defend no any day anytime abronya we me de day but the fact say ya abronya no doesn't mean say Charlie yo okay once me nya aka mate ajai mfano emrani bi wa me hwene yi Ghana Gold Board to begin refining gold before export from October 2025 me patch of fatwa mame by CEO Ghana Gold Board Same Jemfi osi bibia nkoso bibi koso you see you can again this young guys asema ena Bobie hype o mododo I'm not hyping them me now for 40 say Same Jemfi nim say if they are wrong Bobie will look into your eyes and tell you that look you are wrong. They know me. But not when these young guys are doing so well. Just we ni brave for we are bay for what I want. What I know. Yana na me catch them say, Dr. Hanabisu, you can disagree with her. But when it comes to her principles as a politician, untimi Dr. Hanabisu. And no, the fact that she disagree with you doesn't mean so no. She will tell you her peace of mind. Simple. Me, I love such people. Masa, free. Then we move on. Me, I don't like an environment. I mean to me, free me mind. Me mpe. Me sorry anasa me yare. Me mpe. Entina me mean to me join secret society. Ene mintimi nkwaji sikeduro ni sa ankwase asem ne ma basa no ya mintimi nye because na konfo undimi nka nkyerem say wo kasa kyerem ya ma menka bi wo kansa mfo kyerem ya na konfo ma ka bi na wo de podu na nya atwamani so de obeye mbia ya me na de na konfo be kumi na ya de wo na ma msikeduro ntu ka nkwase asem ma menka bi me ka bi be ma wo koma wo so di agura me so akombe kam sisi a near the ashim na de baby aba go you there. So look, And one day, I hope Mr. Samijefu will give us time. Now, on breaking it down, the benefits, be free gold, refining, factory na omu besino, omu siwia, ube emfaswa. Because the bia me busa mo say then na ya de na the bia na bronia befa no de ko no akwa refine no ono de aba no abeto ama ye aboden menti ase kwame menti ase yesro mo mu wi a koko wo mu nya bi na ye milo JM wonya sa legacy we mai na de ya me ya ne say de to esiwa aye ena ya na mam problem on yema say ho because I always ask myself ya be den ne atimi ahwe so o hwe se de to esisi wo ya hwa de fe fa sa meja mfinimu yi after some years we are there be free abem. The question is can we hold it? Your problem you know. And you see any adrenaline at the no. Look at this fine brain. October yeah. You better find gold wa Ghana. Ubon say ya no mu baba be sase akasa. But you see, o kasa enkosi aga. Ni nyina ne se ye be stress amenom. Say gold no mo to free gold adwadifo no ho no. E na omoma price no emu enye duma wo mo. E basa smuggling no e be kofom. Say yes India for ne China for na bete Cote d'Ivoire. E na ya na omo asoma ke wofo ya na boto sem wo ko hu asese wo se yentimi nkom asem okrom hayi na Samira nuanom no no ma sende wo mo okura boto aya obubu nan aya obubu nsa aya obubu nan aya obubu nsa no auto gold omo to de ko yes. And for some time now watch those people, you don't easily see them around in Accra. Omo ko hinterlands omo Togo do no because omo Togo it say abochi for no obema dollar na 13 14 bank rate 11 something enti Ghana ni nim nyansa say ade na Bank of Ghana no to keep our economy safe into a better resort to abochi and yes say no be Togo no free and crop for no ha no me de Cote d'Ivoire na o no so ahye po de ko o mo te Cote d'Ivoire border no so ho ya tie be stress ye no so ya na brasa me wa hwa amaye na more small scale gold exports have already surpassed Ghana's total 2024 output of 63 tons. So which means the regulations the policy regulating a mining sector no. Now the small scale miners no they are enjoying the profits, the dividends. Ajuma unsu hu ajuma omo ya ajuma wo mo ye nie Madam Fubia send me sense of Kwabena Bobie. This is the work of the national security. They have to arrest and jail those abochi. Eye me nwanwa okay say kufu at the time no so mo bechi abochi for no emu ye den ma wo no o say abochi for na ama na erezi ene de o say NDC na ama na erezi anya abochi for. There are certain things we should bring our heads together near and draw road map say hani echo. In the Kwame, gold board, we will find time and talk about gold board. But those who claim say omu hu she omu hu de ekoso no. Sameje mfisi October we ube hu de ekoso. Say ye refine gold asabe ye mfa nkwashe mpaase. Aramewa ana sha motuom, nsha motuom. Ye no Ghana ni babia behu Juma NDC abane ye. And I keep on saying this. Say NDC abane ye at the end is right. We will make people know it's right. When it's wrong, we will state our position on it clearly. I don't live in an environment where me zombie. No. Yes, BBI, yes. No. I'm not like that. Judy Benson says our customs and immigration officers are failing to provide the necessary support at our borders. I agree with you. 100%. I agree with you. And by this week or next week, maybe you better find these young guys, more appointments, Esquire, Eduji, Tamaklo, RKJ, Sami Jemfi, Malek Basintele. Now I hear Ruth Sedo, I take you over from Alex Jemfi. And that issue, Kwame Muyame Napa. Alex Jemfi, as what? Muyame Napa. You see, there was an issue between him and Pablo. Is it true? I don't know. I'll check from Pablo. And I'll be brief him. Say there was a clash between the two over a year. A friend is a NSS. Omo a system no. Omo de erane. Yes, no muna saga no edi free and Pablo wanted them to abandon that system and build a new system which he believes is credible. And I think Alex Jemfi too was having a different view over the matter, which I don't say. I don't think say he should warrant his replacement. Yes, I know. Na abaya abaya uomu awuntimi nchire wadwene. Yeah, no, it's not right. Even when you appoint somebody, you should allow the person. Me difficulty allow Jagongo war me no. Only me say because me when be able Juma, I agree. But when you speak, allow me to also speak. You can't tell me say what be able Juma, what from a Juma. When you speak, you don't want me to also put across my opinion. That one I won't agree for you. And in the additional why you matter. But when you put one word, allow me to also put my opinion across. It's so simple. As ABCD. Me be a radio station wakosumo. Many me kola ne dia grow. Yes, we sit down, we talk. Sometimes you be numbufu. Ye meeting be we are. You mean you are killing. You are killing. Yeah, Charlie. You talk, I talk. Don't vex. Let's move on. But we should live in an environment, Charlie. Me back offer me bro. Yeah, my son. Offer me bro. Must be friend bro. Yeah, will fear or can I come me can be bina kwaku so catch say no bro. Charlie, this thing I already understand. It gives the person confidence for him to move. Do na ya wan kra na ka sem na say on na dwene nya adwuma na ohwe wanim tori. No, me I don't like timid people. Right? Me mpe nkro nipa o ya timid. Me oba kra ya timid am mpe sem no be di agro. Tebom ye ko you ye bo you you ochese woni nyansa bia wo de bebo awa abrabom o tika chi wutwi uko speed mu ko oba no at front no hwe ade ya mikru de men kana sem wagimi papa. Kachen say bema jankwasi asem na kokunya yi. Ye steady wo ho. Yes. Timi oba ya temed kura oka onka binu mempedasem oba bom din mempedasem mepe ye we nsom asafu me yanko ye wo sha jeans no asha jeans wo sha shirt no so de ndi asi so enne bayire wo ha ahaba wo so boko boys beba burger boys so wo ha habe ye gidigidi ne. All right. So today, you didn't come out about NDC oral agenda. Na me producer caption our day man ene so simple. Was say unpacking the NDC oral agenda. And today we have lawyer Nanaya Osei and my very good friend, a brother, and a lawyer. Oliver Baker Vomao. They will join us in the studio. And on phone lines, we have big men. But before that, in a quick one, let me do this. Yeah, Mami and for question, name quotation maybe a NDC. No more opposition or more a kafa a year oral and in sensima or more a you know what? And sensima now or munima or catch there, you say, sans and some way, young man, koda. Young Kontiebi. And we'll pick a year our president. Saturday now or your flag bearer. You be picking on PDS. Assembly.
Kata se share project there ajibe bia. Enya dia o mampanyi akofo ado ana ba o mia pese o so ano. Na ba mo yankasa PDS scandal ebaye. America for my is $190 million. See I'm to meter and bobo a den bia wo Ghana ha. Kata se share project there ajibe bia. Enya dia o mampanyi akofo ado ana ba o mia pese o so ano. Kata se share project there ajibe bia. Enya dia o mampanyi akofo ado ana ba o mia pese o so ano. Na ba mo yankasa PDS scandal ebaye. America for my is $190 million. See I'm to meter and bobo a den bia wo Ghana ha. Nensie ye kan ni asem. Yes say wa obeba be yes adwuma no for bank guarantee ba. Ba mi ankasa etro say yes some bank guarantee enye no insurance guarantee. Eno na ma sa PDS kata se share ne project course no etimi course. Ezu yankasa yete recording Agabi Ochedako any President Nua Bonti Omo Kasa also send a bay on Becher Sanfa Swono Yang Nayete and so she see ye and so media maka sa PDS asemno Senyame Adom minim so be Adom so na NDC ba ye be hwehwem Kata se share ne project there ajibe bia enya dia o mampanyi akofo ado ana ba o mia pese o so ano na ba mo yankasa PDS scandal ebaye America for my is $190 million. See I'm to meter and bobo a den bia wo Ghana ha. Nensie ye kan ni asem. Yes say wa obeba be yes adwuma no.
Hey, me ti ready? Me mu me kwa me anu pese me wi akakadro sana me ho to me hey me am yasi esi me papa ka say we hey tell yes intem enti say na gabi num tape ni nyina hey everybody wait you na say ya suruisa na ya mewie mo ready mu kwa ya na gabi tape no ready me wo Kwabena ye nya boy dia kan trotro so no nyew Kwabena bo me SML
Cannot fleece a country like this. One would have thought that the corruption cases were enough, but it's even made Ghanaians numb. Now Ghanaians are not surprised again. This corruption does not shock Ghanaians the way it used to shock us. Today when there's a scandal, people are like, oh, because they are all tired. Everybody is tired. And so even in the twilight, I mean, you cannot fleece a country like this. One would have thought that the corruption cases were enough, but it's even made Ghanaians numb. Now Ghanaians are not surprised again. This corruption does not shock Ghanaians the way it used to shock us. Today when there's a scandal, people are like, oh, because they are all tired. Everybody is tired. And so even in the twilight, when you are about to exit office, you are still coming up with schemes to steal Ghanaians' money. But I say that this won't happen. An NDC government under me will not accept or recognize this SML agreement. We will not accept or recognize the SML agreement. Parliament is investigating it. The president has hurriedly gone to get KPMG to come and audit it. Whatever audit they do, I say we won't accept or respect any agreement with SML. And for the money that they've taken already, we will hold them to account for that money. I mean, you cannot fleece a country like this. One would have thought that the corruption cases were enough, but it's even made Ghanaians numb. Now Ghanaians are not surprised again. This corruption does not shock Ghanaians the way it used to shock us. Today when there's a scandal, people are like, oh, because they are all tired. Everybody is tired. And so even in the twilight...
Once I say, man, no, my cancer, no. Name was this can no margin. And was say, ye be ye woman, a woman, Mediaka can do a safe free Jimanka, a said, come in the back. We, Mimu. Yane dia omadi so. Yane dia omadi so. But na mi oluma siska no. Kura no a omonye afiri mu no ye beje. E ho na wo. Mimu. Ya na mimu bom say tum. Ma chi say. E ho increments no any pancreas no. Ane me ya. Party. Edu onu ane ya na mimu. Say she got some kind of different. Oh, say ye twamu no nya den na sika sam no. Ehona mimu. Ehona ya na mimu no. President Mahama on Pualugu in opposition. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Pualugu has been on the drawing board for quite a while. When I was president, I was very familiar with the project. It's to serve three main purposes. The first purpose for which it was conceptualized is flood control. And so it was supposed to have a weir, and the water will be restricted. And during the season when it is raining and it is expected that the Bagri Dam will be opened, a lot of the water would be let go so that it lowers the water level, so that when the water from Bagri comes, it will not flood as extensively as it used to do. The second objective of Pualugu was to irrigate a huge expanse of land, I think about 10,000 hectares of land for agricultural purposes. And then the third, which is a byproduct of the dam, was to produce about 30 to 50 megawatts of power. And so it's a very important project, and I think that we didn't start it because we were not able to yet procure dedicated funding for it. Because for a project like that, when you start funding it, it must continue to its completion. And so when this new government came, they took it up, and in 2019 they cut short for it. But I noticed something. They said it was going to be funded from Government of Ghana budget. And I knew that that was going to be a problem. Because to have an almost $1 billion project funded from Government of Ghana budget, then you can be sure that it will face the hazards that every other project that depends on the consolidated fund faces. And that is exactly what happened. Of course, it made a lot of political capital for the president's party in cutting sort for that project. But I mean, one knew that it was going to face very difficult challenges. Unfortunately, we have rather lost money because almost $12 million was paid for no work done. You go to the site, there's absolutely nothing there. And so somebody has caused financial loss to the state and must be held to account to come and answer what happened. But it's a project that is desirable. We intend to continue. We're not going to abandon it, but we're going to look for a source of dedicated funding for it so that we can push it from start to finish without the kind of hazards that projects like this face when they depend on the contingents, on the consolidated fund. Talking about reset.
Kwalugu so say 12 me. 12 me. Omuguso. Omuguye no so. Ayanu kra de yenyanko ho. Kwalugu no. Ba omi ahun be kire no. Se PDS ye boni din wom na em se mimu. Hey. Ina dia mabo wadodo. Ene mabo wa chenda ya me nwanwa me se da mo me obi a me kofo me nkofo ene ma kofi papa ki e kopo alugu anka ba omi ahun be kan won asembi ba aba ma no na no nyame de aba abo me se me ba yedin me ba Bobie Ansah yedin ndi ena me se wakwa kasa dabia bi die bitie hey Jacob Adani commander, you need to be say Jacob me serious crime me you say na we serious no say obabu ya oni bibia abeyo say Jacob wo bibia abeyo dia breast studio ana enmenyo because Kwalugu matter serious o say anya eni abo na nipa kro no a ye de contract ma no eni MPP fu atumi ase aka gbo akosisa abo na koton omo di $12 million na wi o na abo omo de goguo de baba ya Kwalugu no and just imagine dam na wo sifie kura na akoto abo a etesei na abo a ye de ba ya dam eya ya kwakọ hwe agu no na anadwo MPP fu atumi ase akọ pake se wo mo de sofi necessary yo so mo de ade necessary yo se crane no enkrofo no wo mo ya fast o wo mo ya fast hwe lu pretenti elu prewe na omo atumi awia na anadwo tama na anadwo Manford wamdi ko na dia hu kran se edupre kakraka no matimi dia esi trogo so ha uradi nyango mpipifu womo ben mami osa asam na niu mesi abo no matimi asesa abo no e dia dwane ko Kwalugu dam na wafa $12 million no a amen komanim yay mini asa me jam fidem fodem ejapade yankoi
men and women. The Japan scam clearly amounts to woefully causing financial loss to the state. And the culprits of same must not go unpunished. We in the NDC and all well-meaning Ghanaians repose huge trust and confidence in the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to pursue and retrieve for the state public funds that have been lost to looting schemes such as this stinking Ejapa scandal, the PDS scandal, the Bosgate scandal, and other acts of naked thievery by officials of the Kufuor Bawumia government and their party apparatchiks. Fellow countrymen and women, the Japa scam clearly amounts to woefully causing financial loss to the state, and the culprits of same must not go unpunished. We in the NDC and all well-meaning Ghanaians repose huge trust and confidence in the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to pursue and retrieve for the state public funds that have been...
Wow. Oh. I see. All right, so quick one. We're in here 3 minutes, so take your time and listen to it.
COVID-19 food relief expenditure scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, the wanton dissipation and theft of state resources under the guise of COVID-19 food distribution program is another monumental scandal that continues to beg for answers from President Kufuor. You would recall, we shall now proceed to examine top 10 corruption scandals that we have witnessed under the Akufo-Addo regime and how same were resolved. One of the standout corruption scandals that broke out under the Akufo-Addo government is the PDS corruption scandal. Ghanaians will recall how sometime last year, Ghana lost about $2 billion, comprising of $190 million under the Power Compact and about $500 million under the Regional Compact, among others. You know, stinking corruption scandal. Number 2, still talking about 10 top corruption scandals Ghanaians must not forget on 7th December. The burst contaminated fuel scandal. Friends from the media, Ghanaians will recall this huge scandal which broke out in the early days of the Akufo-Addo regime in 2017, involving the sale of 5 million liters of fuel worth billions of cedis. Now, this 5 million liters of fuel was deliberately contaminated under the watch of President Akufo-Addo and sold to 2 phony and unlicensed businesses, Moving Energy and Zoop Oil. Other scandals of the Akufo-Addo government, which are still fresh in our minds, are the twin scandals of the Galamsey fraud expose by ace investigative journalist Anas Arimiao Anas and the 500 missing excavators scandal. These 2 scandals amplify the monumental failure of President Akufo-Addo's fight against illegal mining and further expose the underbelly of stinking corruption by government and MPP officials, all in the name of fighting illegal mining. Now to the bloated COVID-19 food relief expenditure scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, the wanton dissipation and theft of state resources under the guise of COVID-19 food distribution program is another monumental scandal that continues to beg for answers from President Akufo. You would recall how the Ghanaian people were shockingly told that government had expended a whopping 550 billion Ghana cedis on food distribution during the 3 weeks of lockdown in Accra, Kumasi, and Kaswa. We all witnessed the chaotic manner in which this charade of food distribution was carried out, when MPP party functionaries hijacked the process, fed people with substandard food, and pocketed millions of cedis for the 3 weeks that this program lasted.
So these are some of the issues raised in opposition, and just a reminder. Just a reminder of Niama in opposition. Yedi ho enkomo, and said no, we'll keep on reminding ourselves of these promises until we make us December amono ojia December amono mejia if you ngotwe ya mama bida ayi zumula ya kra and this lose ye wa mame na ayi December we ya MPP lose ye no ena o bremi bi anke no nyame nko anka manye Yay. Nyame nko anka manye oh enye na wisa hina. Anyway, so you see, these kind of issues brings emotions, and therefore, yes, the bet me I say yen kaka ye ho na yen ni ho nkomo na yen the way forward. Maybe, for all you know, we are getting it wrong, or maybe the government is getting it wrong. In face of this, on my interest. Yes, your interest. And interest, I want to say, your interest here better on my, and that is why I have an issue with people. Aya omo area on my sika. Already adum so many avenues and ko bia betimi nya kakra. You don't need to steal. But it's an greed. It's an showmanship. Show boy sikam pedede. One hour a friend say Lamborghini Mubano. Yeah. If you have worked for it, I don't have any problem. If you have worked for it, I don't have any problem. But I have a problem when you steal from people. Omobronia or ton adie ewo circle Accra Central Market. America abaye fodi be gunu so pa na ne ba shenechi. Na se nipa wetimi to tickets 7 cedis. 10 cedis. Na ya diska no kogu ye funds mu na utimi wi ase sika no ha. I find it difficult. You know that some of us, yes, as much as we believe that, okay, so do we have means of taking back the money? Yeah, maybe listen, no, any power or them oh, what them wa na ayensen na ho 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. On say agrada On say free say agrada akwa no. Kwame say asofo no bebre ya yesterday e on social media. Asofo no bebre ya yesterday on social media. Asofo no bebre ya yesterday. Sometimes punishment is very necessary. Punishment is very, very necessary. Now, ebema yene yawa NDC munu suno obi ahwe no huye. And mami enkasa asengwe at least NDC 8 months radia dum TNT scandal bia 8 months, right? No scandal. And a huge achievement. Yano ni yesheshe. You understand? So we are abansika na odi atoka abeche Bobie die. Yemfa nkosi school dan. Yemfa nye ye gates. Yemfa build a sanitation ma enra obi ka kire me se okọ ene Kwame next week munko Accra Central. Mama reporters in Kokumasi Kejetia. Bola pa enena esum Accra Central. Bola pa ene video amehwe ye Greater Accra Regional Minister onu a woduru na ne ho adwiri no. Enti ye wadwuma ye ndi so bi wia oman sika eya na me wo problem e wo ho se o wia sika ne sen I find it very difficult. Mamini lawyer Ansah Sari, former director, Ghana School of Law, my very good uncle, Menene Nkoye Juma Emra. Over Akwaba.
Yeah, me you so commander.
Pacho Bokode over.
Papa.
The radius here now say so. Over you didn't come about NDC promise Omode Maye in opposition. Say omo be embark on oral enye enonko na obi bia wa for man sikasem no ombetwe na so ye grass afochene no yesi emre na ayekododo emre na ekọ ye hunu atwoboyfo no si ye hunu signal bia signal na da fom ena emre nimfo no bi si da bi signal ne na fom. It will take time. ABC, na politician you no first card it will take time. Obi kofa akoko mobile phone say near the amount 10 years, 15 years. It seems like as a yamabinum license to steal. Then we heard a year Mura Fifi Kwete telling us binum crash as here cut deals with alleged nipa bi omo MPP mo afa omansika you know so then the conversation of this idea of fighting corruption as here Soribio say with what you see, do you think NDC can indeed fulfill the promise Eyom de Ghana for lawyer?
You me that on say Fifi Kwete kasa no o say womo nanka womo de ni peso mo ye ni se obi bia wafa o man sika no amfa no kwampa so na nanka om peso mo je na mo NDC mpanyimfo no biara ene former politicians former fasika omunim di nkomo ye kickback na eno no besa na akofore wo nyina me pese me di mia so pese me twafa e de che me ho nti e basa na ne gi e de nti onu Fifi Kwete no e bia onu de onji o
ba ne yonko de obegye nti ne yonko na obegye no one ne obetia no ka o men kasa ne ho no ko nya obegye na onya ye no ntia so na sanka politicians no ba na wọ́n di ose be yo a anga sa asem a atendise ya wa to amami anga ya solve no da so ne sanse ye nyina nyepe na ye nyina nye fifi kwete ne nyina nye chema no obi beji ndi se oni anu kwa koje a wa hihye ne bibia da oje a obema obi nso a kona ni ma so oka bi no etia no obema no bi ndi godu a na neka ayedin eno na yetim kama ese yan politicians no yan fan ese me na mabefa me ba usho ba ku bi so na me kan say ora na oye ora for no bia becha wo mo akoji sika no bi na say o madwuma no na etwe ehwan ora for no bia nti anya me nwanwa say nia botaya ora for nde esti wo manimu no enye ni nyina na won betumi nti togbo efo no nya mesi aka won se ya na togbo efo no nso nya won beye won mu nya chance no e na omo ye togbo won nya chance no pepe pa won be jai togbo no but enka ye nyina be ba ko na ya ka se ye fa aban sika se be ye ndia e ma oman no enzumpo na anga won betumi aye enyi na anye se
offer ebinum arezi argument say oh I don't know enya better sa said ye tinchen a yehu no say politician area sika ye betimi agi apanish no the process e bi krasi court processes no ye no na account bi ama enkrofo wia o mine sa because unya kodru court edem ho a different ball game altogether and a whole lot of excuses one no my agony
100% but minimum be agena ku si afandi minimum so nya agena be si afandi na ne etini se ye nyina nim se nya ye na enye nanso o hwe kom ede binum ache na yamano position bi wa bam na the first time ohu 5,000 cedis ene emra oba bam no na de atisa dana aha ede ni ene aha ede sa de a nimu amane no na mi su mi ndi bi na menko ye mo fra no na ye say aban property enye obia dia that culture no eda ho wo ye nyina aban ika enye obia dia ade o papa sika na me fa mwa no na me ma me jodie na ye wie na de di ho so no dudu na enya ya nka ye be ye no ma wo training kwanso no eya na ya pama ebu eni se o ti se Ghana ni because we onka ye na je se normal emfata na oye na nia onim se ense se oye no ye mfa no because ohu a ya manu din onu ngukaya onu a onfa onu nso a ontimi nso a eno mo bi nso mfa o de ase na osono sa na ode for nti ya num kasa kwa edo de bia na mom nia ya ene se obi a sebe oni bi ni ese bo akowia akoko ba na ye de na ko 10 years na politician afa bebrebe or classmate or parliament or classmate or abamu or classmate or government and you know into me can ask them one ya na sema minjina Mr. Show we so encourage Encrophopy, ye me power. I go from Maso.
Are they?
Make a answer. Mature petition after how much he just talk on and Medema Nanado and Nanado dismiss and any ya intimidate or man penny fraud on the money, Mama. I have back. And where ye talk on ready. Oh, the person may pause, so I may catch a man that may have done me for a coup and said, sorry. Now, I'm going to be that so much as we talk on no, I catch on say, and Yamin, I'm a chop, you know. Maybe they may discuss it or air. And the woman now, a binum cocoon me who, because the yara, blows. Hey. One say me and our mom say me no. It's better me catch on say me ensure petition and far will be on saying David. And me and so mom say Yami Betcha Meka Mingu we are getting it in no. The mama is and me and I say Obia a petition cry and they say Udon quite close to say Yamin Kumuno. Yea or money ye. And I have and you now. One must say, make a quite necessary. Me time talk on and I'm in a man penny mamma back. One won't be that a man penny mamma said that on the year. I see. But Chief Justice talk on who da.
Ebi ana de oye petition. Ebi ana onu din se. You know so.
And then I just say, one more shekura o. Uko Saturday of friends and graphic online name. No ma ube attended didi mi pa seminar me hypocrite. They support Mahama. Senior me NDC, Nina me NDC for the Didi, nominate in terms of one more meeting. I didn't say no, Afra. But near Mr. Medipound is a one a pastor now. Own sister was one says I as a mean Casa Crabby, but the Macassa.
What is our offer? Okay, no too many. Yeah, Pecasa. Sure.
Me, Mahama, Cotna say one day and can't talk on you want them. And me, Nanado, and Cotna say one day for petition is that among. Me, I don't make a memory that me kaya, go fast, I be a boy, Abanu said. Coming Ansah no ya so go pia the ball for my teachers is talk on get wunya na ba ko pe say or pe senka o use Civil Service Act Judicial Service Act na or the nominating for people Supreme Court and for nanka me jina na national side. Nani akeka hono de na so say na class 1 for
okay but of a quick one me side wa ba me Ansah mako the issue about say politicians ya do mo kogina court no processes no enema kwai ema yehu asem na nintem ebitimi take 3 years ebitimi take 4 years and that is the excuse. Some of the excuses are yenya and me busa na so no omo ye adwene fa baabi no omo nya adwene fa baabi enfa na no omo ye adwene na enfa na no omo nya adwene me pe opinion e was ade na so
yeah politicians na e do am kono ma me kan okure wo won say Ansah na emra no be chi obi no na nia waye no a etiamra no tamra kwan no so na sese efa na nipa na obeye charge no onye nu yie na waja loophole ewom into politician no be fem tani pa kru yara oye charge no say o dealing with obi okowi akoko ba na obeye no french
I see.
Judge, only option there or the betum.
I see.
146.9. Emma, the president, John Dramani Mahama, option there said committee in the recommendation. He has to act on it. Only option there going to mean lift to suspension or revoke ye or the committee recommendation on not the Bayajma. Now the committee no recommendation, I say, one more. Loophole or one of FM.
Okay, so which means which means and 70 people wanka or move it near the fast.
Papa.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Pepe, tell go say politician be acquire galam say. Na ye de no kwa. Sama former attorney general. Godfrey Dame galam say sabe me show no so back na me kan say kintu mi nchiro bia o mo be chiro wo mo ye wo mo nse satan show no okwan no no na o mo kuta pidie ni China fo ni Ghana fo mpanyimfo ni ye ahimfo no entu mi nchi wo da because loophole edem clean cause I say na mom ye mra no dia che boys na truck pushers now, almost train truck now called Galante, and I bet you one because I know bringing into CD almost soon or gout, you know. But politician, or bet you no choir on fat member who call Galante side that, who fire bet you into member. Ofa Hanuma, Yancho, Ofa, one bet you on.
So which means so which means of the issue no state prosecutors no sana opatre
any police for me one more yoku hifa onim you say you galam say say na regulations no effort and say you be who in possession of machine what mrano now or yeah the report na or bet you say enye friend is saying or can I say no bet you the report na on to say nipa no e the machine no nearby say if you are found in possession into bet you say the person was not in possession of the equipment. Now, the equipment was parked beside BBB. Now, there's no in possession and there's no parking.
Why are some no
exactly. And see, one year paper now the problem about now you say every woman implement it, into a person rano chewa or a sultan or bet out in Nafa. One person chewa as sultan or bet you on the report Nafa. In Pempi, waiting out for police agent. Now police natural say a say a do what age and a bet to me attend a case into a back and say, Okwa, catch a magic sense, what is 21 years? About unim say nipa no on him nothing already 14 because okaso already 21 years paper one be treating say adult into no emranen between but okaso or 14 then bakaso a juvenile into a emranen approach into some normal way nyina emma yen law no into me adwuma yie
enti Papa muntimi nya ho hwe say ya na mo ne ye kono saa kwapum say ye nyina be wuwu akọ
you bet me ya hu baby but say wo who ye no be jina wachi no didi watem ebedu baby no o say obia ye na me nkwa de me Yesu Kristo me Yesu nti so obia ye na me de wo kofie ogire ana ukunu na wo hwa wo shirt wa shirt ba ko sa afefo Peter no ma say you did the almost some shirt, no. Meanwhile, no name quite Peter Faso, no dinya car shirt, no. Oh, I say, men can't a day back. Emma, baby feel law school, no. Na judges, ne official, no me, Obia taught Bangalore. And I'm a copy, and I'm a me, say. Tinton into baby, I tell la boni in a man's metal. I'm a year this time, say. Now, metal official Bangalore, no, because they say judges, no, any other senior public officers at all on the maybe me who to man. Now, my dear who, why Sir Diana, I bet was director of law school. Inquire. Aban fa from dinya dino and the yen dear back on all Latin me my in so no maminto and the manto million I say maminto obin so dear or is the other na unya be nominate wenum and I Janet nom and I for one I say now almost what they want over my Ghana year na in the thought idea. If the pressure, yenya efi yen spouses, yen ma, yen awofo, yen busianfo, the press and I enamfo. It's one way ye pe na akwa na o ho for obonsam them. And say, yes, our discussions na yena yen pata. My university, to be honest with you, the university now my end, me both are media and said, me university at Dachi, Bobie Beka say, yeah, Mankers University at Mekono, it is a ligona. And yes, she can't talk at it, and now my tongue questions, Eddie Ama, students, no, now Omukop no ma pass, me yes, that. Bonnie, and you make that obi or hey, oh, come on, come, Papa, no, this ancestor, you know. Say, in the questions here, day, oh, my own cheaty, oh, a yampa. And you sank a yina, Benyasa, Dino, say, hey, who call Legona, Dino, Atopare, oh, my own cheaty, okay, but I didn't know back as Bobie. Call SMC University, how they all qua, who was the Kanqua, Obenya certificate. 10 year air course to say, or BEC, and SSA exam, and Quada now have a right to have full knowledge of the questions answered for my culture. Now, on my known to me, a bonnet said that you know, they affect the integrity of our examination and educational system. People are not saying it. And you know, so who go school, now the top questions. Now say over their own to Ubabono. I think I will encourage Ubano, why ya de papa more Obanyansa for. But we are all encouraging wrongdoing. And to me, say Obi Metis Obi said, Monkeys on quarter because Miss Ancestor, Okwa. Obama was Ansah wapa say me the papa sana me pesenka o mine eye say o call attorney general department ye say prosecute murder case unko jisika no mfi murder no ho na wa set within no free
anyway Matia Sebebre, a young Koma, a guso ayedi, and ye big diakopim say, and Yamebe Adum na or mine be ye. Offer, ye for
correctional measures, they move from your member.
Mpacho.
Na embo de rona nkopim say betime winning souls very 100.
Offer yeah say no. Offer say no ye timi ayire ye one movie one step. Me kai say me ba Accra 100.5FM foforo no. Even in Kumasi and asade no me nyini me hu ye. Me ya Santini ye wo metu MPP mu me ye ever ye wo metu NDC mu. Say ya pem so abeduru ba bia esesa. Say nkola na aba no mo mfa ho. Enti say ya pem so aduru ba bia even now obi MPP ni kura no on found say MPP is wrong. Obi NDC ni on found say NDC is wrong. If you are wrong, you are wrong. If you are right, you are right. You know see another crusader you go so ye be pem sa ko pem say be dru ba bia afedi obetumi ahwe wa party chairman kura ni ma ka chire say and I think Fifi Kwete asset tone no that at least a general secretary can look into the eyes of the colleagues and tell them that look, are they saying na air cost yempe? Enti ye kuremu akopim sebe ye da se oni aka se wie. Pinti. Ye da se. Ye da se. Mate. Ye da se bebre offer. All right, so that's it. Mikao say your name pen from patch on pictures ningwa na yanko. So lawyer and I will say private legal practitioner will join us and my very good brother Oliver Baker Vomao, constitutional rights and policy strategy advisor, democracy hub also I'll join here and Meka say na menen wa activism and
activism we jaya na
say
I don't know how kind of pass
you crowd you crowd and any Messi lawyer na say unya koka galamsi anasa ade na obotwa da pa kakra so pacho yamo akwaba
good. But
wait a quick one. Lawyer Ansah sorry, and answer menko we numra. Lawyer Ansah sorry, senior or raise issue bia. Mameni unia Martin ending come quick one. I mean say embra back. Okay, so Council Akwaba. Council. Hello. Hello. Okay. Say mensa intimi anka lawyer Martin Pegbu. But Ora Ansah sorry raise concern say ebinum argue say oh okay. Council Akwaba.
Yeni Bobie.
Boko de inyami ado boko. Council me do best start here free baby. Na me ne unia penny Ora Ansah sorry din komo. And me busa na argument bia sorry was oral any prosecutions ebinum come say emra na ekododo ye ko 9 months ye hunu hwe asa ewie matadin ebinum say there be court processes no and to say the Bobie mu hunu no ura dem ho different ball game cra and we busa lawyer Ansah sorry and also on omo ka say court process no the no excuse no omo nya adwene because most cases no political cases say emphasis politicians yes o wakofa sika ya cheno was it state prosecutors ni police for no omo ni mra no pa because obi wo was investigate asem ni nyina wie wa hu sade we Bobie pa but Bobie wo sika owodin oyepani na wahye da create loop obi ama no opani we no ni ntwe we no ha to kwa ya wo ma lawyers ni nkase was ye no na a prolong asem no and this enkade na de enka cases ni bi wo anka ekufa show pa tim ti one sa for no mu use sa excuse no enya adwene me pa cho wadwen say on this matter.
Okay, your name can say. O say ora ne die. Ye juma papa. Yeah. Ora ye juma. It's just that Oh, say, if you are the Diana, you bought the word ora, and you. But ora, ye Juma. Oh, and you're attending General Kwana, or ye ora cases. No. OSP, AAB. Okay. Iyoku, AAB. Attorney General, AAB. Then normal police. I mean, normal police. Oh, say, apart from Sikana Yehu, wanted them say no. Also, sign a contract B with a reference to Attorney General. The first company, Aqua Africa, Philip Foster. Last week, finally, Chief Philip Foster. Yehu Shishimu. Because you see, could the company no ho. Say, you may or my near Juma Papa Dia. Until one says our story, say no. Omunya a news item. Bounce a memory walk ground into the matter. Na make me a kind of beg them say no. Okay, so that kind of case, you see. Yeah, investigators are making progress. Yeah, Chief Foster last week said, hey, cast near, on family because one year, Juma. Oh, you are met for where they are now. Now, cast us in this hour with TV3, so say, Adia Cecilia, that so that's just one example. The police are working on it, but any bad news. Only say, is here, I say, over 200 former government appointees have been called in, and some arrested and then admitted to bail. Yes, over 200. The last time we see Kwabena update, 170, and that was like at least 2.5 months ago. Yeah, so over 200 markers is within the range. And so say cases need to it takes some time. Mokai FIFA said Blatter, Muhammadi football chino. Said Blatter say Ansah America it took years. Also more than 3 years of investigation. Kakra. As he said Shane Koso now one day, bam. That's your okay. But we cry their contempt. So apart from Cecilia, the second case it one case no court. Professor Amir Ekunti, Ghana Infrastructure Fund, a court. Abdul Hanan, buffer stock, on the watches in millions of cities, so millions. You can say thousands of Ghana cities, millions watches in buffer stock CEO, on the case no all right. Mustafa Hamid, 280 million Ghana cities. Mustafa Hamid, then the Crawford case, OSP Kremu, and no court. You see, so we can go on and on and on. Right? Chairman won't me. Season Chairman won't me cast near in Yoku, the case no court. So the cases are many. There are many. It's just that in the Bian oral. But those are oral cases working. OSPO, Attorney General CAO, CIDO, Yoko, BNI. Those are oral cases. But it's also good that people are complaining. Also, you see, you know, and Kasahua, you bonny. Aha, into Attorney General Nankasoka, Dr. Ayene. Or see, our social media, we say, man, why you wild? I would say, hey, all right, we on kind of winter more, onion in temp, into a tipa or social media or Shani Koso, and he's doing it. So I think we would make progress. Of course, naturally, Naomi said, see, being more lawyers to go and help Attorney General, say no dear. If government can recruit more lawyers, I'm a speed now, because Attorney General, or then a deputy, then DPP, and then the other senior lawyers. No, naturally, there are not many as such. I think the Attorney General, they are more lawyers, no, so. If I cannot have more lawyers and make calm one, yes, I think that way I can help.
I've been raising concerns over a Attorney General statement. Say, oh, why ne be no more Abba? Say, Brunica say, plea bargain. What's me pouch? Oh, idea we say, ni say. Nanka mi kratefa into idea and cap monye. Na ebi no say adia na ewo mu abupami ensa say charges bargain and I say be a non-prosecution bargain and I say a sentence bargain. A dear by bargain pan or money and crofone car. Ghana Nibia any madecro. No, what's never near best or yes so. Obiso ni otria yes won 60%, 70% na onko. Enya meso mefabi. Me fabia na jamedimu 70 aba. 30 no na mema e de akobobra. Sa ne ma we confusing crofo we street mu.
Okay, Bobie. Can say, oh, plea bargain you, and your Ghana and Kwana, you want to umbrella you. Yes, it's common because also case and court room. At times, as a prosecutor, okay, what the bell say, oh, case there, the airful, the funny free, the mufala. But if you're not technicality, we are now as you will lose the case, no. You see 2 quick examples. Okay, I got for a dummy. Oh, this blue deep sea company, Dubai for no.
Yeah.
Say, hey, ambulance case, offer so on bet you have 2.3 million euros. Got for a dummy to the on later no, and can 2 force in also churo because Dubai company will be uncle Mukwedu. To force someone or letter that company should not write. Oh, always technicality. They say, hey, God for damage this came and call. So it's going to be now about because someone is moving count, maybe $3 million, $4 until they be, he will not consider the letter because it's not coming from our 2 forces. Say, you will be a could be here. You could be, he says, you are not going for a damage on work at them. Take tape, Japa tape in the buy, no. Okay, I say on say omuni case, but Ekufuado any Ofuriata and ana omu influence say Queen Bias no now mon convict here to force it. So the bear you bit now by election at to force in Peswaso and then the account. So what happened? They said to lost the case. Yes, you see, Yenya Capre. Dubai for no so Amuda Musika. Yenya capre yenya into a man what you was 60% in yeno pacho at 2 force in case no omuko bisage got for dami capre kwa yenya diana. Oh, then now let's go on to the second case. The 4 case yes you could be 60%. Bobie say if you didn't deal with it. Obe who got for dami signature wachro say Unibanka yeji omo licenses no enyemra we have breached the law ye boom ras but for damage signature and that's ye clean or say a kwanya governor Addison Ekufuado any oporiata e fast with the G Unibank they do for us omo licenses no enyemra they have breached the law and they have committed crimes in the way they set up CBG onwa ni signature onwa gofedame attorney general gofe onwa no chwe nti case previous attorney general akokate is riddled with illegalities no ayi ne ko 60% mo se enye ewo mpacho no mi ensom sa ade no ukoye ne tu fix o per 100% de bi enko obehwe no na akoye ambulance case ni bio ni enya kapre because attorney general signature da ho yes court ho attorney general say kwan na mo fa so di license ni free Unibank in Semuno is illegal. A kwan na mo fa so di setting up CBG no Consolidated Bank of Ghana is also illegal and many other things in the opinion. Bobie Pastor Ansah can opinion.
Yes, but we need full report no.
But I'll even forward it to you as we talk.
Okay.
So this type of thing, Mumi enjoy. I know. I also know, say, yes, you know, one kasa why you will be born into another year. I don't know. I accept the complaint to a certain extent.
I see.
I'm only saying, so say, complaints. Yeah, man, bro, so now. This attorney general Bemwa and the say, we lose everything, and we don't want to lose everything. Into the BMA topic about they say half a loaf is better than no bread.
Okay.
Half a loaf. When you have yes, no bread at all. Okay.
Mate. So, I mesra na documents now one forward their mommy while in the studio. Yeah. Okay. Mpacho. Yeah, that's be brave. Yeah, that's be brave. Okay, thank you so much.
Bobie has landed.
Okay, yeah, Mensaka. Okay, all right, I'll check. Me that's be brave. So yeah, back to the studio and lawyer Vomawo has a lawyer and I say will join us. But lawyer, so now we have two sides of the conversation. One side no with lawyer Ansah say no. Yes, more complaining on the street no. Because there are some cases and keep me a question. Wabena state prosecutor no or ne police for no or Marco Naive now omu be free mu. Nesa and so mom ko wi akokɔ ne mobile phone ya mobrofo no. Ono no ni hwe oba betua ne yakwa akoma loophole. To omo asam ye tight no. The judge so the other bebre no. Eno obeyo. Tie de omo asam no to judge na animu a no. Mobroni oni loophole bia panyan ne de amano no okɔ. But politician there or no fire no obi odin into amani lupo. Ora Martin Pebu say no on Genesis anete. Adena entisa. Even with this plea bargain, ye mubi owa ya raise issues. Where ready your opinions on it. O see there be see ebenya kakra ya yanye na chen say afenia because obetumi akwa asem no mu ani no so ageta. So one way or the other no also contradicted the Ansah Sarekano. So you have these two views. Mpacho on our studio I say ye mumao
we give that say senior we see asset at some call say oh better than Solomon send them can check kola no mien no kwani nya mien ten na okano e ba no ankwankwa eni bi na ye de wasem kokota na pepi no do na ntimi mfa lawyer mpo ntino wo ni eka no na de esi wo court na ngasa na wonti ase papa na ebinu mo hompo ansa na obedu court okra na police na ka kire wo se okodro a o se udi for anaze because udi for yesen guilty udi for na wo explanation na wo kan se udi for na wo explanation a na judge ne hu mobo na onim na wo kokaze bia odi bemma na no ye bema wo remand me no memfa won kokot biomu wo ko demo anu no
police one
na ka kire wo nso ye mra bi ni bibia ho ya fe ne say me dey for with explanation nto nya kan ya sentence na na be sentence dey say ne ya accuse wo na dey waka na say bi wo mo say bi ni mo eno na be gina so dey sentence wo eno ne first one second one so wo so we ni e den na wo be ko na wo mpene na wo kokaze wo dey bia odi bem no bare conditions are the two so say adanasi say dodo don po ho ye mom bail nti jawo beto ho any police in the pa no de wo court one fa won court nya na hwe say e bia ka say mom next 2 weeks na say 3 months time na de wo ba ya and once the court be hu oh man va number ya za agene say e twe ne pa so wo ho pa de enye say be jawo say mra mu no ebra ne ho kwan say ye du ko sha ban kukum na the whole time fa wo makord no so no enye nya ho hwe se timi de wo begina court enim na sa na wo bedru ho na ka police fo abo wa ma eni nyina ho bo judge be yi na ni ato nchen engum se ka se timi gina mra so se we no o ma ho kwan na wo de obi sa ba wo ka sa ma chew abra wo ka sa judge no kra wo to me wo ye mra mo se o timi chi nipa o timi chi police no kra tum so e ba na sa na se wonni bie dia your man ya seti dia wa se momobo na wakofa lawyer nso no ewo case ne mun so no ewo nia ononkasa no gina ne baabi ansa na wakofa lawyer fo di nachi na wo so a woni bie na osika gina na wo yi ama lawyer se ne lawyer no be ka no se ne obeka na ye ma wo bail na jese bia se ne bail no de nya lawyer na wakwaji bail na ma o condition na wa na wo pe o nkrofo sa
say police force between we and say I share surety fee ni say na so ho case wo ho na mpempi no eya na omo ayede oman ne show monsa na aye contract akese ayede show monsa say ye kwanya ye betwa ho contract say bibia ye be kra ho contract say be a project be a supply ni we nyina contract ye be show monsa so mo nya bibi no mo anyi so anya first of all don't say no oba no bring mo home podi mo go see police station say you jian hin say we see police station ache police for e bring so akoto yi pick up so ache police for ala into no podi de ye invite no say wo fa ye sere wo nka untimi me fa na e bia na ye bisa asem kakra bi no ngasa che time obeba into no am pen time obeba no ye nchi ye ntimi na won tena ha e ma police for nka say omo ache aban panyi bi adi na ko tuma mama ne
esi invite no
invite na ya che na dum e wo police station da yente this be assembly former na che se won say aban panyi won say be attorney general na say police from panyi for bi di echi enye sa de some ka say be investigation pa say wo ye de betu
say amasama district command ultimately akwachi politician penny
pa ensida so police one gasa boka go frɛ how many times na mini amate gbogbo ko isu no how many times no one call report won to me ama police from penny for
I see
omo report am ko am say ni ko na wasa ko choro new one aba
ayira
omo report the same matter over and over again into nyese bia yenua remona chamu wo yoko na ko che na ka police one gasa de omo nya hwe into bi no wo ho de a as a police for ferry omonim odi o fo mrakra na je ferry ondi no de enim nya ohwe ji say bia sanya bia OSP anase yoko na betu hu na modi ani enya ohwe. So that's one issue. You no plea bargain home poatem. The process na ka ye de be fam no ye de be fam rakwanzo no kra no ye ni so. Na ye fra home po ba na be statement na aja to baby. Answer na obekokra no was say one say we envelope ato abo ashe police ni no ngasa ye o yesa kakra na wo pop baby afa your system no sa na your system na koye
no so even young fan says NDC will position and MPP will position it happens
see that answer na MPP na say mo ngasa no answer no obeko position no not so here na bi mpo abo an ofre mo njo koye no ye send there still our wadamfo still our number ofre wa say Jack ozi yesa na je say nkomo oni obedi no nu edi nti no report ben ye baba complaint ben na nipa baba ye ma police na ono obenya ho ayem hihye say we dey say 2-1 na more because we go yes ka kese ema so the whole system na kasa no from the top to the bottom no e kwan na ho nti so be si na so say also person ye resetter na wonim senior system no ti dada wonim kwan ya nkrofo mo wo bie omo dimi fa edi friend saying omo ye di omo pe
omo di boni form
omo fa mu di na wonim say reset na ba ye no ne obesise bibia fa ho emfa ho ne nipa wo ye emfa ho say obi adamfo anaza oni onye obi adamfo ansa na wasem ne beba nti say wa won si utim po say ba ye anu na oba be reset ya na say the normal thing na oba be ye dia ka wan ko bo ora na say reset di mpo akaja to ba bi na ye dia oba ye na normal
no so with submission we know o patches and KSNka and this aban chassis free baby
kasa mo chassis free baby
where
reforms no started from the police station nankasa say I know my example be the first thing na PNDC for buy no so mo mani abre first AFRC and sana PNDC mpo first mra no mo ye no asset seizures wa asset na woni ho explanation no ye be sizi ato nti sizi go wa no wa be kirem se ne baby efi emra ma ho kwan nti no
nyina ye adwuma
oh je se ye ni so tumi amra de maye no ye ni so so what fun say me say no after me ba no me say wo say waketua no 6,000 a month na wom wo so ne wasisi egu ho no enu na just na ya wasisi no ba ho me say o jan explanation so what's the business now we na say business in the obi first can fee from me she obutom e say o de me kire say ne o saka ne o se wo saka no I don't know so no it me ye che o to ho secondly no so no answer na wo ba e ho do court process nankasa no say me find a criminal case be the court see and say prosecution the witness statement no be abampo answer na be fix it trial nankasa no judge to me mind say next 6 months I just say be a 6 months time and say na be start to trial.
I see.
And I say be one witness now. The next witness now just the next 3 months. You nim. So the main system nankasa na I clocked and as a coin na home. International na obeba no. Tama ku form buy no mo creative fast track court.
Yes.
Because omo special courts be to ho. Say eba no corruption cases there. Mo docket na you free. Into there some ma na say be try no. Every day by day, I be trying every day by day. So more 5 witnesses na me fra. 5 in my friend of Monday by Friday na me wie. Also witness na wa be freko. So I no yet be create new court you find the division and no be focusing on these kinds of cases because answer na ye be ba any si ba ba mo no. Na o man penye yi oral committee ananu nwa Martin Gbebu ka ho. The committee na mo yi na say mo de mo wo mo pentem ponko pentem no na no go see say mo bejeje gofu complain keke nti no ka me feel say be a committee no eba be advice kwan e beti be make sure say investigations ni prosecution na be contem. Okay, the second thing is mo je complaint no e bi no wa fa de complaint na ba say hwehwem ye ba ye no what say yate investigative unit omo de mo focus na ne oral cases no mo focus on.
But then we have we have the CID office. We have
the CID office. Say what do? Say I'm from Namasamai land guard cases. I said no what do? The pool.
Yeah, the bill NAP.
So yeah, go. Then they have prioritize. So who was special units? Who was special year? No one decided say okay cases here bano. Because of agency and as I'm prepare a person here cases oral cases in no you better division and now units be a no number so you entire unit in terms of investigative unit a collaborative unit between Yoko signal and as national security na ya pay units no more and say or focusing on these kinds of high profile cases here. Secondly, about the prosecutions nankasa no so a yente unity bia chese omomo de no e bia nipa 10 mo de mo cases am we prosecuting is our cases we eno so ye nye into hwe oral cases na mfana attorney general na ye na deputy attorney general na koba no koba be how many cases okay and you say
no, but maybe he is the face, but probably they have people who will back to Momo Yajuma.
Say, me say, on no your face and no point to me in your case, Nina. Or no point to me what, because you want over set cases, Nina, no echo concurrently. So we cost now, we cost, and I'm what. Into no, how you map a unity be my name, say unity now on your Moya Juma, or we focus on oral cases and qua. Names I don't know ye. I don't know no boy Juma, Deputy Attorney General. About the cases I can say more yen in an audio nim. But nipa baako and me nyadwuma no. Because the nipa baako of course, all me say ma kokota kotina ho ahwe proceedings ho ye. Adeba me baako mienu di nachi. But me who unit anyway ne collaborate am say a joint unit bi amate amode mo focus an say within the next 2 years dear. At least 50 cases there is here clear. So that's the next thing.
Okay.
The third thing is to say,
even if say NDC are buying decided some better special units and young by investigations so that the member and seminar flow quick. So pim a court processes no.
Exactly.
Which they claim say problem no a judicial system I want a problem.
See, how many months? 8 months.
Yes.
Judicial system not a single thing. Yes, from time I see bad power.
Maybe accept the CJ.
Not was here. I make a kind of be CJ answer. Now for what? The fact that the Attorney General is Minister for Justice. The Minister for Justice no can in terms of only Chief Justice in the administration of the courts she prevented the acting Chief Justice. See a best set specialized courts. hwe nsi omkwan
okay
public tribunals one semana ewo NDC for manifesto mo besi ne nothing hwe ne wa isi omo kwan say be create public tribunals and then also ye over the past 8 months. So all this while no only men complaining yes ye nyina ye nim say court system no problem ho me say be Canada me can say ye judges we there and one say wa pe ayi impoje me enu bi obekọ wanim so I don't need him da but uba ya na mo be wo tu wo
ya clear
impoje o mate nti ye nim problem na wo ho dada nti wo the strategy ba wo ka ora na wo ni ye nyina ye wo the court system no na ye nim court system no na wo plan for the court system no say won't me ka jem say uyi chief justice Ansah. First of all, one guy says Chief Justice, you know, be the petition by and then can oral plan.
Yes.
So Chief Justice me can say reset agenda and Chief Justice then can.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot I bet me a year. So Chief Justice na wo so only me nya
yeah.
And only nya ho hwe be sine. So the court system na gasa na nya no. The main investigative unit ni nya no. And then more and more nkofo aba move. And pay me true bibi.
Okay.
E bi say Ohe ministers say ewo ho nyina na one yen sake no
maybe kai
wo ko kan ye
go kai
wo hwe nipa dodo a
eji ho aka
man ka hwe o me say no obi no say ayi deputy attorney general madam for pa me no from way back but the aura no is bigger than one individual you nipa ba ko dia in fact your system na nkofo capture na even in terms of say aban aba no betimi prosecuting agenda ko nanim no sikado no nkofo so no se won fa wani ensiso make sure say be dress system ni here na nkofo abemebu a they won't come, they won't show up. So it is in the government's interest say kwan bia so ye befa tamana former power minister Donko
no
Debbie
MP
Brefiniding Kwabena Donko good oba ye no so be solve galamsey dumso so on solve we resigning
yeah
back power ship na ko power ship akọ ye na ko pay yi e be duru be ni say was surplus into say all no ye important mawa e say ka say no why ye cases na mana fun yen because a kwan bia so obefa bia no ofa undumi we na say
but council with your argument that the NDC government can say or tackle from resetting the judicial system be believe say one cases no kopema na I hit back then on resetting police system no which means any baby o ma do kura ke nyan ruho
say once idea no both at the same time because
which is very difficult. It will be very difficult.
See, and here cases now we have a prosecution saying they are prosecuting.
No, but you heard your brother Martin Pebu
say
a cases are
but yeah I mempe cry and say ya pray and one arrest you be okay because you no who arrest you be 48 hours so the department be court Ansah na be arrest nipa no not just what investigation na do echi wo ba be say ni mo asem because oba mramu mpo no he doesn't say saying he has the right to remain silent you know oba mpo a obetime choose say me nka hwe nkyerɛw in fact me such my clients call police station there me say we almost be my paper say me say me ni hwe ka me do court me kan dey meka into why arresting no then value na obenya wom into what you want to me now over how many a year ago no at the time point now is that we are ready into arrest the fan cancel arrest they say now we know we arrest the say arrest the into why arrest you be no just say we ora me I don't respect arrest they be meka I mean respect say no watch you be no I deny the bail anya na me say investigate prosecution no I don't know who to one more e be me there because say 48 hours ba go them anya na no dey nyare o nti say no na ye feel say ye be ya jinja base ne dia say the two yin be sa omo bi na mo dey disappointment na ho omo bi say
no but Martin argument is that it starts from somewhere and now some arrest has been made
at least omonya some few key and near be on which we are prosecuting Crawford. So you start from that base.
Govudo draw na omabemu bubano. And yes, the omoye in the omu hubida. Give
me an example.
Say arrest That's say you mobile and crime so many girigidisa. Attorney General Crasy Konifiko, Consachi Nifie. Or no Attorney General say the armed people eba Nifie, eba boss search. And then you who be that. In terms of gidigidinia, no, because I say yes, say I arrest you, say yes, say no, you won't be that. But because you I am she, and I say you should say, I did say you see corner, and say, now by say, and I know the Nubino, and don't say Casano. Because all the plan a bar, me no dear, that make from the day one, I make say, Mrasa no. All the changes in law, I make my general painting, I already know. You show me strategy, no. Because strategy no nyan say mako masate musima investing in me Ansah. But some who say legal system nagasa no yes sano say ne be ya e be more difficult to be
that is where makes me what problem with your argument that if say NDC are buying say look we need to overhaul our legal system. We need to overhaul the police system because 2 weeks we my problems. Any now you trying next 4 years so.
Mr. Tama ye buying buy no. Mresen na ye di yi 11 fee ho.
Oh, any be 2 months.
Okay, me that's it. Mresen na buying ko pass new tax you so me ko to petroleum so.
The levy. That's the energy levy no.
Yes. I'm not saying near ye gold board. Near buying person or prioritizing no. Obi gold board
you also go through processes.
Only you go through processes. Gold board here they say obi impose to say you make create structure be it say cocoa board within how many weeks. Yeah. So are they buying person or prioritizing or be prioritizing? After all, government was the majority in parliament. Some way no your friend is saying
I see
certificate of agency no pass bill or pass bill. In terms of legal reform there nipa ya obey attorney general kwa ya deputy attorney general pen. The main issues na mo discuss ya na mo decide wo ora na mo discuss is public tribunals na mo discuss we no mo ye ni nyina wo manifesto mu kran na mo ba. Person there parliament call recess member. There's no single bill amemehu. Me who be inti obeka him say mra okay wo pa me no me din na me train 3 years time na me na me no abet na ho ni accounting percent and ani then ye because within the first 8 months no mpo no ye nyanye de se ye no inti mra ben le pe process na why ye kodru hin ni ye momo mra edru hin e na mbese meti ase because so far no de me hu ye say ye tu ho anamo okay metwa nyina ye ntwen say ne bia ye kopie mu December 2027 and as ye be 2028 no na je say bia na ye be ye say na ye ko by election be ye kwan na ne de vem
so which means only Ansah sare ya adwene say ye dru ba bia eye nkwanta so eye court ho no a eniema kululu no ekoso no enema cases ne eche.
Oh, court system ne dear as senate ne dear who person case di 10 years e be di 10 years who person case di 10 years for court
now person case di 1 month 2 months eh
over man di 1 month
it's possible
remember example first of all no enfa no edubo hin case okay I think say within 1 month now attorney general oma file on witness statements in another okay I know you're one of the fastest amehu attorney general aye case bia mepo mabaso is the one of the fastest amehu say witness statement sometimes prosecution mo be kwa 2 years then prosecution can file it.
I see.
Oh yes, in the prosecution can be file witness statement after 2 years. Na say me case say be dey for treason. I go to abengo no. After have 3 years the can start a trial. Witness statements can my. So if some person will check and for say you be ya cheno. Oh, when the mobile busy court busy. Busy. Oh. So on be some year before mo me aye. But some file a statement no so a. Na me can say court ne calendar nya clear. Na say wo dey asem ne ba. Na obeye no one witness, mo ye no 1 hour.
a day. Now, more journey 2 weeks. No matter 1 hour. No more journey 2 weeks. Enko nenim, enko baby.
I see.
So unless say be na more court dedicated court am calendar ye clear. Na ye say case ni be wie no 1 week, be wie no 1 week. Then the move here. Prosecutions no so there. When is the case na tie omo no there. Say be judge no bo wa no person appeal. Judge bo wa no appeal court of appeal. Na court of appeal no they kotum twen. The court of appeal system remember cases be a appeal here over 3 years. Ye nya date cry court of appeal.
You don't mean it.
In the Serbia, a drew prosecution with the case. Now, submission of no case.
Hey,
submission of no case. Okay. Now we're filing submission of no case or appeal. Now we're filing stay of proceeding. No, we that all. Or be anywhere or you dedicated that or be making sure say can be as on registry. Be making sure say a court of appeal. My fix it. Only dedicated unit. Enko be 2022
yes
injunction against the demonstration ma appeal be seen na yenye no court of appeal 2022 demonstration it so big me find say obi onye lawyer ni na bia no or can be about say oh ebia your court system adena ebia obo court determination ya na me hwe odi na my din because bia ye adwuma court ni ye nim senior system ne tie wo so wo ba be di aban a flagship project a year already anim no unim say the court system net here uni excuse about say unim the kwanya nkrofo faso e delay cases because we are now obe appeal answer ko obetwen ya no was appeal akọ ayi
so meba minia enti say the okay say sanity a say NDC ba abam no omunim loopholes no but they decided say membu yanimu so na yenye no biara ye bi pay what you are telling us and I say ebi ana omunim and I say we dey sakara mo de mama Bobie num ko ye say ye ba ye be cheche nkrofo ye wini wi a ye ne ekro no which I'm getting confused here.
To be honest I don't anya say bia na omubo woni eguso say ye be no biara na mo ye dede na na ye pay baby afa but it's okay it can also be a question of say administratively no your strategy is wrong. Okay so if strategy is wrong there and then the ultimate reverse course was okay what can we do now maybe what's the sound course now say okay you who say be say ni you know then say nye no foforo nye ni and then the ultimate one humble
but best to your knowledge say if say they risk set something in the judiciary and if na ufi some tackle e be ye
be the first thing is say first of all no within the high court system no muyi court say be 5 courts if say 5 courts we no cases on we enquire oral cases and that's even say economic crimes court
petim
and no no more
okay
into no me say be a special minister attorney general appointing special counsel then you be enquire even prior to me appointing even say Thaddeus sorry no I say cases were more 4 cases we now be lead prosecutions on it the nipa 5 beka ho we be direct we sort out evidence we say we the wasem cop mo cases in your schedule within this 2 weeks period no e be di mo asem no mo wia e betimi aye wie okay so you betimi I reorganize the approach but it also jina say we have to work with the courts to make sure somebody on the pesa economic crimes courts no you betimi make sure say public tribunal say we constitution no you be appointed chairman you be appointed members of the committee na and also expand it na yekoyenim so obe bi no be siti anopa na bi no be siti awia na enwumre a you be siti to get it through
how you bet me activate 24/7
you bet me aye okay you bet me aye pa but there's another component and so a investigative process no a lot of the times you know who counts be on the investigator say your police force say national security for say be among investigations no more case them bro so one supervise the way or here one pen lawyer and ho and making sure say evidence evidence come with me hwe no mo gather the brewa me dey mean ka say be na
dey mo can watertight
no to one making sure say case I dey brewa be gina so a prosecutor it me be a brew and no ntimi fan ko ba bia won't mean find every. So okay, so you're bad. I could now lose. Okay, so even the process of gathering evidence, no so say, I say unya odiachi. Obi yes, you're ready. Also, you're ready, bro. And you're ready. Some to your train. Maybe I'm going say, I try attending general. You're ready. What must say? The normal system near one ankasano. Inefficient. But be opa. O show no. Me fan say a china say. Decide say, oh, I didn't go jam attending general's office. I mean, from attending general's from registry. So the letter. I come attending general. It may take it 3 months and I go to attending general. Just in terms of registry ho. Send your paper is in Google baby. Now you could cut down attending general no or represent attending general no but say and survey no. Abra ya cost survey omo. Now over 1 month. No kind. Do say normal system no protein no man dia. And the encourage him. And you say be wash that now we decide say be cases.
But the system will not allow you.
System no man no him. Into unim sano. That's what I'm saying, sir. Open say a normal sana can remember bo oraso emon because over bo oraso dia. And that's about reset so dia. Maybe I know him all the issues a bit me aba. I want to one more. So the problems in the dorsum within the system. Administratively the issues in the dorsum. But me open bit area but me case I the buy against Kotoka Airport. Kotoka Dinwa Airport.
Yes.
You file a case in 26th February. Nkrumah birthday. You serve Attorney General within February. Basically,
which year?
2025.
2025. Okay.
Basically, almost enter appearance in po.
You have said 6 months.
6 months. Mrama 14 days. Okay, this is where a civil matter, the criminal matter as well. Civil matter now, you are say arguments and one day actually, no one be argue near a baby. What get that evidence? What go you say? What go you say? And then we had that bang. Your system is very, very, very inefficient. So you're intentional. No, your system no. If you no janus money yes idea. But one thing you say about these kinds of offences are on man be pleaded guilty. The only be you know. And must buy no case not guilty. Police in the mean say one be pleaded guilty me fa wonko. What do you mean? Or no case about the court the Ghana or require V8 be no about court
27.
So you know then I be catch no. The baba almost pleaded not guilty. The lawyers bear why. Stage be as over file BB. And first of all, defense strategy and say a bit delay. So I don't know here default in terms of the defense strategy.
And the other thing no kwabon ti go this uncommon share court processes and why? Just to deceive us.
It's not new. And just say we catch him say court process no and I choke na say ni say. Minim nyina nim. Wow, okay, and what attention about no cases over discontinue fan no. Okay, cases na the 8 years. Cases na the cases na year. More evidence come on prosecute. Sana also you about with you. But defense na who say obi within the legal fraternity no. Is there an opening strategy? Opening strategy no. Yeah, for to send new government by a major case no. And you know, so I don't want to open. Okay.
Obia opuni. Then wow, live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. I think so. I council announce so kakra, and I'll come back. Then after you be pre-bargain. Numu. Slim Kosi says, Oliver, you are right. Mr. President and Attorney General should get serious. Neil Lante says there are some elements in the NDC party who are aiding the corrupt MPP former appointees, and Fifi Kwete was right. The reset must start with the NDC party. All right. So I have Paul Saw here. Bobie Oliver is very right. It appears the government has not prioritized oral cases. If the government fail to set up fast track courts, then they are joking. Also, the fight against illegal mining is bound to fail if the government go ahead and to centralize the operations. For example, deporting foreigners arrested for engaging in illegal mining has defeated the purpose
of the fight. Okay, so this one is coming from Paul Saw Obapa Janelle Butcher says agreed. So who is your option? I think so on Webina dear Bosso our Facebook or na Dodua is here on our Facebook page. Thank you. Mahama UGMC says you people talk too much. Will be any Oliver Mohagene. Yo, yate, yeah, that's it. Kwame Buenat, this is, can he mention one person who said they are waiting for the CJ to be removed before they start working? He can't be saying anything he likes without evidence in reference to a Council Oliver. But Kwame, Nate, that's how I say with the yate. Oh, Nate, the problem is that ebia moment mini esro for new komo, but people like Oliver they have the opportunity to meet them at functions. They are friends. They meet them and they tell them, oh, what do you see Genuia? Me, I have friends in government, they tell me, Bobie, you see Genuia action. Even NDC, you have nothing to do with CJ, removal. It has been there. Over the time, there were petitions, so the issues have been there, and just saying these the issues nearby. Anyway, it will be our opinion is welcomed. Yakubu Nelson, Bobie, the media is also an advocate for the masses. We can petition the government on his own promises. Yes, of course. Elizabeth Fojo says, please, Bobie. Okay, so. Elizabeth Mentiri Austin Abaji says that is why I will never like democracy. It breeds too much criminals. They know each other. Now you're happy. No more Kwabena Aiko Yaye. Now Dodua says I agree with Oliver. There should be a unit specifically for Ora because Charlie. There are lots of corruption, across under MPPO, and no time to waste. Okay, so now Yakubu Niasis says, Commander, you are doing a great job. Thank you. Vivian Opon says, please give this your beautiful ideas to the government. Okay, so, but Obi Betre say, Council, on 5 years in the Mawamoda. Which I disagree because on the Sanima we were on Facebook page and I think we have been reading it. August also says I was able to campaign from Amsterdam and had 22 votes for the great NDC. But if they fail to prosecute the corrupt MPP officials, then they must sit well. Because we will turn around and campaign against our own party come 2028. And this one is coming from Augustine Owusu. De La Hamon, the CJ and AG can bring serious charges to the court. And I don't know exactly what he's trying to communicate. Okay, so Mekwaba, Dinah Baka is here. When I'm back, Yebe Tua and Komonoso. And that is where Yebe enter into issues about a plea bargain.
With excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness. They want opportunity. They want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data, and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity.
And I say, Emma, a dominant pimpim, a ya omo eti and ka omo follow ye on our Facebook page, on West End FM Ewo Elembele, Western Region, and I'm and ka Benya FM Elmina, any other platforms. But my main car will say, the luckiest. You know, a grubia afina abaswa within from 1 Ghana cities. Ede kopem be 5,000 utimi eto na de woman say obetumi ato luckiest season 3 tickets no obetumi ato na auto winning tickets no a o say bomodiana enter the luckiestafrica.com ebe sign in so the luckiestafrica.com na a sign in edwa enter afede utimi etusa abanibi or say tap on community tickets and pick your lucky number or let the system generate one for you. Now say utimi etua was utimi ewini sa beye yemfane say sebia wutwa 1 cedi ubetimi ewini be 500 times of 1 cedi 10 times of 1 cedi so I say the omusi eye no enti esika or see wetimi do momo atua enti sa so a so when you Ghana, wait me the credit card so atua ne pepepe. Enti the luckiest. Sa agrowe enyuhu film. I found him. Na abema also ubotuma yede na ubotuma yese. Police near dro embus heba mesha na omodi aba ebusu amanfo immune system. On say immune system no eto for mo ya rebia timbebo patim na ada form no. Was num eye emboost heba emboost heba beboa ama unipadua no atimi agina ne nan so yi pa omemu pharmacy shops ubenya bi herbal shops ubenya bi from 0246 208496 unsabet mi akomo make out say lawyer nana ya was say ababe kayensa e wo fiase and still I'm here with my very good friend and a brother counsel Oliver Vomao or Yanche Ewa say Nana Akwaba.
Major Suminia,
Bocordia,
and you do. Michia is so.
Also Joe. So I think even what translated I am so was some because now who follow your eba. So which means maybe there was some few things be you ran Sasare Ebekasa Unia Martin Pibu by what Unia so was studio or no or stating the point I will near money be back why this shares here. Baby and my dream kissing the shares, you know. Where many Rasa redeem common because the argument they say, even this morning, I know doing come on phone. It was a way home. And I say, yana prosecutors, state prosecutors no come home because they give the emphasis of big men for no who are first cano. They give them loopholes. Into a 7 crano, so tight in a year, no they can say that a be home. In the time be no be say accuse no e wo leeway no appeal na asem no mo twe no appeal na asem ti da bia no prosecutor ne she da be ho na kokoro de ka akokọ ne mobile phone for no no oni obia yene de omo tighten yi na judge de odi be kono yene no oyo into omo de koya 10 years 15 years. And I think now lawyer people somehow disagree and also raising issues. Then lawyer from our Babet how the judicial system, he thinks that they should have started, overhauling the judicial system, the police system. You set up a unit, a special unit to do investigation and all that. Me sure say now will follow. Maybe be a Ansah and lawyer best to us in conversation.
Yeah.
Until I allow you maybe I won't see any of those things. Maybe if you had some adapts, you can do it.
Yeah, Bobie, largely Oliver na meti ni yepa. Menene ya adwene wo ensem ni bi okan ho. Odi asma court na pese contem. Na contem. Enya dia woni beji. In some situations, judge ninye, prosecutor ninye, wow ya accused person is ninye. What you say? But say also because say na prosecutor was shada. Sa statement no. E bit ma ba say e bi yesa. But e bi so nyesa. Ye kano generally sa dia na kwa yeso sana prosecutor bi aye. Which me ne sa adwene no. Me ma adwene ne sa adwene ne mfa. You see, court ayekoi. Judge wo. Prosecution wo. Yemfa criminal cases. Accused person wo. Debi wo ho a nka all things being equal. Ka judge de nko nyare da. Lawyer and the client will be a nyareda. Then what accused person will be a prosecution will be a nyareda. Then can ne koso. That could be court unannounced. Yes, the judge number. It means and as intimacy. It means that could genuinely not accused person no crano or yare. If you cannot custody you, yes, if you feel put neighbor or yare, you have an court. Will be able to delay some and saying delay some. No, it means delay some. The type of area or yareso. So what I say, the prison officers in Bobie be have a catch also. Oh, no tono. If you cry, he or she is on admission. Then a judge in way over a journey case. No, and delays ni bi wo ho a. Eye me no ye aye court no. Wo ya ho hwie nya yie. Enti die ya hu bibi ebe ye no en na say man no e daddy. You see me wura mu sesi na me ye ka sabitie no komo ni ya no ka say oh ka yen create units e be a specialized units nanka within the ages department and as bibi nanka share oral cases in kwa you wura me twena units say a ka units creating kwa dia. Remember one example. Office of the Special Prosecutor. Maybe can't call for an officer of Vasobia and so. Your resource ages for.
How?
Now, how?
No, Office of the Special Prosecutor. The person occupying the office now man are useless. And I say the laws.
And you need pana. No. I didn't know my prosecutions here. And I boy. We prosecutions if you idea you.
But the beginning say the load
no, I mean your point to it.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Special Prosecutor's Office by ye. Say about 2017, 2017. 2017. Whichever period about. How many cases and successfully on my prosecuting? I nunti ye create a noa. Abeboa, sorry. What did the American say?
Yes.
You move you why you did say Nipa noa or ye a special prosecutor no. Ye want to subi wo ages department.
Okay.
Nipa ne saw hwa. Ebi kwa na suahunu bi na omo ages department no mundia uyi training abetum di ama wo mo a betumi afa bi afri baabi abeka ho na omo niam omo hi omo betum di aye adwuma no na omo nti na me ka che ne se me ne enya adwene se eye creation of units. You see, uko a court is here, Accra, law court complex. Onim economic crimes court or financial court or commercial court or all the courts that are there. Now onim, Bobie and what make us in prosecution no, very difficult. Didn't tell me cause as some obi na ekoye investigations ne dia bro. But it's not Oliver. Who the Ochi Abonte say, oh, Bobie, the SCD, you had no qualm baby. Yes, what shut down all your investigations, no, Basao. And near ma, a wholesale unya de bre, who prosecutor no. Was me quite the minya any. Was a queer way, so 50 preoccupant Fanco court. Obichi Abonte say, young contentem. Or the aba, okay, me share her no. Sa ko follow. Aha. Na pewi. Na oko. Ni nyina dimro. Nyala o kan ya no oko le da no akwa aba.
Yeah.
Edimre. Ebi ho be kono. Oba be ka che so we de me yese but me anya anade me nya ye ni. Wo prosecutor na we lawyer ni no. Bo mu se no ade die. Ibia enye too strong. But as I'm the Bobie court. Because a dabontin say Bobie die the name wa ye no. You knew quarter.
Oh ma.
Meanwhile, judge no know what you know. No professor independent arbiter. Oh, and I would you be Basse Oliver Ebony. Obumra we so why say oni ho se obeboa wo prosecutor no oni ho se oba beboa o ene oni ho se oba beboa accused person no. In fact, accused person no kra oba court no emra na nim no yes o ye innocent until proven guilty.
Yes.
And anya sanity.
Yes.
Enti wo na wo di na ba and I will see say, why a bonny way, why Obum Rawe so, why away, Obum Rawe so, why away, Obum Rawe so. To Wuna, would ya dance here? Better uncrew birchy. I'm a judge, no, and yardres, oh, I'm pa. Quite do ya, a little boy, crashy. Include bonny, I dance the abano. If it be the ingredients of the offense, Nina at the dinner quam. I don't see you or saying now, poor Bakum Unividia, and what dance didn't mood. I am Remuno, a dimu. China Nanya, you said that we and your war, your bow cardinal. Dear Metian, Chesse, who are new ye. You see? So court na juni se unia nu ya mpempi bi wala lawyer cry no for the accused person never treat court na be to say so what is submission of no case prosecutor na ba wa bo no fi so de na sama ba but ebi omu wi omu nsem nyina no accused person ne lawyer fi say oh include am boy e die court no de bo me no emu bia ni ho a mutimi di adanse ani bibia be support say ampa maye
enye ya no asem na lawyer Ansah sareka say sometimes omo ya sa de ma a big man for no
you see me point say what is sometimes be mu pe obi waduma we you mistake
okay
I don't investigate the genuine finya mistake waduma we dey we about ma shada ye bibi ndu benya investigate bi so a de o se oru Ansah sareka no ebi obet my yesa o jase
yes was
me generalization na me mpe because you won confo ho a ye de bia obi abeheda
deɛ n'anim deɛ na hoɔden bɛso wɔde ayɛ adwuma no de aba no but mpɛn pii so no yɛa na asɛm bi wɔ kora ni kɔ asɛ kɔ court na yɛpɛ sɛ yɛ satisfy nkɔɔfoɔ bi nti ne yɛde akɔ court nti prosecutor no kora kɔ court no onim sɛ asɛm wei mea menyina soɔ na mede kɔ no ɛmmerɛ nanso mamfa ankɔ a deɛ na Bobie bɛka
ti odi yopo case no example
yopo no ha
yopo you da ko believe can't do it
so you see obi ni me share wa Bobie enti de na asi o kan ya me kan bi chiro so ka ya so we enkosi hwe because ya tro anu asem ni wie ni grant u be ni wie a na fa asem na asemato o mo investigate you no because video
cantonments police commander na kokwa yido to o se makoka yopo nti o mo ncheme tu o sore ya sabesu me shia minua na minua se de ma me koja we yes yo ka ya se wi bi cheche yopo ru police commander to us was asembe kuredi
so imagine say on the team some useless case but maybe depending on the say no. The guy must be in court. It me see. Into all calling when you say, Bobie as we have the equal dear. Hana me have Bobie adwin. Nem ko si hwe. Bobie, dey make out here.
Me follow.
Ha, enti me prosecutions there. Me just na me new cry can be about civil litigation.
Yes.
I know there abanya na do corner yɛmenom biribi asi yɛntam yɛnte aseɛ no masama ho wote aseɛ but council nim sɛ me-issue rate na mebɛsɛvo na 8 days no so na wommɛka ahwee a mmara no rules no ma me na masama ho no rules no ma me tumi bi sɛ mentu anamɔ bi so what you say?
Yes.
It's also tida. Want me in Case, Miss Sama Bobie, enter appearance. Inti Miss Majanisa, and our enter appearance, one fairly defense. And a BB also a embranded as well. Oh, maybe a myself, and I'm a several. Within 8 days, I won't second. As all enter appearance. Wanya Eden America.
So going forward.
Yeah.
With this oral conversation. It be edgy say emre no eko. It be argument is there be entisa court processes no. Lawyer Voma was say enkomunika overhaul a court war. Ansah no more dealing with a. So, what is your opinion on this oral matter?
No, you see, overhauling there, meaning is a event, a idea,
a process.
Yes, idea. Who say BBC, Hona is see administration of justice. Koya, I was here. It mean who say a idea as a ongoing. Metisela boka fast track there. The computers abana ye car sem no type ade eno no. Na bi ni ho. Enti wa bontin ka fast track na ya bi. Na judge bi atro sabi de course of court ho no. Long hand pen book kakakana de nanim no otro. Electric da so ye but computers were ho a ye wo mu a omo type cancel ana me wa omo type ye de aba but unim say enya course nyina na wo Ghana ubetuma nya saade no especially the lower courts and if you cry high court be or baby in person me body
and no na o ka say no they need to work on those things
and you make a tell say
Say oba ebia me crew na high court ho na computer wo ho asaya. We need a replacement. But no nkyerɛ system ni ho. But what did I make an say? System ni ho de kyerɛ bia ebi makrada.
No, but he believes the system is there, but the system needs overhauling.
Nti
say Accra from there is wo. Oba awura ura studio ano niema no esi onye ya adwuma. Okay. But me Bobie amaya adwuma achi. Senke yesi management see mo you overhauling now ochna meba enka current microphone ya be baby ne hange ho. And enka we camera see current TBI also na unipadua ne ya nyina. So ya no enhance madwuma no ame.
Na dia ne management nye sadia okay because management so much my ya sanka yo.
Yes.
Again, management team.
You don't come on the anya.
Sadia you see, also the or mine yesikano.
Yeah.
Limited. Competition for your resources no. Very
so you
key.
believe say financial constraints?
Partly. Now o system be say na o mo di adwuma no dey oba trako. So trako na ni immediate boss ka chan so me so me de ko na yesi obi a sikasema na BBC ya ade bi na the phone right
and say then we are not serious as a country to move forward.
No,
because say o flagship campaign ora na say o flagships no o say untimi en mananya wo priority say ade we me priority. Me program, me presenter, me priority ni say make keep in touch with resource persons or my dream about bill like Oliver and now say me resource from Kramonya me priority. Me free Oliver, me free way, but I'm expecting them to come here on their own. That means
are you not oversimplifying the matter?
Well, maybe because I'm not.
I mean, nana sem na mfa misao.
Okay.
Ora my no na cases in Koso court
e course but the you want to ya say
into per se ora ne ba no aba no ana say ora ne course no cases e wo ho a eno so ejimre ami adie ye nyanto ba bi ne hwe ora no nko a.
Don't you think say eno sintina o bi no call for a special unit to deal with it?
I'm the catcher will say council new say law court complex divisions are bebre. Many you said divisions are war law court complex in Kraha.
So you say setting up a new unit in Winya.
You must set it up. But we can use an already existing financial crimes court or what?
Guess it's not about peso.
About peso say. Who create court to be about peso? Anytime you catch you say special prosecutors office create. Say na now one thing where you can find one.
Yeah.
Kaba now grana successfully. You have prosecuted about 50 cases to cry and can I day. Or the Omo report to Babon here. Is it something you're happy with?
Yeah, kai bi keke.
What the American I say? Enti e bia na unit bi wo hoda da. Ubet maka say sa court we. Only chief justice akoka. Ya designated sa court we say
that is what he's talking about.
But why it's done? Why can't they do it? Why can't they do it? Urafi said previously in the last administration, not some cases in a court, some two particular courts. Urafi, it is done. And the ages people might have done it, but among Kano, to Abonti, who say, oh, a honey a deco. But I bet that only judicial service and a judiciary ending come I didn't see the beer.
My member, Oliver, any opinion on what you?
I think that for me, the most important thing is that. Say we are buying a banner, no one go bo oral so uncle bo reset so Kenya man send na ye na da no. Say na be na da na dia na send ka yetim na go bi afa na obi ha no ho ɛwɔ ho wankɔyɛ ho promise na just a normal system na but the best me hu ne say nti yɛ ka ora na yɛ ka reset no then yɛ ni different me first point am certificate no say the normal system be je gumu saa na dia na say yɛ nya gumu na nyina yɛ nkɔ yɛ baabi say we are na say at the end of the day na bia nipa 1 and 2 bi yɛ be prosecute bi do no say be kam new administration ba mo so ka say what prosecute case are 8 years on so be the press conference that discontinue I also akama na ya pay baby afa that's the normal process.
No, but you see me point is there you creating new unit system no ya the investigations me tie council also investigators now omo investigate cases them lawyers near dey enka ho and you think that the lawyers come ho automatically yanya investigations are watertight.
But at least those people who pay them for them to do the right thing.
Okay, let me tell you something.
No.
Recently, the current Attorney General mentioned Yoko. That was some investigations. Okay, ages be anywhere and a prosecutor be anywhere. Or be catch you say why your investigations they are back. What about as a call baby? Normally they go through and tell you, give you the leaks. Won't mean any now koyewe. Supervision ye bia no. Na sa wo pentempi dia court dia. One hwini you go and feel there. Bobie, say so ba che dwa no yele.
O sie no.
Enti me gisa de ni di. Tell Oliver Kano. Me say that you my jaja. Who will be by our grant the person bill?
Yeah.
Me interested in keeping somebody because you see, ya chubia. Nango for abo say, but emrano nipa woni for. Ebi kwa na mo no kwa dumpo. Ana no say to me see.
Yes.
You talk now ya chiwa. E bo kwa dida.
Ebi wo wa chiwa.
Eti ya chiwo no e bo say na mfa so be ne wo so. Ye be chiwo no kwa ni ye ni bibi ye gina so. Ade ntina ye be chiwo. Ye chiwa matwa na no asema wi ane. Okay, mo mani bill. Within 2 maximum be 1 hour. What the emphasis nkofo ho adwuma na nkofo yinti bia obe check akra 2 hours you are gone. Na fe ye hwehwemu ni ye ekoba se ye nya bibia nyina so a ukọ ye nya bibia nyina so a
with your opinion, which means this oral thing, we might just sit back and give ourselves some time, like 4 years.
No, not necessarily 4 years.
No, but with
no investigations require patience. He knows it.
Oliver,
who patience? No, you patience. And you patience. Bobie, yet in the political arena.
Yes.
Ya dream to me say na Bobie wo yesu ko wi aka Refi
say why not be ko
yes yesu ko wi aka
always ma ko fa banka
o so yesu ko debi ko yesu ko wi aka now car Ansah Oliver oboga so wi aka say car den kan wan say documents a e wo car no no wa say e wo di mo na say nkeni ni di mo. But say you ever see castle those days. Was a castle for unko bio. Me boy.
Well, I'm calling him betum.
But why is he hobio? I didn't film buy. They realize that car no a wow car. Bibia odimu. Meanwhile, that one say we are buying car, all the stories.
Yeah.
Investigations kakra. A course no once I release you car no I'm a abonti.
Yeah, on one car.
Meanwhile, I can't abonti say what we are car. And our far buying car. Inti investigations there. Open terms said there. Minga say enko daso. But oba so meticulous. Now to me can you nyina see ani a. E di mre kakra. Na mo nya sa 4 years now o kan.
Ebi akọ 8 years. Ebi akọ 7 years.
Islam catch you say.
Ebi akọ 6
years. Ebi akọ court. Na nkeni kwa say court in the first place.
Why?
Nipa na prosecute was him do be kwa. One time me catch you say. You bet me do akọ court. Na ni kwa say e de wo Esa si ya kan sem bia na ton kofo timu abontinti no. Yem fa Bobie enko gina court.
So it comes back to a question I'm Busa lawyer Oliver on this plea bargain.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, first of all, no, I know it's plea bargain never no controversial, but plea bargain idea me for so in the first place, generally within the system. Problem I want to say your plea bargain no designed effect never say achieving everything achieving. The purpose of plea bargain and say send some na be good court na bro so no yet me boa ma court na clear ni docket e won some bi wo ho a ka we betimi settle in them nti bi ni say bia obini ni tenant wo fie no mo aye omo ho na police abe charge omo conduct conducive to breach of peace nti aye animal out here achimu nyina ye de moko eno so ye prosecute eno so mo be ko ho ni free witness na mo be file na mo case management the same processes na the padudo na omoko before court no omunim bibi po e friend plea bargain ye bremo no opese wo plead na wo plea bargain na wo ba be catch the court no say me be throw letter come attorney general the attorney general no they court them out 30 days now on na court discuss o crime our committee issues no now we now no recommend this okay we no there e bia o plead guilty
but who plead not necessarily say you are guilty. And I say you only plead when you know you are guilty.
So you answer the main one. The main one is that same me a plea bargain. Tell me me call striking force Greater Accra Regional. I'm go there after Galamsey protest.
Yeah.
Now me say leader no. Young man be a yache no. On case the omunya we could do no we deep 3 years almost start here.
Wow.
But come on chain the first one no. Omo no koyuko on any partner be. And kwanda ahono mu dwane na eche obo back but say no case na ye no because we dwane pen our police custody no we court na ma bail we ye denkra ma bail o case no so no mu ba bia na wan say we no there what dem 3 years dada for idea because when you start here mpo no any time any dey be charge you no mama go plea bargain ma and I'm sure letter come first as I remember mpo no say the lawyer na odi the name no cratural crata man no into within that 3 years no not 2 years o ma tro plea bargain hu crata into me pn na me di echi na me follow sa over me messages me friend prosecutor na me friend dey bia na say ya first one am dey buy am so ngo ye 3 years nka ho onye 3 years ni pa dey 3 years dada oh this case am no baby ya into no where did the bedding you call back and forth answer no please say okay onye 6 months we get 6 months na we I mean say so my 3
yes
we are we piaba na say mu
I see
into no say the purpose ni say be clear your system no into ka no say me nyaka all misdemeanors ebeba no ka nyenye automatic plea somebody case charge ya say prosecutor na ma offer so case we no e bia na you be find no oba we na the case ni we you be find no bia even 6,000 you ma option o plead guilty into 1,000
and come up for so enya bi
no nti no na yen clear cases no e bi no wo ha e bia na wo case no you be ma 6 months o so be pene o plan you be ma 2 weeks wako baby so all those cases no say yen automatic ebe ma say yen waste resources because case be chi nipa bia e matter dey area charge no e ba renew court be ma ho kwan say bia 30 days time mo be file witness by prosecution witnesses statement police for beba omso munya nya ready na asa jene ye di so answer na case management na court abehwe ne docket time obeja ho ye ba na be ye na try na lawyer ha try 1 hour more 1 hour movia ya sa to 2 weeks into the same cases no air pile on the court system into the me ho kwan ma ye clear a lot of those cases now, particularly for first time offenders. Say the shame on first time offenders, enya sana. E bet you boy yen, ama do na ko enim. Of course, ministry system net here. Say there even system aye wo mpo ne bankrofo bail mpo a. na to say yetimi tata mo a so metu ansa na yama ko processing bill amount so betumi ma ho kwan say betumi afa so enompo no so no obetumi dey nkrofo sika but the over increasing is say omo administer system no obey more vigilant wo so vigilant ni be say dia anas ye nkrofo judges be ko ye no I mean tell say be ye national security system no ntimi investigate questions of corruption, systemic corruption. So be omudi nkrofo be fam no ma hwe case no. So be ojiusika no hwe no ya. Nti no omo administration system no say ade ye no. Every system be a nkrofo a omo judges ka obi be study. But they are systemic. Ti say the info say galam me record another galam say asem impo no. What you say ye national security system apparatus no nim galam say kingpins e wo krom ha. They know. So how are they? What want to know? You all embedding for omokran war field nibi ye galam say aduma no finding information one amon na. So if you are interested in solving sir issues na bit me solve. But the most important objective is to be clear the system. Then there were big cases to say there ye can say send the system na koye ninti no. First of all near war answer na plea bargain law na be bampo no. Na ye wakonya bi wo high court rules ni mo a ye charge you certain crimes is kakesia udumi ye plea ayi plea no ye no na nye plea bargain agreement ato esien na wo high court rules no mugina ye no mo ye say plea no. First of all no because lawyer for ne nim hu nim de enti no eya na mpempi no omo bibi kakra wo omo ho na lawyer betumi akogina so lawyer ne nim enti no betumi akoye bibi afa ho na so amana say anko ne nkrofo dodo na nka ebetumi abo mo no munya chance no assess eba no esoro no so a ye betumi decide o hwe plea bargain agreement ya decide say ye charge of murder on the main plea. Yeah. So yeah, decide say you charge you certain economic crimes against the state. I say be embezzlement, financial misappropriation, way now, and only NG plea.
So let's deal with this one, boss here. It seems people are not happy with that statement from AG. Plea bargain. Oh, say nipa no any mesuma kwa ko wiye bi ma betua 60%. Mesuma kwa ko wiye bi ma betua 40%. Mesuma kwa ko wiye bi ma baba betua na mesuma fa me ho adi. And sadi we nyina e se nkrofo bufo on the street.
No, you see, no credit I mean, even outside of the country, so we plea bargain. A lot of the times, no, almost person avoid jail, no. More likely than not, see, Joe 100%. You just about say between 140% because of person avoid jail. But a lot of the times, no, we do plea bargain, no. Now investigations are why or the evidence need the obey so. I bet prosecution no dey say baby I hear druni case when e dey court. We got to evaluate. Now Obran be my plea. And just be only hwe na accusation is a plea. Now we won nyina hwe so to come and negotiate because a negotiation. In the mean no say what my client ba na my client will be evidence na kire me. Na me hwe evidence against my client da. Me and my friend abontin say unia. Case e da hoyi. I think say some my offer be say ya. Engineer ko baby e be boy more.
But amount for feel say that is not what they voted for.
But another can say, I mean, in fact, on this issue of 60-40 year by a case, me can say sometimes, you know, with the nature of saying a corruption too or man, you know, even since Attorney General the accept no prosecuting ye, no quite every day no losing poor. Government appreciate it, say, ye 2-1 and more for people to go to jail. Say, we are obligation team say, oh, me banam between far, obejam manako. That feeling is say, or sikano can get away with it, no, and no. Ultimately create said ya nkrofo kan o street say some nkrofo we nkrofo nye serious some nkrofo we nyina nkra no o bi na ye one that feeling no person population de benya da in say na be me reassure mo say de ye no anya say ye nya better deal amamo better deal ne say e bia no sika ne ye charge no ye ni nkrofo na betena say age 120% enu nti e jamo manako. But the idea is we make us say abandon no be wako we scan no abandon na be chempe no we keep it na abanzo age fan dia and say nyina be wia that feeling na go be brain pe. But we make can say in terms of country you want and the fact say nkofododo na believe aban e ban no nkurɔfoɔ a wɔn kakra wɔn ho wɔ society no mu no deɛ ka yɛnyi saa offences no mfi hɔ ne ka saa offences no deɛ yɛbɛpili obi adeɛ nkwa deɛ mo nko adeɛ wɔawi aban sika deɛ ne wɔbɛkɔ ne bɛsinsi mene bɛsɛ oh sɛ yɛpɛ saa approach no there's nothing hwee nsi hɔ sɛ yɛbɛtumi ama yɛmmra no ayɛ saa ne yɛde sɛ ba no corruption cases di a yɛmpli nothing stops us
Party.
yes nothing stops us
but you know, so then Ubeba to go the long haul.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, no escape here.
But for say, you know, in terms of criminal prosecution, no, the reason here criminal prosecution yes is can yepe. But then you be train for asumo being koye the same thing bio.
Which I agree with you.
So if out of 10 cases, yet we need 4 and answer 6 I think they no crime go for more. Say instead of that 10 no, you decide say more 10 no, obi have 60 and 40% em brand na mungo fie. The ever say ever preventing Crawford from doing more. Say out of 10, it's a 3 poko jail. 10 ya you mobile no Victor Solomon ko jail. Pepra go jail. Abu Dhabi go jail. Now we ministers some go jail now.
But stopping corruption.
Why people?
No, corruption.
That's why Rollins Grade and go line and Crawford up should be.
Still
corruption. Corruption ain't you. But what you want to stop is say do pen so be a. And yet said yeah, obi kan ho aban mu kakra bi ana say. They said then from the whole family I said. What's your pain is from penny for the be important. I'm say to do one corruption but so I do no. I want to sort that. I want to do that. Say it's getting worse.
It's very interesting.
Say you are the fact at some point you prosecute be any corruption it can get worse. We don't say it get worse.
Anyway, it's very interesting. Unfortunately, you have agreed with because many messages from this Ahmadiyya University. There are students beyond ATA, and the kind of questions they are bringing in. Unfortunately, I'm catching more studio in especially with lawyer. But lawyer, within the next 5 minutes, what do you have to say on this? But what is your opinion on this?
On
the plea bargain.
Oh yeah.
You see,
no, me tell no. O share plea bargain. Ebe yini me biano. Even though enshada nye, on say o share yamra no Course Act, ube hu bibi kakra wom. O share Special Office Office of the Special Prosecutor Act, ube hu bibi kakra wom. But na nye emun tre and not said ye Bobie enema ni bia ye di hu komo anwumre inti na plea bargain ba because purpose no and say cases court che in the end if you can no man anya hwe film so what you say and so we be atum say ade no maye ana ebi a offenses na ya charge no mienu miensa ebi ehu pa ebi so nyehu ne bi wa plead to a lesser offense that's when ya punishment a ewo from na onko wura court na ebenya mfaso na wo se yenya no a Bobie kutia pressure ewo court no so no
e di mfaso
na so because we tue scam ai Bobie medical catch you say and program me catch you who Facebook wo me chro ho say me who jamia I will tilt towards getting the money with interest. Okay, Bobie say case here do kui 10 cedis obesi yeka no tue na assembly na sam ko
ndi say no ya fame MP boss your farm no me di 4 years but first year me we are 200 million Ghana cedis and am investing over time I'm going to do be 600 million which you don't know inti aban sisa ya che me hu sme we are 200 million no and you see you be tua no bon ho baako for 400 million to be tua 400 million no kra no me 200 million ma fa aban sika e dia ye 200 million da ho ma sia fa me ho adi
hold it na okọ na wa anye hwe na case no attorney general lususu offer 600 million adi So you say you do kwa 50-50.
Yeah, we are also there. Also, say 100 million. Be say bi. Ube fa ko a lawyers papa.
Oh, say Bobie. Nabio, cancel that here.
Also be say bi.
Dabitie. Ube di bimo. Ube di fo. E ka de obobi. Ba what did to sikana wa fa no chicken feed. What you say? Enti u twa mfoni no wa hwe ni mienu no. Ba ko obako di 200
million Ghana cedis interest wanya
na omani nya 400 ba ko omani nya bi kura no fa 600 no I'm example bi o si ne chichi cocaine for we
you have 2 minutes
lawyer tia ya chinu an tentem okay be me disclose ni me do
very interesting
so you know I say we the tun say ni na wo hwe a bit my bassy in Yashi. Everyone was obeying a baby. And in the ever can see a means I can see canibia. I don't mean yeno. Nothing depend about them, then go them be 10 years. Okay, maybe about the mafia.
Yeah, another side of
the horse. Maybe as some way, dear, Lanka by them if you do. And I be a free few. Confused, but I plea bargain. Only Taku and Asim Poaba. They will come be a fit. And I was means here.
We have just 1 minute to go, but 30 seconds, maybe so. John Mahama Oral. Who said a best city?
Yes.
Thank you. Council Oliver. John Mahama Oral. Who said best city?
You person society, be society.
Yes.
Maybe they say person society, be society.
You are doubtful a little bit.
What's the process? No question.
But in fact, then there is success. Then is success. And so it means now you can maho and agree as a nation. Say there success power or more. What does it look like?
Success in oral.
Yeah, to be an interesting conversation.
I think that lawyer Kubu sent him a document, and he wants this conversation to continue maybe another time.
Because you see, certainly General Catcher say, you can see that as success.
You?
What I say? I don't.
You can't see that.
So Philly say, no, you see percentage. No,
you see.
So that from a technical perspective, one of the things I mean say, because I mean I've told Attorney General say, sometimes put the lawyer hat aside. Now doing it's by leadership, who you are dealing with people. If the people's general feeling and expectation say, what 70% in Pono, they don't feel say justice, justice. If the people now would do when you know feel say what 70% na justice and after what 90% the people na justice or move feel say what be among
and therefore can we have this conversation for another time
or more more pass plea bargaining act
2022
one of the challenges is say public education bank of what you see who are those people outside when you're satisfied.
Let's have this conversation another time. Thank you so much. Live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. And I say, come on, lawyer Oliver Baka Vomao. And I say, come on, lawyer Nana, I will say, and Siren Crofo, me, Nunano, Freeman no Diagrono, or more Abuami Bibri, or Enchre, any Ema Bibri, and Amon Bibra, E2. But just that they know say me a little bit militant. Anyway, Bill's microcredit here, the almost P. And I say Nkoma Mansoa Herbal Clinic. We are grateful. GD Enterprise. Yeah, must say Makot Surgicals. Almost here in Kancham sense. I say Medio Kumasi Atasamanso. Omo age them brand sanso any edina say Emma Go TV. Or say Bomodia Ura star 759 hash. Was near my version when you should be bebre. MTN free after one extra. You know, and I say, Boa, Manfo, and Joanna Joe. Yet I say, I'm up to date estate and construction. And almost CP. Media and Kwabena, Bobie, Ansah. I'm grateful. I'm done. I'm out. Keep safe.
Football appointment too.
Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survivor, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survivor, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to.
Baba baby, I want to make a piano right now. Churchiamo, a Juma, a ho and ne, a krumo ayashi, social media. So bazisa na enkomono a eho no so adoso papa na ibedi ni nyina ibedi nkomono nyina bia ni wa ebeka munti ma me fa na asema ye edom ne omanfo a omo ajoin ye ewo ye social media platforms so on ye Facebook page. Yadamwase semo join ye ene ewie mama mfana asia so emma omo join ye on Citizen TV Ghana nyame enshamo and asia nkoma edomo amote enka free Benya FM wo Elmina and West End FM wo ye Elembele yadamu nyina ase ene ewie Muamutie from offices, Muamutie, trotro drivers, taxi drivers, Yango, Uber, Bo, Sanji, Yademunina Ase, and area. Mamifana say market centers, market centers, fuel stations, Damwase, and area. Okay, all right, so that's it. I've been joining here on Facebook, John Gazette, Monsieur Thomas Obin, Hase Abdullahi Shaban Mukhtar, KJTR, Kumasi KJTR. All right, thank you. Joseph Dolagbenu, Okay, so I think I got it right. Agbojan Nathaniel. Yeah, me da say wabeka yensa ewo ye Facebook page ye da se be brain. Yeah, my me father say Emma me production crew and it's Kwame Kwache, Mr. Paite is here, and your social media handler, and it's Tokwe also is here. Yeah, that was Ras Rasin Toshe. What will be other Rasin Toshe? Anyway, Razzo a East Legon American House. Rafken is here from Labadi. Yeah, that's my father say man Nana Otu Dakon. We are grateful. Say Nana Otu and Nanti last week. Yeah, that's Bebre. Yeah. Na say come Mr. Lincoln, akwete man for nyina ya chiamo enewe doma mutie wo street ni nyina. We love you all, and we promise to do a good job anyway. Peter Avevo was say abraphobia. Thank you abraphobia. Thank you Wudeduji. And so I will say and quick one, Dr. Anane NASC Scientific Clinic, right? NASC Scientific Clinic has some 10 minutes conversation with us, and Yenkoti Dr. Anane Embra Sesia. We'll be back. Okay, so Doc Akwaba.
Openikazi ya mejoso pa. Abusianfo mede enchiama ubia wo Accra100.5FM kasafidie suwe NASC Scientific Herbal and Research Clinic. Nyankopon adom ya hihye dwumadie bi a wachina ne na de chie na eba so. Teno se fa sa fidie kasie we suma obi biara odona pomuden na odona nkwa no enya saa akwanya we bi. Abusianfo de tie ne se ene yedi nkomo mienu pe. De edi kan no fa yakoma ho. Na da bia megina be bia meka se nipa wakoma eye wonkwa hyane so ma me pa ne sentina hu akwo hia se yedi akoma ho nkomo ne mo hyade we nsuma me nipa bebre akoma yare de omo koye ba omo hu da mpesa wo hyade we nsu pa akoma yare nko na makasa boni bia beda Ghana ha se na onyare ene ofiri mu nhwemu a kire se entisa ha ne mo de tie ne se akoma yare.
I didn't think that. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real. But so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy. We can create jobs. We can restore faith in governance. But we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver. And we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survivor, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness. They want opportunity. They want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job
meda edom no so nyina ase se wonya abotre na mutie ayar impomden hu dwumadie yemfa ni agro. Okay, so na me catch you say enkomodie mapapa ewo ho and kwame me ka say check abronye issue no onsaka bibi all right. So before I babe rest studio no me nyina yenim say yes abronye any police for ensensem minim asem no eye, and I asked my production crew to cross check say omo check here my sa edru sa ade we so a eya na me followers no bebre no a ene me eye entokwa, but we disagree to agree, or sometimes we agree to disagree. Ye nyina ya adwene ntimi nko benkrum, and yes ye ni pentino at any point in time ye nyina no obia adwene ntimi efa baabi nti etore bia ya na me followers no obo se no mo etwa madapa kakra na omo tuma yampia kakra, but eka adwuma no ho, it doesn't also mean say obi bube funti no de wu nim no emfa enshi to pacho yisa samodo no free so why so when you guys will be quick on it, because you are a be a scam, so you must know so you be use page in fanye anyama basa anyway. So on this matter, and I make us my catch me production crew say omo and cross check MIA. Me pese me who exactly abronye ne crime, ne charges. Now what I'm hearing, almost say the arrest is based on the fact that or say IGP corrupt. I think okay, so can be so far Remonacha Yoko. So when I make us a minima ye and still you're finding out me position on this matter. And you see, I believe in principles. Me position on this matter. Say, dear me mateno, yes, then I think Abronya arrest is needless. Dear me mateno, ebia, now there is something beyond. Dear, but if only the issue is about the waka afa IGP one. IGP, I mean, is an individual. He's a person. If it's about IGP, we are corrupt. IGP can go to court. And IGP doing court. He can go to court for defamation. I don't think say a criminal. And you're criminal. These are some of the things. But I mean, the entire me raise here. Your supporters no. Enemy followers say na bebre buafu because they feel say Bobie omo de bi ye o indi say omo de bi MPP ni bia kamano tum. Yes, omo de bi ye me feel say it's wrong. That heavy PDB ye me feel say it's wrong no. That is I still insist say it's wrong. It was wrong, and today I come and defend it, say, and then right. The reason why I make us wrong is because I went through the same process and it was wrong. So if say a wrong now, I don't see how I can justify it today, say, and then a right. I mean, yes, I just won't any power wagging at you yase. It would about a number of courts use munya is misinformation no. So you see will be a yencheno. Obia no yes you no Ghana ye cheno. Uni mu akase minim so simple. You see will be a yencheno. You understand? And then I make us say minim ebia na be beyond. But if only asema abronya kan fa IGP. And I say, what can fa a Remonacha one? Remonacha can go to court. Yamaya supporters not taking entrenched position. So even for them to learn, Sabeya that be yeni busuania, obey me stand up, no fight for the right, no on yet. Abraham Tabaklo, but he must be called to come and prove. Say, will be a defaming and your police station you prove it. You can go to court. Yes, what's you know? No, Baba be prove it. And your police station you prove it will be defaming will be. So these are the little things. Even in say police ni obi to say Abraham Tabaklo say. So be sisi no onima the crop. Police ni bet me action for defamation. No atiase no adi na chi John. No na kotum. Ade ya wakache police say oye kwasia. Oh. But there's some politics in Tino. Yes, I understand. Me followers in the metro say. Na say ba kubi na me kwaka bi. Bobie any akwa tue. Your friend says won't be nkabi ma. So my brother Kweku Dampare is here, Bobie. Since you are saying you don't have the facts, why not stop the speculation, please? There speculation. There social media. My publishing. Na Kwaku, wouldn't care some woman in a hunyansa near Busa because as at now, the police service should have put a statement out. What do you say? Mudia, most of police for also, Ada Wamudi Beduno, Adana Nabe Unus say, and yet, and Unim say, the police service in their small corners, synchro say yao. Some extra political links in Tinuna, a backroom. But people are going through, I mean, horror things they shouldn't go through. They shouldn't. He could, yes, Thelma, he could have been invited. Where could we invite and say, IGP, who are corrupt, go to court. Say defamation. Go and battle him in court. It's so simple. And I make us say a beer. Say be beyond that. A criminal aspect. What they are fine. Any day, me new assembly. But and I make us say, baby, I in case police for a day statement. Atwa bontiama obia who say, I dare say any say. Me, I've said this. I've been saying this. Anything that goes against humanity, any abuse on any human being, me Bobie, I'm against it. Yene de se be me yere kura na ye IGP a na se ade na wo ye no me feel say wo kwa akira. I'll just let you know. It's so simple. And Nathaniel, Agbojamodia, Monso, Ada police ni bush and we be shame no, I catch us or Cassette and Intino, or the Nakotum 3 months, 6 months, no. Sada and Abu say, yeah. Maybe may I've gone through it. And me to be followers, Nase, they get angry with me on issues like this. But I can also change my principles because my followers ebubefu. No. And I don't know say enye. So we will wait. Because I say an part 10 or 11 was a say no chain, right? I could about say 3. Obi anti bibia, obi anka bibia. Me pache ya free police PRO office ya nya obia. Kwa me won de ntia me ka say monye your friends and contacts no. Aha. All right. So say ebia na me ka say omo nchechire ya asem no mu yi. Media hia me ano no. De aka ne hia me. Me abronye ne hu hia me wo wiase. Abronye we ya na okoka NDC opposition o se John Mahama akofa nkrofo aba Ghana ebe yeku ya abronye na e friend ono abronye ono ni case no na omo invite no ni ya discharge no quit no se onko na meme ne Rebecca de no Rebecca aviation for say Rebecca we ya ne kon akan yiri mu no o wia wo mo ensase me ko kan ya ye no me ko to sa 2 years me ko to sa 2 years na me de so wo court but then America no say ekwaya omode ye fast no ekwaya omode ye fast no ye 2 phases because me feel say it was an abuse against me intino so you be a mean defender say na dey enye abuse. No, I won't do that. However, MPP phone intie ya catch them say ade na mo ye no ya catch them say ade na mo ye no that be obi di mo be for the same route no so also say musu edru ya so no omo catch say reckless media practitioners and yes Ghana Van Dam Abronya has been invited to the police for weeks and he has been evading arrest. You don't know his crime, you'll be shocked. I don't want to say much, but and Kashi or ye thief or Mumrameka or ye thief or Mumrameka as my worker, you know, Unimishi, Unkashi or ye thief or no Bababeka. We invite Obi did you attempt now inviting no ama. Yet now we invited us higher day. If somebody has defamed you, go to court. You better share our court. You share our police station. Sa nkwasi ade no police fo di no mo nyai sa jimi no. Enti sa yati kroma na obia ba no use police e de adi nkwasi asem na okọ obia ba ba mu no use police omo so mo jimia se omo nim nyansa se ombeka se da bi me ma me kwai e ma wo enyusu me minim se de mra ne sitie omo no eye masa se de broni ti police adwuma no bepem ne zombie lie sa zombie oh zombie they can't resist political influence we no entina make say the police should put out a statement. They should let us understand exactly what the issue is, then we can discuss it. Ghana Ghana your mind Ghana dia and yet we need power Ghana your dia. You don't behave as if you own the country, you and your dia. So please Yarintina broni chira momra no o chire se we defamation we say na meka say ebia na abronya ye bibi ebro so wadi boni bia ebro so a ye no ye boni se crime dia fine, but the issue say or say IGP ye corrupt na Remonacha ye corrupt to say dia ne dia bema. I mean me I no go fall for this. Count me out. Me mfa ho say nya abro you say ye hwan you me mfa ho. Right? But the point is that in this world what is right, what is wrong is wrong. Unipa hu na de boni at a point in time who were near the share ade boni, there are the point in time who were near the share ade papa no yem say me hu so wadwum kan kakra. So the police should come and tell us. It's so simple. Now, Bright is go to the Supreme Court. I hear anyway, but that is my position on this matter. I think say ye bu omai, ye chichire omai, and we must be careful. Na MPP for no, omo ano, ene na omo kola no. Oh, reference no mujina social media. Na say fa na it say Ghana tie. Na ono sa boy no. The ofri NDC oje mo ne oil. Eko ye no. Awa Muhammad. It say fa na Ghana tie. And say fa na Ghana tie. Edru yes no. You guys were insulting us on your radio platforms. You were insulting us. Ni e kachira mo say the way Akufo-Addo apply law no, the way all use law, the way all use emraga nambra against ne perceived enemies, you know, you guys should be careful. Ye kaya monti. Onse ne onse ne musu. Omo say ena abo police for kwa abo fie. Yeti kromwa. And a bo rank and Crawford demo, bo rank Crawford fear bassa. Namu bo rank Crawford dem bassa. Cause ya some kwa namu yusu police service edidi. Wakati na musedi ya ti bruni ti police service ma ye na omo chetin yes amasa no bepem ne the same. I don't know when. So let us be careful. Muamufa we mube 8, 12, 16 years here. Next time MPP musa power. You see MPP for enka ese omudi omoni ko Akufo-Addo so. Ese omudi Jonas we common sense nyansa. Semi uba ntembetie de na meka no a enka nyansa. I support NDC to deal with the wrongs. I don't support NDC to do wrong things. Me your mama ntimi fa ahoma so me kon say NDC aban mu asema sina senya me Bobie Ansah chinchina me nka seye Your mama own to me far man so me con. Professor J own to me far man so me con. Julius Debren to me far man and so me con. That is why me I have very independent mind. And that is why people find it difficult dealing with me. And I don't care. I don't mind. Because what is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. It's so simple. It's so simple. Me say who di bone na say you wadwene say me support am who di bone a ye nti na say me ni godfather e bi dia me mfa ho enyama sam ni Bobie me mfa ho because who di bone na me hu say who di bone a I want to understand that look at the end now we against humanity no it's against God and it's against the state. You see Kwame bone mi ensa ne nipa who nyini na to mamu a eni crime against humanity, crime against the state, crime against state funds. Sanya masa boni we no eye boni a wudi tie urade. Wotu omanmu a yenye saa. You don't do that. So be fom a manem fom wo mra no ekwan so. Nefa mra no edino. So on that score I will support NDC anyway. Say, they should teach the MPP lesson. It doesn't also mean that when we see wrong, we should close our eyes. If you are a woman to me, no, may antitemesa. No. No. When I see wrong, I know Sadi we wrong. When I see a right thing, I know Sadi we the right thing. So please, would you do a issue? No wonder Afenya is walking around freely. Yes, would you do? I support you. Afenya marking, Ashi police in Yasum. Anenama. What do I say? Afenya marking and Kwademua. I won't sit here. So Ashi police in Yasum. Afenya marking. So you see, these are some of the things. Because and this ni more police ni assume under MPP government and for who need that. It is a quiet issue to say yeah. Why not? We will support it. But please, me there make Kwabena there. Baby a woman entity at the mammy no. Ya woman no ya din so menum e catch them say unsu a e yensu. Any a day Ansah so me ketrema so catch them say Ansah a yensa. Intimi emfa me katrema nsuo na me nka nkyere enipa se eyensa na me emfa me katrema ensonsa na me nka nkyere enipa se eyensuo baabi etete me ya ntete saa. So please ye bumaya ye ntutu niema eye na me ka se MPP for we ni bire bia kufa de so me kono so no mo kobo no ona share san kwase ade we ase saa jimi sem we nyina ona sha ase gabi ochire da konom ni e ka kire mo ade amoye no munyai ade amoye no munyai ade amoye no munyai so uwini aba it doesn't mean say you really or money the amount you really or money for amount on say na aba bedrum so na ye betwen na police farm ye hu. And I make us say yes, just a be as well as IGPDR. For me, I think it's needless. A be an baby. Oh, Bema, I don't know. Muridi, I don't know. Anyway, and I mean, quite my main come so. So, you got here NDC General Secretary Fifi Kote. Desmond Agri, I'm disappointed in you. Almost the president at them. No, be the president at them. Or could them asenka hold them. Why catch you as a Ghana? I say, will the president at them? I do too. Monia, Munyimin Kosana, Adam Beja president for fraud. This Amran Bedimuno. You will start crying. You don't condemn him today. Munyimin Ko. Yes, I brought you he. Yes, a friend say MPP when he. Me, I don't have any problem because some MPP for no anchors and who do a much here. Well, here, but my point is that look, when I was found in the same situation, mampe, into me, me trank, I say, and no. However, they are just paying for their sins. Me a bus outside no, I don't have any problem. But my problem is say, look, no. If there is any such law, I am wrong. If you so be a kabibia for go to court. Tine ya separate a defamation suit, any criminal suit, entity and in term na jumani yanko. All right, so yanko ti honorable Fifi Fiave Kwete.
If it's to be done, it must be done well. And to be done well means it has to be thoroughly done, proper due diligence. The job must be properly done. And you are the lawyers, so you should know. If you say righteousness and justice should be the foundation, it must be. So you cannot in one breath be making proclamations that are condemning those who are on the other side, while you yourself are part of the system that wants to subvert the same laws and the same constitution, the same rights things from being done. So you should be the first point of making sure things are done properly. That's the only way we can establish a society that will be truly great and strong. My first thing. My second thing is this. And Attorney General, I'm sure the pressure is mounting. We at the level of the party are picking the signals. And the signals we are picking is this. That many among us, in spite of the Father, please, and the pressure coming from the public that the things have to be done properly, punishment must be exacted, and things have to be done. Some among us are busy trying to cut deals with people who are supposed to be prosecuted. Some among us are trying to cut deals. Some are becoming conduits through whom pressure is being brought to bear on people who are supposed to do what is right. I'm not mentioning names. A time may come where we may have to. A word to the wise. Some know themselves, those who are. We are hearing your names. Think again. Because this victory was achieved largely because the people of Ghana wanted the right things done. Not for deals to be cut. For them to say, okay, now that we are on the other side, we cut deals so that tomorrow you also can get a deal cut. No, it won't happen. If it's to be done, it must be done well. And to be done well means it has to be thoroughly done, proper due diligence. The job must be properly done. And you are the lawyers, so you should know. If you say righteousness and justice should be the foundation, it must be. So you cannot in one breath be making proclamations.
Secretary for NDC, the ruling party in government, or say, Emreno Eswa Omubebubodin. Intimo Bia Mebusa se Bobie Mumodien. He say party headquarters say Omunim. Timi Bobie Enyadia mebie Manua Akabi. Me boma mutie keke. Ni enim so Omunim. Indi say Omunim dia enye asem no. So Omunim dia no si di no wo omo ho ti time ni dru so omo bebo di no a omo bebo time ni dru a omo bebo nti general secretary amodi die o mo bia mebusa me se bobie bubodin na omo auto abama omo na ntimi amodi a me ametim baabi no me de obaba bebusa me edian edai nti eno no Hey. Enti ya nam de besie. All right, so ye din komo about eniema akoso ewo ye education sector. Sometimes esi ekofom ni ekohu de ekoso. Na many minia Daniel Boche on ye nukes president. Omemo school from Kabumku. Epeni na yenini din komo on Accra100.5FM and other affiliate stations. Danny Akwaba.
Yenya.
Danny Bokore.
Nyamia do boko.
Ye de radiase si etim kwam. Danny ye din komo efa ye sukun sensem ho. But yes, ye hu videos ni bi. Ye hu the euphoria eba ekromu. Mo na mo school mu. Mo na mo ne school for no ho. Abai way introduce bibi a ofre no stress free policy yesi kopem tertiary level no omo mbeko first year omo esika sem nyina na abai ne se wafa mpacho se esa na tie
mpacho no fee stress policy.
No fee stress policy. Mami mbusa mo na mo school mo se no sign na timi apeja a school for na brabo. The impact on Ghanaian student at the tertiary level, to say
impact near enormous. Impact near the there's no fee stress policy, no. This year, more than 170,000 students are benefited from this policy. Senior the year this year, no, it was acquired a school for no, Aku school Ansah policy, no, implemented, no, community refunds, no, MIA. And students had to register, get validated, and then take a refund of the academic visa fee now, which are our schools.
Oh, so Mami Musa, menu say a school for 170,000 and are benefiting from that policy, no?
Yes, currently. So I want to say the program no for public tertiary institutions.
Yes.
Universities, public universities, colleges of education, and nursing training colleges.
170. More data and say a binary to your be idea.
Omuguso, and yet say ABS Kano Intina, Omuntia, Nemo validation. Okay. I say, Akoyesika Semne dear. Omako Kase will be register no. In Kofobi or Hoka Munya students, no Marco register. At the end of the day, no, Omo register year, Omo J students list in every school no more.
Yes.
Now Modi are cross checking. And who say, Omo Amuchi na Ampa, Omo school for. The TVC says sometimes, you know, discrepancies can create in the back.
Okay.
If our index number, no, the watcher, no, and the school na dey buy no na Bobra nti ebanisa na was say omohwe na omo rectify bi wo ha din no ene nyama nkete nti omo ye ne sa na omo rectify ni na once they do the validation in kwadi na dem
ma but angadani Mami Musa we say yemfa ne say without this policy omo ayana omo ba first year no enema be sa na yam go through challenges
several
tell me
don't say we bus school for the first time what can they do so be aside from the academic user fee you know we share residential fee we share enema we turn for the first time I say akola or senior high school for the first time even though senior high school you free you know Roberto trunk buckets in Nama Bebre into say Omo best school for the first time. This policy has really been helpful. Getting that support Now, the second phase of the project, even goes beyond the grant, the first year academic user fee grant. The second phase, students loan plus. Students loan, students loan plus, as a student, we may be saying the amount of free academic user fee for the first year now, second year where then. A honor students loan class, they kick it in.
Okay.
Because after the why student, you have access to student loan. Until Omo introduces student loan class, and I say and no, a bit me a full academic user fee, So as a student, when you go onto their portal and choose say open student loan class, catch students loan, say they should pay that amount straight to your school to offset your school fees.
I see.
Obi also a while bet me apply for the regular students loan, I know the you at our account, Obi or the hostel fee, Obi or the laptop and answer the. But for those who really need this to continue their education, you also can apply for the students loan plus. Nina Eka no fee stress policy.
Oh, I see. Na omo Ansah ekebino. Womo bede etia, what is the process? Yeah, abino ne mwaka.
Oh, students loan.
Yes, the students loan.
Yes, because the first part, the first year,
you know you're free, yeah.
Grant.
Yeah.
But the students loan, the same policy now apply. When you take the students loan, you only start paying. You start paying when you get employment. Now start say usually they expect say 2 years after school. But you'll be on 2 years after school. Anytime I open Juma, then you start repaying your students loan.
But what school mudie mamim busao education ministry busao say already assessment of Ghana education ministry within these 8 months as NUC's president.
The education ministry headed by Honorable Harry Nedrisu Omabo Jumayi Papa. Papa no sometimes ukwa nkofo egunu so na ejuma egunu so sometimes me wonder how otumi copy a lot of policies out there, but a lot of initiatives, and he has also been able to attract a lot of grants and support for education and TVET. One of the things I would say, with me pushy a year during this my tenure way as a minister, a TVET focus education, making TVET a choice. What me say this year. We for no CSSP, I can say, who say a lot of people are even making TVET a choice rather than say when you're senior high school and over TVET school. Now TVET is becoming a choice, and Honorable Minister, any Ministry of Education.
Oh, I see. So which means when you have new policies having about right?
Yes. Policies need to be or to us, and also was especially with the TVET promotion. They are pushing a year, but TVET has always been there, and he has also promoted it very strongly.
I see. That's good. And he say no money on my school for any abai entem abotoyamu ho. Bibia ya jo Bibia did anakwemu
Papa Young Kasa supervising minister Honorable Harry Nedrisu or a former NUC's president na ote ejumana ye na onya asuma ye anytime bia ye beko na hwe ho so no onyamre etie ensem no die hia no so o hwe no ayama ye nti ye problem too much. Problems wo hono ma ye guso solve no yemre ebini say ye hwe say academic residential facilities or tertiary campuses. Idea I had green year pan. We did this year some time ago. Mutsi say single room. One of the university campuses was costing over 40,000 cedis a year, and all is because of demand and supply. So I can or hobby I said in Fabako and family say or the 40,000 a year. So one of the major challenges are say solutions, but accommodation. I mean, so say Jet Fund has made an allocation of over 400 million cedis this year. Say, more academic halls on various tertiary campuses. Yeguso, any abai bisan kita hono baya. And I mean say omo ye omo famode eyemre omo ya de.
All right, omo ya de eyemre yesu yemra so. Dani ya de ya ne radio so. Owa esi ye bopiam anya politics nkwa na idi nkomo. Esi ye ba mo nchen ye be say ye nuanom school because yeso say me say me ba university. Say me ba university. In this one metie a school for one seminar one can be a when your kid is complaining won't me enya ho hwe. Ye da asese on ye di nkomo na awie. All right, that's it. Thank you so much. Daniel Colley Boche, National Union of Ghana Students President here. Omo and a school for Nkabom Eku Nooks no opinion in Kasai. So there are some new within 8 months. And now me catch a man for 8 months here. When you go to the education sector. Bibi koso and yeme koso at the tertiary level. Yes, so and utie eye ora Daniel Boche ya a man for struggle in their first year. So a man for struggle, but yenya ba send me a message na brief Kofi Osibobie. I've registered for more than a month now, but I have not been reimbursed with the money, and all my documents are accurate. Okay, so Nana Abrefa Kofi and so the Abeni yeah, to be BNC BBA also go to the education sector, talk to them. And you can see the kind of work Haruna Idrisu the education sector. You see, your mama implemented a friend say no stress free policy. Iti omo tua wie no argument MPP for raise and say oh na say first year no aban no ye ma omo a e free work no and na omo de students trust loan in say aba ya obi a wadru second year o third year u peska e de abon ho bra u benya on say amaye education sector no ayeboko okay ayeboko ma membo eniema ne biso nkyerɛw quick so kwa me betimi de education sector no atwa while we work on it. So we had nukes for na omo kasai no nukes for na kasai no we will try and get Nagrat and also talk to them. PTA people actually PTA for na I ready. Let's deal with the PTA. Me pacho media be flyer be ato your Facebook page so you can pick it. No people say within 8 months. You see this I dare me say BT NDC abanya ye MPP for no one more we are there no one ko jail no. You know na man for aye slow. But the juma koso. A juma koso. So some of the key education policies updates. So 1 billion to the free secondary education program has been paid. 1 billion from NDC government within 8 months. Point 2, 72.8 million as capitation grant has been paid. All capitation grant arrears cleared. Point 2, the Akufo-Addo mu digu ho eko ye nyina sankrofo we ye kasa wa Ghana no mo nya no mo kabi. Point 3, Aban a direct all district assemblies say omo ahwe NC eye nursery, primary, JHS, Adan, FF 2025 District Assembly Common Fund mu. First panel, just a Akufo-Addo no time, just a presidency, no aba contract. Yes, our districts know. Say ubesi JHS o, ubesi a primary school, ubesi nursery school. Just oba Akufo-Addo no ho, obaba na Gabi, ani bedi atuo no ne mano, de na bodwe ehwan no, no omo etwo, no oba besere wo mo say pesi esi school. Now, JM a change policy no, you are telling me say bibia ankoso. Oh, catch them say Bibi Ankoso. When in Efra, 99 double track schools are taking off the double track system and restored back to traditional single track this year. This year, Sukua Hodwa, your friends say traffic light, short friends, I'm friend double track no. 99, and a JM ni Haruna Idrisu, everywhere. We see Bibi Ankoso within 8 months with Bibi Ankoso. Go and check MPPA first 8 months. Free SHS budget allocations increased with dedicated source of funding. Your mobile free SHS. Now they have increased the budget allocation in here. And we have about 20 updates within 8 months. Within 8 months, you are telling me nothing is going on. What trouble 8 years? What a double track on? Obi by 8 months. What me you schools 99 everywhere. Now we say there na ekoso. Because say onipa MPP ni abodam a. Abodam. What about them say Wubusa there na ekoso? So this as PTAs reactivated to improve school governance and promote discipline. Ombetwa eye PTA mu toin time. Awofo no ase ebeboa ni ahwe na ya boa schools no. Wonu say PTA for no mtimi sisi dormitory nyina e de support aban. Omo be good PTA wo a wontimi sibi. Awofo sibi so awosmempre bone beye beyfo no de akotena fie. Akufo-Addo before no de akotena fie na ba omi aso di nachi kwa me fanti tu ni di achambi wa wontimi nsibi PTA fo be si ase da bi enya dia meti ase da 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Education Trust Fund has been paid. Yano na Emma Nooks President Ika say a friend say get fund for our projects be a allocate yes car de babaye. But still we are on it. Yenkwadin komo yene yeniaba Irene Sam, Deputy PRO, National Council of PTA. Yenkwadi enkomo Irene Akwaba.
Mini ampata mejoso.
Boko de.
Boko biasa.
Yede nyamiase. So PTA is back. Etimo say so far.
Yo, mini ameda say na mechia wetie fo nyina so. Misa so di nchia ifie national president ho. Edima obi bia. In fact, they say die ebetimi aka say nyama ekoso ne kwan so. Isan say PTA na yaba abehye mukina no. Aboa no we di kan kra, we di kan kaka no. O kan nyoma na yefem. Ebra na abandada no ebetwa PTA mu a osisi say EPA teacher fo enka ho ye meeting kra teacher fo mbabi unya kwankwa nhie mu wo school dan mu even most of the require na you see ye kra na ye see ma ye nhia e wo ho na amanya ma bebre na ye basa ukobua so ye sememboa nsusu na ade esu hia nkora no because ye na ya wo ye mba ye pese ye so support because ye as a council ye to say education there a shared responsibility. Yes, we are stakeholder. Yes, Kakraba abans kakraba na ebetumi ama ehumesua no edimu nti eba ne tan de menu ha adwen papa manyame nchaade se de bibia ekọ no kwan so gakan kakra enim se ehumesua ebefa no ntuma pa edi efra
money efri se aban we yes so be reverse mu status no to PT, that is teachers inclusion no Ghana teachers no so omo cooperative omo ne mo ewa yonkofa
me pacho ai ye ne omo yonkofa emu eden pa esan so ko school sahuro no ma ye ne omo na ye eduma edi djuma ni bom oba na executive committee ya omo kan executives no ho nti bibie ni ho ye ya ye ntumi ni omo ye nti ye ne omo yonkofa no de menua emu aso twan papa
More starting meetings with the teachers. Ama mu di nkomo fa enkola no mpuntuo suku mpuntuo infrastructure. Money teachers na share di enkita ho.
Me pacho ai. Ye PTA meeting ye bia. Hisa fo no wo ha. Omo ma ye feedback. E fa titru pa ye discipline na akofom no. Eno hu duma na ye di sesi as a council. Nti our meetings ni na any chafoni na edi nkomo ma ye ni awofo no so edi nkomo because ye be say akwa na discipline na efie any school ebe ka bom nti fie dia awofo school dia teacher for nti any omu wo sa yonkofa na ye bomodi ati meeting bie mu no they are there on my feedback about nkora no mo welfare ni ade e na discipline hu semso no omo di to dwane enso ye fa kwan bi so dia aboa ama ye ba no so ye behave well in a school so ati etimi akonanim
Ansah Irene catch the previous administration twa oyi teachers free mu no mo cycle back na de be na atosini say as awofo no te wo ho free a teacher fo ho no mo call back niema na niema nkoyi mo hu loopholes bi mo hu failures bi setbacks
many am patcho wan de kan as a PTA die ye edumeden say be so aban asene tonight you are starting a lot of projects school dying dormitory libraries washroom teachers bungalow po ECCB ni ade inti eba ne san na wo fo no enya san ho kan biom say ye be contribute bio na yetimi dia boa amaya sa project no abeti most of our project no uko most of our schools na eba standstill yentimi complete meanwhile na nkwan so be hia sa infrastructure no e dia aboma disua but it sounds say omo yes ade nti no e ma PTA dwumede ni ekofom afesu ye hu say discipline hu so ehun sam so e be ye den papa aba na say ye committee na teacher ko ni ho omo ntimi nka de ye koso ye mba ne modern what is saying what is going on tia over be na no ufe meeting kra na wo mo mba omo nti say PTA ne gunti ye mba ye mbeboa e ma nkora no adesua ne ade no enkoso into that was one thing I face ni unya feedback bia say nkora no ade na ye kire no omo sua e saying what is going on sa feedback no so na ye nya from the schools no esan set where PTA na omo twe mana so mo yi ti no efi mu omo say ye PE no and also hu so in fact omo ye sa na de menua e ma bebre na amboa ye but say ni de na mencha de bibia esan ada na akwan man kan kakra no ye rebuild ye mo na say ye structures na start no parents na start e contribute here ye de beto aso na be my infrastructure base no yetimi edi mu na various schools.
Wow. So bet me mention schools ni bia mo infrastructures ni bi tika mu a say mo asai ekọ ho pese mo betimi awie betimi
make us all over Ghana because social ye dwumedie pa infrastructure ye de boa aban bia also into most of the schools in Ghana me ba ko almost all the schools in Ghana now almost started project no it came to a standstill.
I see.
Even staff bungalows to cry is cry no ebi mu kwento afemo na ebi mu ata eto to Accra all over Ghana there are patches here and there. Schools they be brave. Because of that we never buy anything.
Me but Angeline, catch 8 months in government education ministry. Our for parents association. Say teachers are back on PTA. But our for 8 months of Ghana education service under Haruna Idrisu. Your observations, tell me.
Yes, Mecca say very impressive. in that swear wo one who say education be a parental voice anymore enye ye but this government under the leadership of your honorable Haruna Idusu are making sure say that parental aspect no so I is strong into omo baye meeting be no wa engage NCPTA every project biara every engagement biara they make sure say omo invite leadership no say yembremu even this last school farm initiative kwano omo to say the council say yembra na any PTA na ndi duma na yemboane all the schools in Ghana farms yemfa complementary in Ghana sema aircourse na various schools everything is in place na yenim say na me charge ya be bia so be fan into my pay fra so it's quite impressive and we are in to support the government in this regard
monkola no a omo school no omo say school feeding na ete say aduane e de mo school na ete say
menua say the omo see here
I see
ya ko rounds kakra just say we are yenya ne say ne de eye na your best stress say e be cost star unse most of the time no abind is can be bow but in the school level no in there was say there was some the year no and young fa enye but this government have made sure say monitoring no akoso yes you monitor ama no credit e ba akopɛ say ne de na me adom eye etchin dada no
I see. Your best remo. Say Auntie Irene, yeah, so no. Accra100.5FM, your person, and no more juma pa. And it's a more common tree now. Sometimes one fire and Kobe. Na, yes, you ain't me who be near and Kabi.
We never be in part of my say. Your best on staff remo.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's very. No, obviously, me say books, no. Yeah, say I will phone be complaining about books. Say prices or something. I don't know. Some more receive such complaints are.
Me patron, you receive kakra from some of the parents. Omukoto books near the end. But no. Apart from no. I go say private ejuma. Some of the youth for any unit. Yeah, we are using your platform. Say, Omun Nanka Ebono, Enko from Kakra, near to me to be Eddie Amanka. Yeah, and Pa, Edumana say the book into Omun Kakra, my no dear, the Becca and no Afahono, but complaints in the Biaba I will only be expresses or how now, Omu go to into best publishers near the answer, Omun Shamayan, na Yama Bibrinano. His Yama Bibrinaya, it is to sue. Uncle Kuma.
I see.
Don't want to kakra my na yen so yen me fan your how far.
Yate, yen na di anu betum bi Auntie Irene. Ye da se bebre se we oni e kasa e.
Make me that must be we Benjamin Shira.
Ami da se. Deputy PRO National Council of PTA na yete omonka no. Auntie Irene Sam ene ne kasa e. So the point is what the fuck kuna okay kade ya ode hwe nkoso bibia nkoso we nkoso bibia kase minim wunim a wunim if you don't know you don't know so simple kase minim but bibi de bibi koso ena PTA for eken say o ma say reactivate PTA awofo ene teacher for nkabom ayonko form wo e de hwe eboa aban amya pia enwumasem no obase na odefo se de ne kan no wo se watwam ono no watwam a teacher for ntrom ba bi awofo mo ntram ba bi enye obia na ebetete obi ba. So even if there were issues kra no a awofo na teacher for ntimi nka mom enka. So there are issues that I think we need to talk about. Mameni Nagrad president, my very good friend, Angel Kabonu, Nkodi Nkomo. Chairman, Akwaba. Oh, Kafra, Meluzi, Yemini Penny, Angel Kabonu. Na Yedim Komo. You say a teacher for Montre licensor exams. Okay, so I'm Urakabu Nasiaba. Chairman, Akwaba. Chairman, ye didn't woman come but one more part in one issue, sir, at church for licensor exams. we see okay, so NDC one power and almost so ye in free ho. Me patcho you free on impact net to say.
Well, okay, so this is what happened. NDC decision minister Editu Johannes said after a year in College of Education exam. Na nipa ni wie College of Education na wanya ne certificate is a teacher obefie Ansah na mama ne center say on control licensure exam. The new dispensation Minister Haruna Ediaba government policy ni say niyama na yehia wo licensure exam no it will be part of the curriculum of the colleges of education. So nipa no work College of Education or tron in social College of Education now expectation of the licensure exam eka in social or true. So only College of Education only a certificate as a professional teacher now when you have both professional certificates and his licensure certificate.
Oh, okay.
That is the new policy.
Okay.
So the teacher will not finish training and come back and sit at home. Then you go and give him a center several kilometers from where he stays. So on control licensure exam. That one has been abolished. So this is the way, the new way that the government have brought.
So what do you compare the old system, no? Said your church, just we or caught near Siafre no Asiafaka at the Ababa Betro. Ne Ebinu believe we say at least you bet me a soneso, Amienya quality a teachers or your various classrooms as against the current one.
Baby. You see, perhaps questionable performance. Licensure exam amount to be even one sentence of valid English. No, I say you investigating. There were some private institutions here. Any people of questionable certificate here. Me sure say they come from any proper accredited college of education.
I see.
So, the one of the and say, even as a work of Wesley College of Education, from year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, the Wesley College of Education is being supervised by either Cape Coast University or University of Education or University of Science and Technology. They have a minimum standard. One, minimum standard of entry and a minimum standard of performance. So you cannot go through a 4-year teacher training course at Wesley College or Accra College of Education or Accra College of Education and say you cannot write a sentence in English.
But Uncle Kwabena, those private institutions now can what happened?
Oh, I'm telling you.
Really?
Oh, I'm telling you. When we meet in private, we can have conversation.
I see.
I'm telling you. If I tell you certain things, you will not be able to sleep this night.
So which means even with this new policy, they can still find their way in there.
The question is, who is supervising their quality? How come that the people who are supposed to supervise their quality go in there and give them a clean bill of health? What type of material do they admit as students of colleges of education? Whether those materials meet the minimum qualification to admit somebody to do a 4-year degree course in basic education? Do they have some political bigwigs who influence their survival in this country?
Wow.
Do they influence certain powers to make sure that their products are posted while government colleges of education products are not posted?
But Angakabonu, if this is the situation, which means even the current new policy, ain't been solve a problem, no?
I say, let Moma Yeni and any private institution that is training teachers. Moma Yeni and
what a problem, ni free, no?
From me, the baby, one the weakest link in this whole system are the people who come in privately to establish colleges. Because you see, Bobie, one, the public colleges of education are producing enough teachers. So my question, what is the motivation for the existence of private colleges of education? Memonia, the government in the Aba Rosesiano, it is one of the best ways to help the College of Education students not to come out of school and face frustration.
Angakabon, my busa question way. If say be a sounded a little bit political and you want to dodge it, fine. But then 8 months in government, education system, a church for assetnemu, a church for relationship with this current government. Your assessment on Haruna Idrisu administration. Haruna Idrisu led education ministry. Your assessment?
Bobie.
Oh, Agagabo. Masasa kakra.
Let me tell you that we have had a number of engagements and well, at high level with the government to look at various aspects. The minister have been very accessible. He has a committee headed by Professor George Odro, and the committee meets regularly to receive petitions and complaints of stakeholders. In fact, I have met the stakeholders severally, and my colleagues in CCC, NAD, we have done that severally. In fact, just yesterday in the morning, we had a meeting with Minister Haruna before he had his program at Alisa, no, not Alisa, the hotel at around Joulu.
Fiesta
Royale.
Yeah.
I mean, we had to go in early in the morning and have a meeting with him before he went for his program. So, to be honest with you, Haruna, as a minister, is very open and accessible to the unions and the complaints that we bring. He has also his committee, headed by Professor George Odro, a former lecturer at the University of Cape Coast, have also sat with stakeholders. You will realize that it is the outcome of some of these stakeholder meetings. That is why we have taken a strong decision to reduce this double-track system that is creating so much problem in education delivery at the secondary school level.
I see.
So this year, about 33 senior high schools will be taking off double track.
I see.
And will run a single track.
I think something who figure of 99.
Well, okay. Then maybe I stand corrected.
Yes, I think I saw a figure.
Yes.
Education Ministry or more updates.
I stand corrected.
Oh, okay.
So you have a situation where a number of senior high schools from this academic year will be taking off double track system. And it is all because of the engagement that we have had to find solution to the double track system.
Uncle Bacho, that double track system no impact no on school phone call no to say.
In fact, it was affecting discipline, it was affecting cohesion, and it was affecting the running and administration of the schools. Those who are in track A and track B will all have to be in school to be able to write a certain examination. When that happens, a certain year group will have to suffer. In fact, the double track in the strictest sense was not even what was being done. What we were doing is that they were calling it tracking, where year one will go, then year one will come and be at home, year two and year three will be in school, and all that. It was affecting the administration of the school. And now, our non-teaching staff, especially the kitchen staff, were working throughout the year. School administration were also working throughout the year without rest, because they were supposed to superintend over track A and track B.
I see.
It was not a good system for education delivery.
I see. That's wonderful. But Uncle Kwabena, I just spoke to a parents association. Now say I say Eddie Ababak Abeno Parents Teachers Association, which means the more back. How do you feel about this?
Look, all over the world, parents and teachers collaborate in ensuring that they educate the children. The parent brings the child to school. And let me first say that education delivery is a shared responsibility. No teacher can say he has control over education delivery without the involvement of the parents and even to some extent the community. So Aquano, you brought the child to school. The child will be having some psychological, some emotional, some physical challenges. The parent needs to sit with the teacher and explain the child's well-being, the child's health, the child's capability, so that the teacher will be able to handle that child based on his or her competencies. In the case of challenge, the teacher will have to reach out to the parent for the parent to come back to the school and see how the two of them can assess the performance of this child. Let us not forget that we are training people not for owning the family, but we are training people for the entirety of the Ghanaian society.
Exactly.
Now, when you say parents should form their own association, then they could have done that at home because they gave birth to the children. But parent-teacher is establishing a relationship between the school and the home, a relationship between the child, the school, and the home. Now, there are times, and I'll give an example. There was a girls' school that the government brought subvention. The subvention was not enough to purchase certain detergents for the sanity of the girls. So unfortunately, the girls had infection. The school called parents to a meeting And parents decided that, look, for the health and safety of our girls, we will pay some money for certain people to come and do cleaning, and we'll buy detergent so that our children will not be infected. These decisions, if the school had not brought it to the attention of the parents, and if the parents had not responded positively, who is going to suffer? Our future generation is going to suffer. What I will caution is that the reopening of the Parent Teachers Association should not be a means by which unbridled charges will be reintroduced.
Okay.
The Ghana Education Service should control the dues that will be paid and the charges that they can charge. And that if a school does not get approval by the Director General, the school should not have any right to charge parents to pay any amount of money.
Okay.
But education delivery is a shared responsibility.
Wonderful. Uncle Kabono, thank you so much. And now near Dim Komo. And yes, no, your best says, maybe I'm between a movie and more inform me. Now you're soon to me and more Mosumo Juma Moya Huderu. Yeah, that's a bit on Yakasa on Accra FM.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Ora Angel Kabono, Nagrad President, Tenin Kano. So, yes, then I keep on saying this. Bibia and Koso. We education sector and Kwani, you say, you can say you pick 8 months in near Marcoswa. Wa no bo say aban papa aba. Ubo say aban papa aye dey aba. South Fakwa, yes, I can agree with you. So be catch say bibi ankoso because waso asisi we near fra. So bibi ankoso. Yeah, we agree. The kind of effort this administration and their share education sector. And I make us say amount for ya o my kokwasa ni nyina no eye ora no a fifi kwete ka ho asem no ya no kwaya Ghana for pese omode MPP for faso no akronfo no omo ewi a o eniema no kwaya ompese omode omo faso no krono no a omo eboye no. And I think Fifi Kwete raise a very serious issue. So when you sit somewhere and tell me Bibi Ankoso, Bibi Koso, but then I make sure problem NDC government no ewo. Because the ma yemu bi any braye me Bobie metiwe me fie ni bia ni wa NDC ni ya sabi obi kwaba no position bia. What you say? Indi nkamani brese enkemfie ngotwe en tokwa pepe sabi indi kamani hwe kura nkamento meka na memfa pevis ankotra bruchire baby kasa mre nkama boga enka say my boga oti ase becoming me nya dia obi bekwa santima mpo akowura mfie akofre obi efiri wo se brabe minister me fie fo nyina MPP fo. In actual sense, NDC win and can be mistake biawo minya faso bia enfriso. Right? Metia esabi ota frache obi anche bibia but the bass omo che a menya sure say e be frɛ me se Kwabena bra ne enche there be. So but the point is say we all felt like no the way Nkrofo see error no mine down no they are stealing everything. Yene ma Ghana for any breye. But being can't say 8 months. Jomama neni minister. Where Haruna Idrisu Kwankwana no. The kind of job they have done our education service within 8 months. Always a stability be a ba our teachers front, students front. Stability be a ba. Stability be a ba. To catch him say, Yabeto aba, and Colano last year, and I know Maga say, was it Ghana buying the car, ya won't be here. point 19 when this year abaya ba be clear sad debt ni nyina afiri ho. Is it point 19? 18, right? Yeah, 18. Oma say I provided free sanitary pad. You know? Now MPP for sanitary pad there. Yeah, to Chroma and a TV3. I can't remember. I don't know. There was this media practitioner, a female media practitioner, say TV3 or Kornoff. Eko ye some research bia ye wo emayo a omo de entumago omo bon tumago eno omo de sebe ahye omo ase se ne time drew so onya menstruation a e won off eni sa akwala no a oyusu sa de no se aban o school na aban se wato eye sanitary pad ni bi de money free a she appreciates it. Onim said yes it here. Onim said yes it here. What the MPP ni uni no si enya skani bi awia. Omutimi to bi ema omo ema ma. Enti unim adekra ekoso. Ayi baomia so free enough. Okonkra na bi ase a onim de no omo fam. Jomama so free enough. How do you free enough? So they understand the problems. Sometimes, and your policies, na ebia utimi hu bibi wo baby. And then you're not from Kwao. When you go to Central Region, Bono Region, uko enkrasie villages are. You want koda mayo amko school sabe sanitary pad obey you cry a problem. You are telling me unhushe. Yes, because you don't want to know. If you want to know, you will know. Education ministry in Kwani. Education ministry in Kwani. What is that PTA mamena ka a year school feeding? Kolani didi peche. Omu didi peche. Nansay no mudrimika no maseda kwa kofa ayi your friend say omo MPP time videos ni bi na garibia engugwani she and you see the MPP omo yanya problem. They are not able to realize that look yakoye nim wiase ene youth na bano wouldn't mean to be a more keke and a young people for say NDC for Eden Trone J or minor. No. Yet to Chroma and at the late Kinafama, Papa, Obeka say, sir, your friend say, haircut policy no, a cum pensioners 80. Where NDC for car, a NDC for na akonkoto entro. Me pacho Ghana ni utie me. Se what say NDC for the way a campaign. Omo konkoto anybody mu ya no omo so omo awu. In any case NDC na kan. Inti NDC for din 20 years be dintro. No. Enkwala na aba na omo nyimi yo. Ensema na NDC kanu ye ensema na AC. Ena enkwala anu omo ewo hono ankasa nso ewo social media, TikTok, Facebook, any ade no. Omo hu ye eye dan na enkwala omo eye SHS. Wo se wo omo free SHS. Sa enkwala no to abeti awo. Eye dan. Do you think so much me? Omunyimi yo gebetata say for the past 2 months in so ma ewo chebi ye be say eye chebi MC ni mpanimfo say omoma omani emra ho in so ma ewo chebi enti omo eye galamse no the same thing with Swadro onu say Swadro 3 weeks or 4 weeks ni just omo to sachet water dey omo dey adware the whole town, the whole Swadro town ni 3 weeks as 1 month ni the same thing. The same thing. Aha, Shawa say 800. No. Kinafa papa no say 800 and 80. Thank you, Shawa. No, Aliu. Yes, Ramo. In so way, 1 7 no. ehu pa but ni na galamsey no enti ama Ghana water so a stop other player try so be clean eye ensuo na Ansah no masai apompe aba abonten ye no na e ma ye problems no wotie kurase police for ni asoja for e ba behwe se galamsey ni bejai na tie kurase na wo boa boys no any police for ni asoja for no kontokwa uwia no abe complain ye nyansuo ennom ne ba be kwa koto eye kurora atrem anase eye friend say Pontiac car e di abre no ni eno ano no and it's sad ene eye suadro ochina chebi the following day it can be a santimampon what ya no abusuafo from nyansuo nom. It's very sad ebesremo but back to my issue ye hu ha oko yes say payments are running and what ye enje carbon was it now there's cordial engagement between the ministry, the government and the teachers front omati committee I don't know this what committee omo age teachers no complaints and they work on it. Yes me ubu o man say ya mani je wo ho me Haruna Idrisu is not my friend. Oni me number right but say obi ya de na de no oye no ya de papa tell the person you are doing a good job ya de fun no aka kire no say enkwase asem na udi no na jai sa na ebu oman sa na ekekere oman ntu traka chem say unhu hwe bibia nkoso ma yanya health ministry na say yemfa nkokira yemfa health ministry nkokira ho. Okay, so tomorrow we are going to deal with the health ministry. Emu de emu 7 year kama won say kaso more than 1 month ni ensuo ma we education ministry na yes ye be education ni health but just education ministry ye kra ye pese ye be expand enkomo no enke nya nwie ne because enkomo ho into traba because of me hu hwe and now said the Nooks president Nikai no get fund 400 million Ghana cedis omo besisi government hostels right yes remo munu si wi a omo fa ma alatafo no ne ayifo ye ma no monhwe ye ma no na ma mo fa nche agasefo mo fa nche agasefo. Why? Yes, Ramona, any bono emra from soso. Na enquadano muko school. And I strongly believe JM and the sector minister they would deliver. Bibi ankoso. And then who say, what the chroma and akwalawe, what you zoom lion for car 250 Ghana cedis. And a small boy we abe pay you 1,002. Meboa. And yes, sir. You never said I am who you ma. We have a catch them who say Zoom Lion found the who baby. The name Zoom Lion Sika or says Zoom Lion cried on much. I want Praprano, some modono, and almost Sika so chain Napkuni, not Mutia, Napko 700, Yanokrano, a Femuantia, Bomiano, the catcher say Napkutino Muluzu elections. Bibi, you go see something. Where you go say something? So, NSS. And yes, one more prano, Esikano, Ecosro, in national service. Minya inko prebi. Minya me who say I mean who say for no. Me hu hwe fo no me hu hwe ena ye hu hwe you don't want to see anything at kroma go to the health ministry na national health insurance scheme ke won ma kapeno na am say 40% as a sign the co-presidency Ye sika say matade National Health Insurance scheme tax. Meboa. Niame to ne yate e de akoma omo. Omo no ensa kasika no a Akufo-Addo say ya kapi say na yesa munya de be fra kira ba bia no emra presidency na me ni no manum me ne ayi gay for ene lesbians yeni 78 years we use into Ansah no ada still no ni edge interfrimu e de ben wo se no e de ben na wo wanu mu a wo de tafre de yi what is Nkrofo Tunyum? Mahama is the no any abre. And then Akando Omo at me on cap a sankwasi adeno. And now they are using some of the money to support Mahama Care. Yebeba Mahama Care so. Yebeba Mahama Care so. Yebeba Mahama Care so. All right, so I have this text message from a friend. Says, good afternoon, Bob. At least I have a whole month to prepare for my first daughter to go to SHS. BC results released last month. Placement will be done on 17th September. Reopening for SHS is October 17th. You remember last year, under Akufo-Addo, how placement for SHS was done and students asked to go to school in just a week after placement, putting a lot of pressure on parents financially. This is an important achievement for me in 8 months. My daughter is going to SHS and will be feeding better. Another achievement from Dr. Obed Apia. Wonderful. Wonderful. Osi bibi ankoso. Unhushe. Bibi ankoso. Trawana kache say bibi ankoso. When say the youth for no see super MPP for Okroma. Me say the only thing ama Nkrofo slow e wan this aban we hu no e orano a orano a orano nenga se orano rapa nenga jo ma man kede ntoma chetere no so mi Bobie Ansah me menya kromfo ye wo me nwi ade da my year juma many Kwame despite a year juma for the Dexin num many multimedia year juma me ni enesikasem record in my life. Maybe no be a cranky as I saw manson that me no be na me ni be import my kwatwe manson. Na sense me wi ade da ni ntino. Me nsuro say NDC aban we be punish akromfo. Eya kromfo nko a obi ya wo no criminal eno wo NDC abai we mu a eya ne se chale mum yanto ye bo na omo so ba omo ama me ye bi na enipa MPP ni ya nya ne papa onipa MPP ni ya nya ne papa so wadi bone a ya nkova no me asem we me se me nka bi because Adam yes me kabi no na kire se eyensem pi intimi no yes me nka bi but onipa MPP ni wunya no a yenye ne papa sana kofo baaye eno betintamandi simpanifo nyina gu mu basa Victor Salomenum ebinum fam wuye Edru Atamels any Jomama one so and also sa circle no ye break chain no Obia the Bonnie who break the chain. I want MPP to punish NDC. NDC should punish MPP. Ubon say Obia be steady. But dangerous. Say nipa politicians too. We titi echi na we titi echi a hu papa. O mind baby agina no na eya to ape. Me maka asem we. Me fie ni bia no ya ndis ni e be man position. Me akura no me gina he. Na Dear Maya Kuya, who I need bray and say, so obini na busia for betting me for on my way in no moon pad ye, and ye decided to send ye no one be woo. Why, some of us, your family who are broach, okay, as you bet me for ye bag to ye China Yakobi. Me ma back or frame Kwabena giant this war brother and jai when yoshi jai betra now the pesku be corner says I'm say yeah batch dear ye kontokwa ye kontokwa e Ghana na ntokwa we no mintimi nya ho me kumbia ma me ho nyina betiti ada mo che me ade chen ye omo yi mi no afre me NDC fu omo wi ni omo no omo ma na ekodi o Kwabena uwa obi ba ye wadwuma no adam si ye kontokwa ye ba twede ye no ye ne akufo be ba twede saa kopem se ye betu omo afiri akonwa no so ye tu omo a na mafra ruple me mfra ruple da me sura ruple nti me mfru bi da ena enhame emfa me ho me enye masem me mewu na me nto Lamborghini a enhame me no obia sisemra enfra samado se me ba no me mra meto Lamborghini me no obia ni ayi ye frere say Trasaco dainto me no obia ni akasakasa bia wo wiase e bononsia bononso a magimani kama. You see the lie by 11:12 2 a.m. near sit town 4 a.m. near same e dru 5 a.m. ne ma da ade a chia makabete akokonkwai kama medi we know bia ni asem bia kontabu bia suit ya see ton suit ni bi 20,000 30,000 me ni 30,000 bi koto suit prosin cheme nan say won be chemba ku bi na mkobo ho ya me di sha I say that's right lawyers so I think that it's only a criminal and a best support MPP for so we are ye and foul huni in tisa kakrai kra ye hu that's what catch him say MPP in fanunia. It's sad but I am na meka if you go to so ntimi modi tinya na me body baba manchia Kwame A+ na men kan che A+ e wiase bibia wonemre enti emre bi frɛ A+ ka chense Kwame jai wom si jai kasa na de jai e wiase bibia wonemre emre no de no ho beba emre no e de no ho beba amanfo anhwe yi a time NDC be kwa akoto branch ebeto eye constituency ato regional ato national no ye wiani yi national chairman a ye ni nipa ni bi de bani wa ban no mu a omo be dwane they will run ye ni nkrofo ni bi de besie ni wa ban no mu a omo be dwane se so obi aye din me say omo amompaye ye to branch wie eto eye constituency wie eto eye regional eto national wie ni yi national chairman a any papa big Johnny. Monsieur big Johnny Jaban no. They will leave the party say money party. Aha, near chose party near ya dia. Ube deeper. Ko jap ube jap party no ako. Na de ye pese ye ne aye. Ti o de say you be en come here. But ye pilot documents nim kakra. Na me tell time a bomb no beto no ada beto si ato national chairman wi kum sada na manfo expect fight pa pipe pa me see NDC ha amanfo be yira wo bu street mu amanfo e be manfo ho ase se de mo se ye ka o ma me kakra koto abeti adi adwuma mi mo ama mi enye ti me kakra koto abeti adi obi aso yo someone say yanka was now after 2 years no na bon say yes say any penny abrepa. I'm dealing with Solomon Owusu, Haruna Mohammed, lawyer Benjamin Ofori, NDC legal team member. I'll be back. I'm on fire.
My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the...
All right, live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. We are back here. Solomon Owusu, spokesperson for Movement for Change, will join us in the studio. And we have Haruna Mohammed, Executive Director, Alliance for Equity and Justice. Lawyer Benjamin Ofori, NDC legal team member, is in here. Council Akwaba. I am say what the cage unianum. You know Beshas Bibi Aboko there.
I went there.
So Council, last program NDC legal members moye na idea programmer.
So your association lawyers or NDC mo. Your association ya kan ho bom ba ko. Your original lawyers.
Really?
Your region by region be lawyers I can bomb NDC4. And now if you're national executives into every year be between September and October no this year. Say lawyers I legal vacation break kakra. It's break here. E mu in twin ni next year ko back so. Last year ko last year's near ho. This year you see Kumasi. It's a call for 3 days quadrant drain. E ku no number 1. Yeah, dream party because party no na ye kan ho boom as lawyers am a party no. Nti ekokuma se fifia da kosi.
And yes so ye beti NDC Media Association.
Ya da base mo.
Ye mamon kwa mo nyum wani sa. Bema, we no mama me lie no.
Mama lie pa. Mama your president.
Founder leader. Dem. That's right. Anyway, oh, that's great. But me so be dim come on. I think and on one radio station say a rival group against GBA.
Oh, Debbie. Yeah, there's no rival group. So we say NDC Media legal director of legal Ediji Tamaklo.
Yeah,
good. In the director of legal no there's on na Vitas first panel ka so no content cro. And also me director of legal and me fa legal for nyina dey embom. In the by region no yet eku say the region for some NDC formulas na we say on first panel say NDC for any akache for. We say akache for any NDC lawyer for any MPP for kwa lawyers. You see who your members ne we say yes so you na ko no. I see couple of members no make how many nka 1,000 dey bit medu me how many yeah lawyers sir omujina ko say omo NDC for
card
card-bearing members of NDC for lawyers. Elections are call you cry no ye dey call constituency e be polling stations and
you botrobojo
Debbie. Inti ya kan ho bum pa. I can see here NDC for lawyers of NDC for. They say I catch for the DSI.
I see.
Yeah.
Almost 1,000.
The database me almost 1,000. Conference here call Lancaster here no. Na room only na ma binim kwa nyabonte.
So more leadership like president, secretary.
Oh yes. So yeah, director legal Ediji Tamaklo.
Yes.
Na make us say ono sa time na Amaleba. Ibrahim Amaliba ne free no say ba ju nti
amalba time so na mote circle no
mote
I see
so te ye ana afa juji ba mu be mu ni na ye penyi ye beti modi drusu na ye penyi ba ko ye beti modi drusu na data legal no assistance and a region bia on the director and secretary and trainer yes it you using kakra eba regions no the lawyer need be a problem region baba together no aboa the case is be a case be near na NDC for bit ma boy ni pakwana quickly ya organize when your team akwakoboa the base not there for lawyers I work kunim there they say base not there atra cry
wonderful
ku ayashisha mema Madam Penifona say my idea I'm going to be boom together. You share a dream run home. You are not dream NDC cool no home. You share a dream 2024 elections no quite fast why your boy na fi ye ku ye nimi I be reset the be fast why be then it my reset ama man so akona ni
at me akona ni me share program ni be and it was very wonderful though I am say just small portion and I am say Ateki center stage.
Yeah.
But yeah, no so. However, what are some of the issues I'm discussing in our conference now? Say?
Oh, first and foremost, now in Penifono, they are very grateful. Say, first and foremost, it's my boy elections no. Elections no constituency be the lawyer koi. Lawyers anya lawyers 3 for each constituency. The 3 times 275 constituencies. That should tell you the numbers we even had then. And no kwano pinifo no mum na che so mo de modini wo no omo no eteyechi bet at least 3 for each constituency they near. We were telling them, they asked how we did, congratulating us on what we did. Of course, we were showing appointments, so we are trying to let them know that appointments now on and yes or homa sebio onko or ma cool NDC no or ma NDC lawyers no to so NDC now boku no. We are looking at into the future, into year reset ama yeku no year reset ama NDC so year reset ama Ghana ni na nti team I did so said the role of the NDC lawyer in the reset agenda.
I see
the role of the NDC lawyer in the reset agenda. Nti eja etutu nyama kusisi popo bebre mpenifo bebre by chairman general Basi chief of staff
by
president's legal advisor was there.
But we invite other outside institutions, maybe GBA and say MPP was such group.
I do not know someone such group. In fact, we've not heard anything from them. But so when me on Kofi, I say Enchena.
But I was saying,
Enchena was said the media for better with you. Enchena was telling
me, yeah, near Tia. Young fat producers in come.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Massa. And they're on back to a money.
Boys,
hey, producers need your money. Break right presenters. See a room of Frase, yet you are a doctor or more toy fara. Team producers, no, and I'm going to a money.
And you see producers association. Your media presenters association.
But I was impressed. Some motivate to sa anamono, which means more even welfare policies covering.
So this was a faith meeting, faith annual conference.
Okay.
So it means essentially we have 5 years. Essentially we have 5 years on paper and in books. So we have dues, like I said, but before the number to two akwamu. In fact, your call meeting, there's so many things that means me in control habit. But we say number to two akwamu, obia or problem in terms of welfare no things will come together. But they are building a very good association, and I'm very proud that I'm a member of this association. I believe that going forward in future that the country will be governed by the NDC forever.
I see.
Looking at the youth, the attraction to even the upcoming lawyers. In fact, your call meeting, more law school,
Every
now get now no person room. Yes, we need tag near and found because it room. More patch say law school. Yes, let's say we have my room. Yes, much of us we ever see a room. Wow, the attraction is there. So we are really attracting young people, intellectuals. And I believe the MPP will tell you now. So they say they're about to say intellectual party. I say, Ajafa.
Omukasa na tonsuom.
Say there. And the highlight of it all, is we celebrated Chachuchi Kata for 50 years of being a lawyer.
Oh.
So we had a small cocktail for him.
Wow.
To celebrate him, took pictures with him. The old man, Accra100.5FM, but yeah, and you remember Kohana Biamani P. So that was the highlight of it. And you see, you can see that Nipa what being there no being.
Yeah.
And the speech crack the mind is so impactful. Yeah. We learned a lot and he encouraged us a lot. So quite know what into no yankantimna yambwana amani tumpo.
I see. All right, so let's deal with our main issue, the oral. And I think one of the conversations are as I sorry view. And the statement from NDC General Secretary, as he has sparked some sort of street conversation as to whether who is doing it right and who is doing it wrong. It seems people are a little bit worried, especially baby or cancer omodin. But time no druzu so ombebubo. And basa also no be adding any hobby. Ntiama system no basa, but that is not the most important thing. Yeah. The issue is not about who did what. Yeah. The issue is about the government agenda to exercise probity and accountability, which is the very pillars of the NDC. So, question among Fubusana say, I say the wheels no grind this slowly. Yeah. Na GNM. And come to me a yashe 4 for 9 5 na aqua speed. Na say GS ni mo a and you mumie mpia. Na aqua speed kakra na we there. The wheel of justice grind this slowly we there. And kokra. So you got here GS General Secretary for.
If it's to be done, it must be done well. And to be done well means it has to be thoroughly done, proper due diligence. The job must be properly done. And you are the lawyers, so you should know. If you say righteousness and justice should be the foundation, it must be. So you cannot in one breath be making proclamations that are condemning those who are on the other side, while you yourself are part of the system that wants to subvert the same laws and the same constitution, the same rights things from being done. So you should be the first point of making sure things are done properly. That's the only way we can establish a society that will be truly great and strong. My first thing. My second thing is this. And Attorney General, I'm sure the pressure is mounting. We at the level of the party are picking the signals. And the signals we are picking is this. That many among us, in spite of the further pleas and the pressure coming from the public that the things have to be done properly, punishment must be exacted, and things have to be done. Some among us are busy trying to cut deals with people who are supposed to be prosecuted. Some among us are trying to cut deals. Some are becoming conduits through whom pressure is being brought to bear on people who are supposed to do what is right. I'm not mentioning names. A time may come where we may have to. A word to the wise. Some know themselves, those who are. We are hearing your names. Think again. Because this victory was achieved largely because the people...
Honorable Fifi Fiave Kote and Kwete and Etienne Kano. Council, Akwababiu. And Mekaman for say Haruna so joining in the studio. But Council, so Utie Sadewe now auditorium hobby.
Anamo.
And then about him, tell us.
The craning I mean So to say boy in some.
Yeah.
Me bo me simple. In fact, we or kasa we near my lunch break. Me say corn ho ekwachiano. Kasa yes. Thank you. He has shown say he is the CEO of the party that brought the government into power. And that is why I near to no be able in some. In fact, the speech no I can bear me this Ghana for bit me full speech now. This is a man who recounted probity and accountability era. Okasa Rollins by Rollins kasa oba beche nipa tum okasa nipa di bone. Yewi a man for the nanu kosi bone. Binim say Rollins anyenye, Mr. Rollins kuku minye bi say, binim say Rollins nsema na nkode ba ne bi okwa man for kuku nipa heden ehye no. Na onye na dwen se okoye. Yewi ye yentime na nti na ya beya ye se ye di owale ba. You recover all loot. You renye said yes, say na efatamu. Because Rollins, how you de buy a party in no. And no ni asin akofa bam biom say ye be oral. Asema start kind no. And no we no say be ni ye dia ye nya ne pepe yeso. And na onye a lawyer for na kasa. Onim say ye kokoto ye ba oni na ba be na yeso. Nti me enko e bibia e haphazard basa. Ne be we ne say o no ka de buy no. Ya ni. O kan sa no so. Sie yeso dia. Yenya yetete woni amanfo mo hye echie. A ma dwen say me pepa wachi say de me so da kwama bi. Asam to me also pepa machi. Nti one no ha kobata MPP for ejeje adamudie no ma pressure say we yesam ye ni si no. Omo hweye. Na party ni de omo pick signals say nima bi say ekoso. Nti sanyama no ye hwe ni. We no hwe eji anim no ka say Gina Pintin. Bobie, General Secretary Ben, a bit my kind of crazy actual. General Secretary Ben, and a bit made now Pinti, I heard for him auditorium of CEOs, auditorium of board members, auditorium of Council of State members, the Chief of Staff was there, legal advisor to the President was there, Asante Regional Minister was there, not sure any penny for him say, there are more year or parts, no, you are promising comfort, say, near Bay, friend of man yet. Tacha odim anko Daniel Monchi and share party no anko e connection no more ya no so no ye ni chiam mu hwani ye na eji wa wo bojuma no
ka sa na amanfo faces to say wo
say mpelifon dem bi ha no mutiti anim nti no say you ya wo machi ni ye ti hu wo manim but the whole auditorium na ye team no obi abonisem me say that very statement no got the highest applause of the day.
Obia born in Sem.
Me catch up.
Not just say enyo obia na yesa.
In that way, the mechanic say obia just small kind no.
It just say enyo obia.
When me mama you business be say we say me enyo
obia. And say one more nsem bi so that so be ehwe.
Na say wa. We be ehwe.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, a free tetina aban bi ba me chi nipa tum me say me chi
omo di boni
atum ye nte ho hwe ye be yesi ye be oral. In fact, one of the main reasons say to about my NDC minim say oral kan ho pa.
Yeah,
you can't get 1.7 million votes abra sa topic we wa ba power na afidie wo ye ho bibio ho. And then we are always hearing things. They be out on Kuma and Tessansen yet to Tibebre, a Riaku you. As a lawyers there, maybe I don't feel quite a lawyer will be lawyer. What's your quack DBC, it be a penny bin or Casama, it be a say, last week as my Metafa Dubai and cried the means me.
I see.
Oh, you're so confident, say, this might not even go anywhere. These were his words.
Really?
This might not go anywhere. Just say, it is what it sounds same way, yeah. And I'm sure the General Secretary.
Matisse said Dubois and the Nasma Koda Duncan Williams. Is it true?
Well, I'm not privy to. I mean, Duncan Williams on some. But then they made my catch on and say, I know for a fact or say, I say, my uncle Siri. Now say, accused person, your confidence. I mean, that I said, if anybody to Bobo, now,
nicely be so.
You can look crabby. If you have a trap or something. You see, so the General Secretary from where he sits is also hearing all these things. From the workers, they say, what we see, then the General Secretary catch and say, Mom, where you are, party in the dear by you. party no ya promise Ghana for say senior be the man hwe na mo to aso say ya ye be bobo din ayi mo pie dance e bet na ho ama your party na dey afeli and dance e bet na 2028 go na ho na man for business na mo ka so be che Palugi down for gum no omo he na mo ka say cathedral me che mo gum no omo he na afi na hwe manim yentimi nya sa. And you, who else can say this than the CEO of the party? The one now me say say Fifi anka say no am say anka say na nko anka say
for no for no so anka say
yes anka say na Fifi na den na say den
anka say
anka say no anka ni biom onya boni a no me ono
that's all
so you boni say jai no catch us one read out to us you be bodin ayi afrim say my party na koso say ya na binim hye echi ye boni de no say best nipa ba ko wu nya age nyan kwa
simple
the Fifi say kwon sa dia no bodin
no into one say Fifi anka ne ye no on can say
I don't know. Probably be diplomatic about it. Probably not in front of cameras. No one can in front of cameras. A better na manfo be someone can who said the cost na manfo. He wasn't speaking to only the lawyers. So as what can I say? Ya ete ha obi mu ye bia. Ye hu the ekoso. Ye tete the ekoso. We need to do the oral properly and account to the people of Ghana. Else we fail. How do you go back to them in 2028 and tell them say ye ka say better chairman for gum you say buy do buy mama say me hu ne dan ya wato tosika we wiase say ye buy afi ye be high say plead again na fine
but your lawyer maybe you can help us with this argument like an illegal process no tight and ye court ye loss no say the city no because I've heard some of them giving us these excuses.
See Bobie when you say Collins Dada, MPP for started on the two. 8 good years of Collins Dada trial. You need judgment. When you baby any do. Now that so court trial, they be a witness way back. Witness and come here shows another 4 years.
So which means the same thing will happen.
There's a likelihood say criminal procedure need there sometimes and you see in any law lawyers find ways and means loopholes. Me have find me as a criminal now say me case him now check me say we
can crap I am one said that okay
and I make a business obi ba me chen no say nere oja nere no de ne ka $80,000 ndi dey obobo is can me delay case man 4 years money away my delay cases anka ya reject kakra bi be o taxes are less be faso
judge no ehun
you see and I make say procedure no ewa
there be in the judge no nim say
who now there's something called the audio pattern, the right to be heard. What mean can say person work kasa bet who say who delay me ma kasa me say me just me aba till Collins that only how many witnesses are nan come free so kasa be free accused person say asema mo ka to me see money pa 20 or me come as mama me judge say be 20 the doors me fa 10 no answer no lawyer no come cross the other cross examination be wait other side. No affair witnesses one by one. Witness statements get me prepare and say TNI. Now years no call. Indeed, genuinely, if we want something fast track, we need to look at our laws with the criminal procedures. And I mean who say
and as a fast track you could be.
Nothing now I told you Tatuchi Kata so Koka say unconstitutional. The Supreme Court held that it's unconstitutional. The Kofa find the right channel so an institute fast track high court. And put me here and the team home my parliament did to me there. And fast track high court can serve as a basis for such criminal trials. Now contempt. But you know Chachu brought the law out there say it's unconstitutional. And by reason of that, fast track high court couldn't stand. So we have to still use the normal procedures in a criminal prosecution.
And you say, all right,
the Namibia do mama buane say, plead again in my canibia and in this canna, not still yet to us. But it can take some time. Men that Michael Ninaku case say. Say they sad, and then I say submission of no case. Ya true asem na koi. Abana in just get be free ho. Ono so wan kodaje. It is all around any plea bargain na said you do for the kakra bay. Say binim di baba sample na see to asem so but the criminal procedure sometimes and you cannot cut corners. And at the other side, no, everyone said you many actually to know my lawyer. My lawyer is so defending me. No, all the intricacies here. Oh, you're just a baby, that's now say, and then it's a red Makutu. Or the Befa. No, they are far. No, they are far. And I want to mean Kati Corners also.
Yeah, me can't smash the woman which you are. Won't forget it. Won't forget it.
I may have the Attorney General. I said we will get judgment, but it may take some time. Let's be honest with ourselves. We don't just get judgment.
So then, if that is the argument, which means you'll be a category process no ana.
No, so what GSA can say? You're the quarter process in the you know. If you saw why, you if you saw better say the assassin way, Gamelan Antony, no be a Kuteska Mobi, Nanny, and Wasam found a crying back up.
Messin and say, Mekotia, Menkotia, almost say Jatu. Jatu asani NDC foni bi Jatu ana ojeje MB before the Nigerian Arsenal. Any NDC foni bi aka battery mu den a. Chesa wo dwen wa won ti ase.
Kabia say Jatu no say wadan NDC liana.
But chesa minim but council, it seems like gradually, yes, I'm on phone him say the NDC government mu ye adwuma. But on the issues of corruption, I'm on for feel say, I say, let's give up. Sana politicians here.
They should not give up. I'm speaking to them. Say, you see, and man are kind of heroes of justice. They grind slowly.
So my very good friend Shawa Ebusa, very solid question.
Yeah.
Say, so NDC knew all this about legal processes, and they promised oral.
The promise still exists. Yeah, it's your motum, but it will take time. You see, you cannot jail somebody within 8 months of arresting the person.
Agreed.
There's no minimum case. Unless the person pleaded guilty. But the person may no face or quarter.
What has happened to these tribunal issues?
So the Attorney General addressed us at the conference. It is almost done. Now, because why any passing the laws to set up the tribunal? Somebody as smart as Chachu Chikata can shoot it down. Fast track high courts, Chachu could shoot it down just because of simple law. It's unconstitutional, and indeed it was unconstitutional. So we want to make sure that the tribunal is set such that it will be constitutional. Now, if the cases near here, they call. Obi will start question of conference. I don't know if I'm permitted to even say this, but no, be say, and criminal cases no. Yeah, the court every day, be accusing Bassa. I say,
because now they did it to a Jechi question.
Good, and the Jechi question there no. Then you can.
So which means they like the process.
But what is good?
But it is not illegal.
No, it's not illegal. But court now has parliament. Parliament the next day. It may also be a court also on the dates for cases. So it means that so amend on only dates to accommodate one yes every single day. I don't think it will also be fair on the accused person on the prosecution because almost all cases are more handled. So and in as much as we can assure them say, and the I'm not beyond to dream. But in 8 months we can't oral. Even in 1 year we can't. Probably the who are say effective and now for come and not results. You should give us like 3 years. You can't make catch us. Criminal procedure part year. But the guy done 8 years. The case look at you. And the case no prosecute about. I just so.
3 years. Market surgicals. Semen cancer so mu Ansah se ewo prime areas. Kumase Atasmanso. Market surgicals. Se wo enkran na pese wunya asase ewo Atasmanso residential area na eye Market surgicals na yese onu omu edi agro omu 100 by 100 any 200 by 200 200 by 100 meters there so ewo ho adwadifo memma ene ma ya mo pe good location for mo businesses wase momfa mo ani enkyere Kwame Nkrumah circle omo ewo eye building akese ewo ho a omo ede ema ubetumi afre Market surgicals ewo 0244 31 4310 me boss bio 0244 31 4310 0244 31 4310. Haruna are joining in the studio. Harun, Akwaba.
Jamina.
Bokode.
Yamadum.
Solo Akwaba.
Ya konto.
Bokode.
Better na boko nsema dia tu jadi baby amodin na mi.
Mama 3 years.
Are so serious?
Mama 3 years.
Are so dangerous?
Mama 3 years.
Are so nonsense?
Mama 3 years.
Some phone ekoso.
Member ho.
What are we talking about?
Member ho.
Okay.
Anyway, but Haruna, so yesterday, utie Fifi Kwete, after listening to the General Secretary of the ruling party, how did you feel?
Commander Michia, Minu Penny Solomon, Michia lawyer so Etiefon so Michia Obia Ansana Mesha Siano Maminda Oman His Excellency John Dramani Mahama si papa oya appointment bia Muslimi bia otie no eya dia ye niji asem kanini o kai said bia na eya me baha ebeka about hajj issues and there were appointee former Hajj board chairman Alhaji Tanko Rauf na oye MP for Yagaba Kubori before 2023 up to 2016 sorry onuna na oye chairman ya Lucy Power na MPP by enyina anim ne ekoso 2024 after 2024 elections after ya winning power ya dima oti tax force I'm saying that or appointed substantive board chairman main friend of board sole commissioner sana na ofreno o manu tax say onu ankoti ne kromfo onyomo betimi deliver the mandate edimano nti dia ya dana se papa o ya menua min na experience na odibe adwuma no
okay
because wada hoping for 4 years nti onim ne ekoso nti yada omampanyi asi commander asama yebe discussi say enye nipa ba ko pe na wasa consent no Ghanaian bia oto aba 2024 ewo big concern about sanana His Excellency former President John Nana Akufo-Addo erani o my Ghana na dia obia oti Ghana the way the economy was managed. Now, so no, every political party mandate. The mandate is 4 years. Now, the template is guiding the mandate, so the template in your manifesto. And some your political platform promises. Now, platform promises, nuna electorates are very basic to understand. Because manifesto na bia even I can tell you say enye NDC ni bia oko school kra na onim nia ewo but nia obegina platform so rally so ehebo ekasa no enu na me mame a oti Asante kasa me mame a oti twi Hausa da Gumba enu na odi be kofi enu ne say ye ba obi a owie Ghana ska ye bechi no ye say obi a owie Ghana ska ye bechi no Obia o make sure say your light bill ekosoro illegal no yebeche no obia o maye tua e-levy abra eko obi botom yegba yebeche no obia na nema we nyina ya de a electric titu omo a omo hye room omo a omo hwe your friend say internet na wo beba ne nkyɛn ebe hye ne bo no wakoto abama wo sa uba with stories enya ade a onu obeti nti enya fifi kote nko a me mame a oti yapeku sogo onya nti ese omo a omo wi a yesika no ya hye ase echichi omo ya hye ase o echichi omo nti eden na ne kuma abafom but se ekoba se ya chi omo ne yesa yi omo abra yan yehwi mi mami onim ne ati na yi no nanka mubo stama mubaye ebe kase ye ba omo a ye wie sika ye bechi omo 2 questions are obebisa ya ji sika no ana na wanwia ye sika. These are the 2 questions and it's very fundamental. Nti say fifi kwoti enyantie say obi ebo number 5 ema omo a omo wia ye sika no ye besre no ye nyina na ye to aba fifi kwoti okwa ye ma no 2 slots say koto aba na msan be to aba ye be ma no 1 kokromoti obia wo kokromoti ba kwa odi be to aba no ye nyina nso e was a basic concern about corruption. Na NPP NDC will win power with the campaign of me ba obia obe wia sika no ye beche no. But one problem that I have with NDC ni say they treat people with soft clothes. I don't understand. When them say uko hospital, who prana uko hospital, ye was spirit bia ye de beshe cotton bi mu. Na u prana ye di fa honuma. Onya se wo ye hwan wo e be kikiwu. But se wo ye di uko wo prana ye di uko ho. Trust me, na ya must spirit no a na che se wo praye. But
Haruna, in this case, the issue is about legality.
No, I'm saying, sir,
it's about law.
The law, the wheels of the law or justice, it granted very slowly. Very slowly. But very good. But sir, if you prioritize the wheels, you will change the wheels. And in this case, you prioritize omuwia esika. Your first degree felony, second degree felony, and a near kekahono. So we are first degree criminals, and our second degree criminals, and some third degree criminals. So I don't understand why, if you take the third degree criminal quarter, acha 2 weeks, sentence.
No, but until the person is found guilty, you cannot determine. Say, I
am saying, say, yam piano no na mekano. If the person refuses to pray guilty, there are several ways that you can take the person through. If you are going to court without evidence, how can you come and tell me, say, you want to push the person, you want to push your case fast? You cannot. So we need,
maybe for all you know, maybe this attorney general any evidence.
So you need to gather enough evidence to the extent that whatever it takes for you to go to succeed earlier. Bear in mind, me shall say, every political party it will mandate, and that mandate does not exceed 4 years. And to take 1 year to settle, and to take 2 years, the second year to start to prosecute, counsel is here. It is going to take you only God knows. So I am not surprised that people are playing defense. Commander, what can I say? Say NDC comes to power. And anybody who feels say, look, I can mediate and take money so that you prolong your case, it will not wash. Wakai. This is what is happening. The people know. Ghana scam. Know very well, say, whatever it takes on the jail. Indeed, if they take, but they want to grant slowly, so that whatever they stole, they will place them right. And at the time, the tradition is that in 8 years' tenure, every political party in 8 years, you battle to go beyond 8 years. So if the person bribes you to grant this will slowly, even your next election and other elections, at least the person would have used the money.
But council for a year. Sometimes the issue is not about bribery. The issue is about the processes.
I'm saying, sir, the process. There are people who are working there. You have people, contractors who can promise you 6 months to build a house, and there's somebody who can tell you I'll use 3 months to build. Is it not the same process?
Yes. But what is it?
That's a that gives faster more than we
more process be or court why and faster more
take 8 years. Does it make sense?
Let me make it make sense.
Okay.
So the way we are ana banch no in the first place, it be over court to one lawyer. Till one lawyer. So by we say first thing they say you take your plea. Are you guilty or not? Also, I'm not guilty. The next step they say if you're not guilty, then the prosecution won't fight my no assembra. Now also for no assembra. One lawyer no all fact witnesses behind the can obey or no assembra cope. Prosecution say no assembra cope. Till back court the prosecution say
they say no the idea is say they say the idea is say we are casinating me before lawyer.
The judge is telling you, Commander.
As I brought no mood in court was say no yen bank we are. Now when yen state money so
that the process
make me a lawyer.
Yes,
you will delay money.
So that at least
look the entire me busasa no. Me kai say last year. Na ye campaign no mu yes no me nuanu mi was studio ha
yes
and I kept on saying this God watching that akoko dim komo baby say they need to gather more and this bar ombenya bi atwa
yes
God watching that
what do I say so the process is once you are a politician and you know how to play the game you get the defense you get a strong defender. On to me share goal, no, you are done. And I'm not in this case. I'm not saying the Attorney General is not competent, but there are pressures behind. Meaning, I don't want to mention names, but I can give you some hints. Say, Attorney General hands are tight. Say, we assume see me ba, assume see That is what is happening in this government. And I'm telling you that the same sentiment that Fifi Kote is, expressing, expressing the same sentiment. Kwabena ukaya, baby, I know what in America about 2008 issue. Commander okay?
Yeah.
NDC ruled on corruption, specifically Ghana at 50 to win elections.
Yes, it's true.
There is history. And when attendance won and we came, what happened? And it appears that they were not prepared to prosecute.
It was deliberate.
That's what I'm saying. It appears that they were not prepared. And it's the same thing that is happening now. So if you are coming to tell me, say, what is happening today is not deliberate, my mind will take me back to 2008. We all felt, sir, to the extent that the pillow cases are, I didn't know it was just a lie because nothing happened. Your price pillow case $1 million. I have never heard so. Yes, pillow cases here, top pillow case one back could be $1 million. In 2008, in intro. So are we saying, say, Kano about oral, the documents, the oral presented to the presidency, the document that Attorney General Ediko Court, is it valid or not?
Documents are OSP are provided.
We want to know.
If there's a document in are we saying that the judge should give judgment within 8 months?
No,
we should prosecute the case. We should prosecute the case within 8 months. Till the only thing that is accused person or in a criminal matter is to raise a shred of doubt. That is the only responsibility for an accused person. So you can bring documents this room full. If the accused person is able to raise a shred of doubt, your case is going to collapse. So you are gathering your documents, yes. Remember that the accused person too will even at a point raise on also a case. In the government government case I think we are my accused person so chance of the so it is just a matter of time. The procedure is not that simple.
The procedure, the former president J. Okufuor, Obab power fast tracked the process.
How?
And that is when we established fast track court. That's what it was unconstitutional. But he was able to do what? To use it to achieve whatever he wanted. So if indeed we really want to fast track issues, we should go constitutional way to establish the fast track court.
And that is why what did I say? Establishing the tribunal, the public tribunal.
I agree. He's establishing the tribunal system, bringing those things back instantly. what he has now, what is he doing about it to win the public confidence? Because as it stands now, we saw your friend saying Collins Dawda own for 8 years. We saw Opuni for 7 years. We saw Wemu Sedu Agongo Budie. Ni na court process. Ananiwa at the end of the day.
Noli Prosika.
Yeah. So is it the case that we are going to have Noli Prosika when NDC loses election? And is it the case NDC in 2028 elections? And what will be the message? I want to know. If it is so, sir, the Attorney General has no evidence. Court. Your Excellency, he is my brother. Do the needful so that we would know, sir, on to and my justice. Ghana.
My dear, Sir, me kofa kokone yes, and first say media no me fan follow yentino within 2 weeks they are jail me 10 years. Yes, they are jail me 15 years.
What's your kokone there?
Banchi.
I don't know. Okay, one rule.
One way. Wow, you see, yeah, then as more became say one day, Banchina akoko for the door so Ghana ha. Enye ombetu politicians no so abu omo kun because say me swade na me tua me tax na so otimi she political suit ewia me.
Yes.
Enya bi fa lawyer.
Yes.
Now we are catch a lawyer and say delay process ne mama.
Yes, of deliberate.
Na me njime ni kakra.
Cancel. That is what is happening.
Na me fa bi me ba na me fa bi nkoma eye omo nwa ban mu. Me fa bi nko presidency nko tuatua man krofo.
Ekopim tama.
Me nko hunu
me ba onjele no krofo. What is that?
Me nko hunu ohene wei. Me fa bi nko togba afede ho otumfo ho ga manche ho. Minko Duncan Williams so minko wan ho no mo frefre jomama minko jomama nuanom no mo nka bi mame se sa na eba dia then me no anyasa me encourage nkola no but nkola no a omo fa akokọ ne bancha na yemo omo ten no because obviously utimi say sa dia na a connivance between MPP NDC and the court
to loot the faith.
Yes,
to loot.
That is what that is what now me ya gie di say I don't know a demon komo
Commander, I am saying
because obi ntimi nko we mobile phone
me ka say
obi send me message wo ha o say ne brother obi say techno yibi and wafa memfa to say the lawyer can they went to court or muniska of the lawyer ni no ma jail in 5 years.
Che uko kota uko prison
techno
uko prison omwa
1005
omwa omuni lawyer omuni ska ombefa lawyer nti innocent souls are languishing in our cells for only God knows. Na omwa omuwieska life da yenim say way abensika na odi aye no we dey ya they will tell you to prove, and the onus lies on the Attorney General to prove. Usu kokota. No, can say plea bargain. Or by say, okay, magiska tio. Or say, oh, magiska, my first canunti, me di biba, nti yemfa yem bargaining. What kind of nonsense is that? Are we interested in only that? Say, oh, my first canunti, oh, me dia my oh, Fabibra. Are we interested in that? Me to NDC for. Say, 2028. Any case that is in court, Ojiapum, Nini now so the be buyer. No, Sabet there, or Sadan fear, dear. 2020.
Quick comments here. So Polly says, Bobie, hello. Okay, so Polly, hello. Hello. So police says, Bobie, where is Ken Oforiatta today? Mpacho minim. Please tell them that some processes will take them to opposition. Omunchusu between the process and the party in power. Joe Eskin says, keep it up, Bobie. Anthony Kuma says, come now, you people are wasting our time, keke. And the youth are watching you. One day, ebe pai, mube numo, menkaho, mesrao, menkaho, over Senior Boam, PDS, Frontiers, National Cathedral, SML, Kani GVG, ECG. Wuni ma de me time pa solo. Se ono Nigeria ni aba abedi sika Frontiers wa ha. No ono atimi aside timi de car ko obi fie ko block gate. Se wonam krom eko disco na police for man guard no. Ye ni measure. Adanya ye se ono odi agro company fu. Anyway, so kora e kwai da from.
Ye e wo mu nyira se ma menchia wo. Enchia menua Haruna lanchia benin so. Me bana mitie voices are obo. Mabenka say asema ye kan it has nothing to do with legalities. Utie fifi kwete yia. Eri asem no kai. Wose ye ne enkofo ni bi e cut deals.
Mobile defense.
Send ye be ya asem no kra enkokot. It's all about say akokot. Other judge say o delay o. Say be ya asem no kwa kopie court no. Yenya NDC for according to the general secretary of the party no a wo mo de omu diga. Omu awia yesika no say puduo no. Omu di diga nti ade no wia 500 million na almost the adri die 400 million ne bra now for one.
Yes.
Na omakoche. Ti wo be Bobie na sa na case da but they are digging their own graves. The NDC has started their journey to opposition. And that is why your party, I'm telling you, Kwabena, men can't do Alan Chemantina presidency here, but I can go for me. I'm telling you.
Sana Motio.
Kwabena, you know why I left the MBV? You know, I didn't have a tiny of me over bicycle. I don't want to see it.
A young question, some cry.
Now, one share Attorney General. Look, so we have to children say a good chair 1 year man.
Because
and you know because they say oh my press conference. Okay, yeah, children say press conference or BFA Ghana national your friends say national service there. I could say. And you Attorney General give to a worry your friend say Asibe Yusuf Mustafa Yusuf 548 million eshomoto court say or promises say July no be court. What has happened?
You say give to a worry say or no be bi na
what only has there what do right? Hey, is it not part of admission?
And you say give to a worry say hello. You say give to a worry say new for Adam for be abemu said what is trust me?
They don't know what is happening on the street. So when me bufua e won be buru mo I'm telling you say men jetia ya ne baha ye you o mata ya kai o say if John Mahama fails this democracy is gone.
It's gone.
Because agression one go fu nya woni mu a omodi ebufo koto sa ba boom no
yeah unim
they underestimate what enya nisi no omodomo
unim problem NDC wo one more omko street we engage nkrofo no pa no eni aban mu
omunim
omo anu omtete omo dem a omo nima de kra ekoso
omo de fire di agro
mebo ena omo ema omo position no so no they are people omo nko street mu
tabu da take condition omo ntere
omo free omo Land Cruiser mu anu akowura dem enti niggas no a omo nima de kra ekoso street dum pa no
they have no idea
yeah omo obi anka ban no
oh they have no idea
enti omo de be pick feed from say adie bi boboba na adie ne betumi agiensem anytime
no enje kura hwe street this why hot say obaburu na wonya nya adwuma no nya ne concern nya adwuma wonya nya ho on the so de obi a we wi sika gema e no go ye first respect
on ka say gema no je free the punish
ne why adwuma why adwuma look abra ye inauguration kroma ora mahama nsem o Kenya bi no ye boy nsem ma no the oka say accountability and am for bo nsem ma oya the first state of the nation address or address parliament nsem o Kenya obi amon nsem ma no oka accountability no mo bo nsem ma no and now no yes economic forum ewo ha the citizen okay nyina wa mo mu say accountability no ma bo mu say why do you think say abra trar eba independence yi na Ghana for the bo mu say mama no na manya opportunity we Ghana for nyem de bio parliament a mama mbucho emre bia mbese mo hye mutu hye but bia mama mo fa wa me na yi na mo de o mo life di agro
me ba so me ba any cancer. Can they use the parliament to change some laws?
No, I disagree with council of what we were saying. Won't take Roma and I find your market score 12 o'clock now, results 3 o'clock. Maybe check council me court pa me debia me court. Look, a lawyer cannot dictate to a judge. Who make me dictate to judge or my date?
I think that is civil case.
It doesn't matter.
It matters. Of matters. You see,
oh my God, you music say we are
the patrol criminal case. You have to prosecute the person.
Yes.
Beyond reasonable.
Fantastic. Good. Fantastic.
The same thing with civil.
No, civil is by preponderance of probability.
No, also prove beyond reasonable doubt. Why you ready? Miss my ready. You go court. Judge me mandate here. What can you do again?
The court no. Cases need the ebe court. But you who say procedure with a check. It's not the tribunal.
Me attorney general. I don't want to listen to him because attorney general all of a sudden walk silence. Over here, your friend is saying national service there. And your friend MPA Mustafa Ahmed there baby ya bananas obi agasabio. I don't know what the Ghana for come dia bro. It's so unfair. You decide here 32 years of our lives NDC MPP. And you are sika. And now no one penny catch us say Yakwa $750 million. See the Biva Baye is a woman, your friend is of Ango, Apeda is a woman, Konongo bypass, your friends are swami interchange, Kwabena round road, not Sikana Sana road in Uraho. How can you be in the country? As a zoom watch out for Domian. No country said that for us Domian. What you say? Now, no country said, well, to Tamale, Obi Indian, Nipatani, about the GNA, almost $30 million as mobilization. I qualify for no explaining, say, and he pursue. What are you talking about? Why must you not be angry?
$30 million.
$30 million mobilization. What about Pualugu? Yeah, was Ansah Pualugu as Yandru baby, born here and much is Kennedy. Aquabaco, yet here was so aqua, and mineral income near the London Stock Exchange. No, aqua said $11 million. Hey, yeah, or be also a finance minister. Menutia, one on Trump Gatabre from America to Ghana, or no Tiesika so, and Yenya OSP are also so. When was the last time promises can Furata Bekruma?
Say OSP do or then one kwakwa a friend say akwaya oga mini pani friend say Enya edu pipi ni edu no ayi
we do way
oni OSP ni din say
adabe
wo mu yenu na say ade no
I see
edu
unim ano
Baron. Yeah, Baron. Santa Baron. Yes, Santa Baron. Any Kisia Jabin. Any Kanafurata na Kabo Mudisa Nkwasa.
Yet a chrome ha sika 13.5 billion. Wakoko Bobie say on international market. Yeah, who the idea? No, not America so come Mayo Clinic. Na yet ya near so near to say Ghana for America for boy say go a game to handle the small board will be or 13 billion shadow. I don't know if I'm
Satawala Lamborghini a friend say taxes into Yoku Rimacha on an Bobie Fita and Yabre.
No, we got to be serious. Oh, my penny, mama. Well, funny, and see for my go for good animals. I'm telling you. Oh, my good animals.
And something they be humble.
So I'm funny, and see for more. For the general secretary of the party to say, and I'm saying it's a 50 go to the old canal. No one can say, slow. Was he and call for that cut dues? Why President Dubik, brother, and then your friend said, why are they walking free? Bọ́lí bẹ́ẹ̀ ló bá ní ẹ.
Mèsè náà nù Dubik ní ẹyẹ bí kò sóò kéta.
Yes.
Na Dubik ní NDC fue mpẹ́ni.
What are we talking about?
Oh, ẹyẹ. Oh, yẹ fẹ́ ọmọ sẹ. Okuje to ayi sẹ dẹ mi wọ họ.
Náà mo tẹ́lẹ̀.
Oh, mi ti bẹẹbi mi ti mpunanu dín na mi hwẹ wọ ọmọ. Na ọmọ bọ ọmọ tent white ẹ wọ ase wọ sẹyìn.
Wọ́n yẹ ni.
Ọmọ akọfẹ speaker kya ẹyi fún speaker ni bi dọ. You get to blast her now.
Aye.
Me and you, man, you might did.
No, we don't
do this one.
What?
I'm a volume.
What? Would you, Gromitier, Matisse, ECG person, 2 electricity got 225% because of any about Bonnie as any boy here. No, Abano Yato also says a more cat in the Moody Diagro. The youth of this country will rise up. They shouldn't play and try anything funny.
52 billion.
Every account. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That moment, Tradia semantics. No way. But I won't remember in Yagro. No, the cow. Oh my God, I'm overwhelming majority. What will be here?
Oko by election, no aside here.
Said they believe to move it near near by ya, but the one with the Diagro. To the extent, say, it has to take your general secretary to say, dear Moyan, dear no, can you say, dear Moyan, they are picking signals. No, you was a more tall party, you know. Look, political party first year went to be an action. Second year, Ghanaians will begin to demand from you. Because next year, I'm going to begin to ask this government,
yeah.
Because my first year, at the second year, you must begin to prove to me, third year, no, now I feel the pressure about 4th year go election. What can you do again? Now up to date, you be announced about Kwani Akwakoda. Yakwakoda. And I say, no one year do a crude not yet at all. And until when year, a new Sam Dada, Okota and Mobian Sobo Catidius. Containers, yes, I know ECG, who near you now fell your mother soon and I'm not was chichi. Hey, now one more. On go for your review, music got here, and the Casa can say I'm from on Rabunya, Cocola Secretariat.
No, and it seems, sir, political class now from your kind is true.
Of course.
That's the problem. It's almost for you, I was saying,
that be yes, over fire, young Quasia for the young Quasia. You better go for your no material. How many bow, and they are all the Casomians for. Now, wouldn't very well so maybe you are mine is sick, and also yes, can now Shandy. Something must begin to happen. Something must begin to happen. Oh my penny, oh my one form, you know, anybody a comma. What would you be your power?
Oko NLE. Said yes, I'm your Kunumsi.
I said, now go ahead, or more better. Defend you, defend you.
Jump away at me. I have a so no quack the president.
Ah, now you only say me.
So 35 million cedis a month, so.
Yes,
sir. 35 million cities.
So, and be sorry, and not pay. Won't 2 million you be. On our regime, send you a Bako Gisicano, a California Panishom. Now, with your more D. All of a sudden,
you say, a young number bomb pay say, Ghana and Colanan can come, Emma Buomo. Oh, Empire, no more. Mabel, Colana, and Cassia so.
There be young so going to be a mere what?
Because ever same Colano, so your bay, sorry, said 2 million practices street more. On bet me a saying, my young Mompire,
you know, go for
your Mompire against
or my higher pie from baby boomers, or more woman 1947. Or Muyini Pabonne for pa. Just say, by me talk on within the ma, and then you cannot to coin this way. Now, or mark of 4 miles, he can bear 200,000. Na ye generation ye yi no na when your lawyer for ne a judge for retire so na sika keto we na ha Kwabena
I'm say pet
me ho money ni na do wenu me was a judge for we go to prison obi ko fa 1 row per puff or did to prison puff or did to prison now what go for 200,000
we can cancel
Kwabena and you know say ya hwe. But Ben, me come to our sons when ye. One trim number has a woody judicial system. Ghana for the chase him Burda. Judicial system.
Tribunal member.
But I will tell me, media a party, but Ghana for Mutie.
Tribunal bar.
I Methodist Presby African Gubai. Your parties is a soko. But I can assure you, Kwabena, that there is no way and go for be a Wesika anymore. Lifestyle audit. Very key.
See, Samoba. In the nearest future, 100 years.
That be
Samoba. I'm more better to remember from Rakan
and brother, that will be a Tony, you'll be a coffee. Yeah, the way I can from Rakan, you know,
there are processes you need to follow.
Some brother process.
Mami, you know,
the accused guys are going
and then I open so
busy. I saw more bad to chink for two.
Yeah, charges can fast.
There's a process I follow.
Fantastic.
To see ya, essence in himself process. No, I have two bottleneck. There was so much chances. Ma accused person can say anyone.
Yes.
And the tribunal by no, you are concentrating only on criminal cases.
Benny,
Patron. Just 1 minute.
Now, so some question.
Maybe Bana. The same procedure enemies.
Yes.
Over to me, Edgar Jelly be within 8 months.
Thank you.
And also cry too much.
8 months.
I died for me, you know. What the Otago court. The same two judges, they are the criminal cases, a common. Or more, I did common, so be on a lawyer, but could to be really dear within 6 months, but could be really dear 4 years. Ended about could down how many years 4 years. You see, judge will also manage the case. Say, judge, you get want to say you're okay. Lawyers will look at the loopholes or bar, no, I can't offer your friend to tell you that, go for that, may catch the person, offer to don't go medical, fake medical report. Yay, judge also do nice for. So there is a reason why a president, the appointed chief justice, you have to manage is the interest of the state. Now in any case, you need assembly temoa. Some will accuse also. Hey, now may accuse me wrongly. Now me say me nya bonia. Some may court be an boka. It is the assembly temoa. E be boy me winina.
Accuse on him say. On him say no. Ebia said you say we discover.
Ebia when you
waste your time na 8 years time.
E did that ni so aban wo tell onya sa 8 years no so wo ni sika no. Hwe say ye ti wona ekwa usan baba o. This year ekwa onko she half. Next year ekwa no ma sa ko she onim.
Jachi kwese.
Yes.
Ni case no. Every day no kokko.
That is it. What would you see?
It's a process no so.
Because court ni manage as fast.
There are issues pertaining to legality.
That is it.
Now, if the court can grant somebody who is a member of parliament, you can say, bra, every single day. Are you saying, say our process, no, say, managing every single day on court, bro? Who can say 1 month, 2 months, 6 months? So process, no, deliberately,
yes,
the public confidence on politicians, no, everything. Because one, minim say, the one before, about carry, like, you are voting with some vim and words say enya yintia anka say there be anka enya say and this promising me say ya beba asumasi o wi asika me be chinwa anka me to nti wenti me to abai na omu ba na omu anchi omu dia ye no be fa baby I do be fa 2028 nti obia ko ekoto aba no nti no ko enyo bi minister mi kwa kwato abano appointment but I want the Oman Ghana ENT yes me kwa ko send line eto aba na ubo me chasikeli
na unim members unim se ade ametu amedwene ho
bibi fa tribon
say omanfo lose confidence in leadership fighting corruption.
Leadership, yes.
The first thing they easily open way for terrorists to enter.
That is it.
Because always they feel like you are cheating me.
Yeah.
And it's a terrorist be around my Misha says so on Brunei Kasa. Also what you say. Also what you say.
We know my
you say. You know be cheskano. you say. They start supporting them.
Yes. Democracy aside Ghana. So to a large extent.
That is the danger.
Sorry. Burkina Faso. Cote d'Ivoire public officers. Public officials. Say one several muye. Ya chiwa. You be so 3 questions. Who was can be an hour be. So we see I. Who do na yanku? Yibaku.
She won't to me as a
what I say? No, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying say where democracy. No, but set up Burkina Faso Omuntuaba. When we begin to deal with them, yes. When the public begin to deal with the public officials who are criminals, more appointment will be steady. Of course, but the democracy is there. They vote. What I say? So the point I'm making is it is a fact. Say there has been some wrongdoing. Somebody has come to a court. Eja to say I my wear of Abanska. Nemom Misramu Yenche evidence
Attorney General and Becca Chere say Encrophobia basse I womafa na omo ebetua bi enya any plead bag
say no mo nyam court is proud to me
pa cho ma wo de
Attorney General information here. MPP for a network party noa who chrono and near Koso. I know my swan information in I know my part in Kofu what baby. I'm a Muslim.
Lawyer. So what's the catch him say? Obiaba was say metria. Now so Lobusa a sensible question. And then you are far with you.
So I'm passing talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my God. Politicians, you have even politicians. Oh, Bonini. Wabekatre say Obi Anantia Babekatre say plead bargaining. Plead bargaining say mafakakra. Ebinie. Na ebinie no. Ebinie no we on legal process.
Legal process.
Obi odi wabtira Anantia ba say my first caribi ebinie. Thank you so much, Solo. Thank you so much, Lawyer. Thank you, Haruna, for joining us in the studio live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. Na said the penifo edin komo. Obi say, hey lawyer, go you. Bobie tell him for me. Bobie, political thieves are treated with soft gloves. Somebody steals gold and within 2 weeks he or she will be in jail. However, trial of a political thief who has stolen billions will take more than 10 years. Yeah, you can get it. Are they? But Solar Rezi issue be last part they should explain it to us. say obi say plea bargaining obi say plea bargaining na say beta frache say oba plea bargaining na che say wafa kakra to ono a bedi adanse atia no ho say wafa bi enti we no je say ye twen de nefa 10 years legal process mu we enye jail o twen age de be kakra wanyi bi kura ye pe because moje kura no aye no so kura ahwa na ehu ba bi e be fa enti manje kura ye pese punish nipa no na enti na ya na say as a sharia law no eya gaining grounds across the world no ese obi ho yira no na yense na ho ma Bobie se Bobie ye dia bansi ka hye wonsa emfa wonsa nka menni dia ye ka nyina no enye se obi ekodem na ye obi de but obi a wono anante abase ane mawia national service for sika mawia enie edebe legal process na otwende na fam we enye straight 15-20 years wasi agrada akwa kubu obi afaso 15 years obi atibi di nyansa atena national service secretariat atimi asset a system eyo di dwiri ghost names sika egum urada ene waka ne kon ayirimu GFA kwa no odim ene odada no ho tere Ghana for because obi no obi kasa obi tua bi ma obi ni we kasa ye nyine nipa baako owia no aka kire say legal process no e slow oba be ka kire so na afa no odi bi ba no we unya legal process yes why na afa eye Accra100.5FM microphone anaju 2 o'clock na Bobie ye kode call Frank fie say microphone mu na mfa ye enie yes afa enie kototo Bobia no ahwe se ampa wo na fa ya hwe nkwase asem ni jimi a omni ye ka asem om ka se ye nyina ye jimi ti se omo so omni ye ka sa om firi se ye jimi ate se de om jimi afa no die enim nyansa obi enante eba obi enante ebedru ho a eya wono waka asem no waka se me na mafa o se na wo wa be ka kire Ghana for some twen ye go through ya kura ye hia so bi abetua hwe akuche se bompa ne hwe wo o my way ye free try ye krom hei ya try o hia imu a besi ne enye kakra ya maba jeje afiri wo mo na be ye hu and even up to date mundi bin ka kire se ya jeje ne ya jeje en say ni anya tell us now say na me say I am say you can say omo baby press conference on how much they have gathered or something which now I am the pa governance is about transparency what you say most mon kan crofo crunch say atenti what you say no age ka kire ye ye do so atwintwan omo nso na omo ba ka kire say any afa na edi bia ba no paneso omo twintwan kosi enkosi koda nkoda kotamianchi akonfo so a wobowa yes ye anya odai there's an uncle that grow much mushroom come on yani e bompa se man kola na nchi omo nhwe omo ende ye bompa esi ano se Ghana nkola na da kro ma sore se MPP ni NDC no omo abre na omo ehwe omo a yani de ye bompa ye pa si ano se awurade ma ne masa da ani akometre kra ye be ye de ye fun beto eno mo se bourgeoisie high level no mo dada o mo trew obi a wawi asika onu hia obi ti se Bobie a meme ye hoslamana no no be dada no ho a trew tres wetimi de 10,000 share envelope mu sure mudi akwa mo ne ba ya nyi bi o aja what we listen say Go TV sibi nkancha Ghana fo nyina asem de fa wodom Go TV and one star 759 hash edemo MTN for edi adwuma pa aba ai MTN fa wo ehye wo mo nhye ya ye frɛ na adwuma pa no mu Yɛde na ase ama up to date estate and construction. Nsase am de about airport view estates. Nsase no bi 25,000 Ghana cedis. Say omo ye promotion ti omat so. Ema ne nsanyaw miocho pram omo bend the wenya for ni ekire ho from 0531 228 238. My friend say ma GD Enterprise dealers in electronic codes e-codes no omo gusua se wunya enhu eye oba a placement a but modern say obede ho be she GD Enterprise *920 *456 hash na also akobi Mansoa Herbal Clinic e do ma se papa new fadama fo nyina Mansoa ena aircraw ena se enkoma bills microcredit ena police ni edru osia konti me kwaba me ba amo work amo fire
Charlie no wunya hey your football appointment too hey football Charlie football season na shasio into minim say no English Premier League La Liga any Italian Serie A show weekend bia say go team is why the rough say leagues wey now go team so bebre kwa obetimi ahwe Dutch Eredivisie MLS EFL and Scottish Premiership ni na e wo ESPN so go TV there football power so live go TV nti weekend here padi omo nyo sika so faso ankasa football season for free nyo sika so faso you go TV decoder go tenor 1 month subscription pay so e 109 Ghana cedis pay. Download my Go TV app na tia also and now pay by the point and now mobile money agent bia oben wo na tia hutum na wonso to me share football papa and we in super sports channels are yes shemu kenano so and you share kakra wo ho Go TV live it love it. This BB Niger season 10, no filters, no scripts, no holding back, cause it's 10 times the drama, 10 times the rivalry, 10 times the game. Pay your subscription today and catch all the drama, fights, and more in BB Niger season 10. Showing on DSTV channel 198 and GoTV channel 149. Watch the Sunday eviction shows live on Aquaba Magic, channel 150 on DSTV. And channel 102 on Go TV. Hey, say the mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who crave me. Say enunti no manya award wa. Eye world best. Obian transe ema dompem ya de ka say anase me boya de enkan nto dem bio. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esa nyarwan te say ne ekuro etu no. Ne enkan ewo nanum. Oba na be mo pa wo. Ene enyarwan kaye. Nanse ma me ka say ene spinal cord ho ekaye no. Greenfield adaromenti ene wasa so de gina na so ebiem. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sir. I should share the preview kasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon Estate Junction. Last stop. From 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898. Greenfield. God is our healer. Greenfield. Your last stop. Yes, in Sasinabo, yes, Abba, yes, Abba. Afeez, Obiaba Tomato Assassin, in Sasa, nobody the form, unknown Benji Estate and Investment Limited, Okofaba, was a Bragana for Nara, in Sasa, Langat Sahin for Semi Renew, Atoya, within 2 weeks, Naya Young Pepes, near Zama, Sasa Papa Gugu Baby today, Chopoli, Apo City, Central University, near B5 of the Flower Road, Shy Hills, Afienya To Estate, and Ambiambia Bebre, in Sunan Kania, are available. Yes, Assassin.
Before, and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness. They want opportunity. They want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival